The 2024 season of Doctor Who, Ncuti Gatwa's first season, the first real season of the second Russell T Davies era, has aired very much in its entirety, and myself, Neo from Australia, along with my friends Ingiga from England and Missy from New Zealand, we've probably all watched the finale episode Empire of Death several times by now, right?
Yes.
Yeah, definitely. I rewatched that episode a lot because I loved it so much.
When a season's airing, it's very different to when it has aired. The literal seasons have changed since season 1. The Christmas special between seasons has aired. Season 2 has now begun. Everything has moved on. Season 1 isn't in the moment anymore. It's more now part of history. Whostory, if you want to say that, which I don't. Along with 2005 Series 1, 1963 Season 1, it's part of that history now. So what we're going to do is reflect over this Season 1 as a unit, think how the episodes worked individually too, but mostly how the season worked as overall joint storytelling. Then we'll dig into things Russell T Davies has said about the season and the kinds of shifts and developments in between Season 1 and 2, the Comic-Con, the Proms, all sorts of interesting interviews to really have a big sort of holistic reflection and look back over 2024 Doctor Who. I want to open things up nice and broad as a reflection on Season 1 between the three of us, and then I want to really narrow down and break through what exactly the season did, getting very granular, episode by episode, trying to track the character and storytelling arcs and all that jazz. Then after that, we'll start going through interviews and events and things like that, and then we'll cap it off with a broader discussion on where the show sits now in the wider culture and as Doctor Who moving forward. So just to start, in general, what did you guys think of Season 1, looking back on it?
It's really hard because I don't want to be negative right out the gate, but there's a certain finale that sort of hangs this weird cloud over everything else and sort of retroactively affects it. And I just personally found it hard to sort of judge the series as a whole without giving extra weight to that bit of it. And so it's hard to be like, oh, it was good, except because I have to be like, oh, it was certainly interesting. It's weird because now that it's happened, I think, oh, of course it was going to go this way, but I was really much more positive than I expected to be at the beginning. And so for it to not have all panned out, it feels a little strange.
Just to frame that finale thing a bit differently, I guess with the finale being the way it is, and what that means is that the story arc running through the series you can kind of dismiss. So what that means is you have to focus more on the other stuff, basically, the bits and pieces throughout the earlier episodes. And it puts more pressure on those, and you have to kind of focus more on those. So that was the actual substance of the season. Whereas, the snow or, Sutek or whatever, like, who cares about any of that? So, you have to think more about, well, how much do we like stuff like, Boom or 73 Yards and stuff? I would say, for me, the season on the whole, it feels a bit like, less like a confidently executed new approach than a bit like a wispy sort of memory or a few kind of really interesting ideas kind of loosely assembled. It doesn't feel very rigorously put together, like as a season or as a new approach. I mean, like, they have a musical episode, but it's not even really a musical, like there's no like musical number in the story. They just have this really weird pre-recorded kind of awkward thing tacked on at the end where the characters don't really get to do much musical stuff. And that was kind of strange because remember Ruby Road had that Goblin song thing, and that kind of makes you think, okay, there's going to be like singing, there's going to be kind of this sort of approach is going to be in the series, and then it sort of wasn't. You see what I mean? Like, I mean, they literally, in Devil's Chord, for example, you have a literal, a musical performer in the episode who doesn't get a musical number. So just like basic things about how you would expect to approach these genre conventions and things that are mixing into Doctor Who weren't really executed in a way that was like, well, very rigorous or actually made a great deal of sense. So it feels a bit like it's not quite where anyone wanted it to be as a season. It just feels like it didn't get fully formed in the way that I would have liked it to be. Like, I think the ideas in there are really good, and there are moments of brilliance in there. Obviously, we talked about 73 Hours, we really loved that, and, it's cool to get, Moffat back, but on the whole, I feel like the two moments where a different writer kind of comes in and takes over the show for a bit, briefly, so whether that's Moffat or Kate Herron, and those are kind of the moments where it feels like a slightly more realised show, whereas the majority of it, where RTD is shouldering the burden, feels quite loosely kind of stitched together, kind of just rotting around. So as a whole season, it feels for me, it just really lands kind of somewhere in the middle, just kind of kind of middling 5 out of 10 sort of thing. And that's a shame because, I was really, I thought there was a lot of promise with Ruby Road and certainly with the 60th as well. It just feels like it's rushing around so much and it just doesn't feel very tightly wound as a season.
It's been over 3 years now since Russell T Davies was announced as coming back. And I remember, I don't think we were all equally elated, but I remember between us and our friends, there was a general elation around that. And I think so much of that was a feeling that things were going to change, and things have changed, that things have absolutely changed. This isn't like the past era. It's bad in different ways and it's good in different ways. It's a very different era. But I feel like when he was announced to come back, how did you two feel? I felt very surprised, but I was looking forward to the future.
I don't remember how I felt. That was ages ago. I think I felt like excited with an asterisk because it was like sort of what you want is for things to move forward, and it didn't feel like things were moving forward. So I was like, clearly this is going to be an improvement. Is it like the greatest thing in the world that we have to bring Russell T Davies back after he's been gone for like 10 years because the show is in such dire straits? Also, no, especially as like not being the hugest fan of Russell T Davies' first era, I was like, oh, well, it's going to be competently made at least, but I'm not like jumping for joy.
My feelings when they announced RTD, I felt the perversity of it was interesting to me. I think clearly, basically anyone could see this was not actually a normal or healthy or like a traditional or thing for a TV show to do. It was a very strange thing to have happen. But that in itself kind of fascinated me. And I thought also, I think with the kind of existential crisis of, I guess, well, certainly it felt a bit like an existential crisis with Shibhu. It felt like the moment where things actually got bad enough in all kinds of ways that some sort of radical reset was needed, or just something out of left field, some strange intervention it felt like the right moment for a bizarre twist of fate like that. And yeah, so I was interested, I was excited, and obviously with what RTD had been doing since he left Who, there was a chance for things to, for that writing style to have morphed in some way, or just for, I think there is something interesting about a creative going back to the well, like something they did ages ago. I mean, it can be very bad when they just kind of milk it forever and ever and ever and ever, but sometimes you get interesting revisitations of stuff. I mean, not everybody is David Lynch, but it can still be quite interesting. But sometimes it doesn't work out that way.
I feel two thoughts. One is that from 2021 and onwards, so much of the excitement was Shooty's casting, and then the leaks about David Tennant, then the actual reveal about David Tennant. So much was going on. It was, I got swept up in it. It was easy to get swept up in it. It was very exciting. New 15th Doctor actor, and all the the debates about who was actually 14. All that stuff was fun. The whole the series of immense leaks from the end of Chibnall's era to the start of Russell's were really intoxicating for like the hyper engaged like nerds like we were over it, and that filled up a lot of the oxygen. And then the 60th itself was a whole huge deal, and some of us and our friends can debate on how novel the 60th was. I thought it was pretty novel, but that was a whole big deal. But it's like now we're in the normal mode of now we're having seasons come after seasons, and I think there's a come down effect to that. If the season was really solid, I don't think I would have felt this, but it's not even that I think the season was disappointing. It's also that kind of, we're back to normal. Like the party's over. The 60th happened. He's actually back. He's not coming back. He is back now. And now the show's just returned to running. I think there's a come down effect to that. But also, some of our friends were a lot more cautionary in 2021 and 2022 over this stuff, where I know I said a lot that, and I think, I'm not disavowing this, but I think Russell evolved as a writer in interesting ways since he left Doctor Who. I don't mean Miracle Day. I mean other stuff he wrote since Cucumber, It's a Sin. I think the same way, Moffat has changed as a writer throughout his career. And you can poke holes in that. Like Press Gang is in many ways doing more stuff that later Moffat stuff didn't. And you can draw similar lines of Russell. But I felt the excitement to me of Russell coming back, like kind of you're saying Gig with Lynch, was that the idea to me wasn't that 2006 Russell was coming back. It was that 2020s Russell was coming on. And so Russell the Man is coming back, but we've got a different sort of Russell coming on. And for bits of season one this year, I felt that. But bits, especially the finale, I felt like this isn't as bad as Russell's first year. This is worse. So Yeah, that was a struggle. Those are my two thoughts.
Like, we talk about RTD and his writing and how his writing has changed, but something else, important to not forget is that the context in which the show is produced underwent quite a radical change. We've left BBC Studios now for we've left the BBC altogether in terms of production. We've moved over to Bad Wolf, and we've got this new operation. We've got Disney involved. We've got all this money and all this special effects flying around. I mean, we've got Julie Gardner and Jane Tranter coming back from RTD's first era, but there's just in this whole new realm. And part of it kind of feels maybe like there's teething problems, or just in terms of getting the whole thing put together. Like, there are weird moments. I mean, like that anecdote from the Ruby Road episode where they have that whole action sequence with the Goblin King that just had to get cut, even though they already designed the set for it. And also, just to continue that, it feels like the finale wasn't quite where RTD necessarily wanted it to be. Like, he complains on the commentary about the teleport laser that the TARDIS can suddenly fire. He kind of shifts blame on that, how he can just teleport the Doctor and Ruby to where Sutek is, even though it doesn't seem to come from anywhere. So it just feels like maybe it's not just a case of how RTD has developed or regressed, but also how this new environment of producing the show has kind of created maybe sources of chaos that maybe weren't quite there in well, certainly not in the same way in the previous era or the one before that. I also think because you talked about how the come down effect, and I think part of that is that both the 60th and I think Ruby Road a little bit, they kind of both promised a bit more newness than we ended up getting, didn't they? I mean, certainly the 60th. I mean, we had that whole thing with the bi-generation and kind of the implications. I mean, we discussed at great length, what is this whole thing in the giggle suggesting about the future of the show? Is it going to feel different? And with Ruby Road, certainly there's suggestions about what this new Doctor is like, how he's different from his past incarnations. And then throughout the course of season 1, that kind of manifests in ways that sometimes are a bit superficial and sometimes don't necessarily penetrate all the way down. The 15th Doctor, he clearly talks differently. He expresses his emotions very differently. But then when it comes down to the wire and you get moments where we're actually digging into his characterization, at least when RTD is writing, it feels like he's regurgitating some of the same generic beats that you could almost put in David Tennant's mouth. In terms of the whole brooding, emotionally repressed, blah, 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 blah. And that's so much less interesting than what we get in, say, Rogue, where, he's this really passionate kind of flirtatious romance and with Rogue, the titular character. Or even in, I was about to bring up Boom, but actually that's not quite the same, because in Boom, Moffat is kind of writing a Doctor who feels more recognisably Capaldi-like in that sense. So, I mean, that's a Doctor and that's a character, but still, it just feels like it's not quite as new feeling as we would have hoped for. Especially when some of the character conflicts involve stuff like, oh, I bring death to the universe, death follows me everywhere I go, and this is stuff that is, as we have discussed, rehashed from earlier in New Who, but made even shallower.
Yeah, it feels like to me, Russell was able to really interestingly and successfully set up a new vision of the show, through the 4 specials, like you say, Church included. But then it's like he was the one to try and do it, and he didn't really do it. 73 Yards, we praised at length for some of the new stuff it did, but that's 1 out of 9 episodes in the year. In every RTD1 series, I feel like we got more than one, ooh, this is doing something interesting episode. I
mean, I would say 73 Yards is obviously the big example, but that's also kind of a conscious format-breaking thing where the Doctor isn't even in it. It's the Doctor Light episode of the season. It's the odd one out. And obviously that's not new, as you say. I mean, we had episodes like Blink back in the day, in terms of taking the Doctor out of the story, for changing the format a bit for an episode. I would say one example from season 1 that is also communicating difference in some ways would be Devil's Chord. I know I complained about that not being a proper musical earlier, but in terms of stylistic traits, that episode does feel, although I don't feel it entirely comes off, it doesn't feel that coherent, it does kind of embody this sort of looser approach to, I guess, reality, logic, physics, and stuff like that. A slightly more stretched sense of reality, a more free-form approach to how we communicate things and ideas. Yeah, and that could potentially be really exciting if you kind of run with that and do more just... you can feel them playing around in that episode with imagery. And then the director has a wild time with that episode. It's really visually fun. There's great sound design. Just the willingness to kind of warp reality in that episode is that feels a bit new. New Who wasn't quite working like that before. So that's something they could push further But I'd say that and 73 Yards are kind of the only really like big ones. Like, I would say. Kind of everywhere else, the new stuff is more in terms of how like kind of thin on the ground it can feel. Like Space Babies kind of having the most skeletal kind of story to it, or even like Dot and Bubble, which has really great ideas in there. Also, kind of feels as a script like it's kind of sort of bare bones. Like we just have like a 5-minute Zoom call, taking up like half the episode. Or then of course you have the finale where there's basically no story to speak of.
Missy, where do you like? If you were I don't want to do like a whole everyone let's rank everything, but where do you feel like this season sits for you among the series 1 to series 10?
Okay.
Like, do you enjoy this more than the 10 its years, or like how do you feel about it?
It's in the lower half of my, not lower half, like lower third of where I would rank those. It's right at the bottom, along with I guess I would probably rather return to this than series 2. But like, there are like individual, obviously I'd rather watch Boom or 73 Yards than like a lot of other stuff, but as a whole, it's just a weird feeling of like you guys have talked about, it's like an unconfident new approach where there's sort of new things that are happening and new old things that are like, there isn't really a clear through line. And so it's like, I don't know how interested I am in, because it's not even like, even if it was rehashing old things that I did like, I'd still be bored because I'd be like, this is old and you're rehashing it. But like the fact that it's like rehashing bits that I wasn't too big on, I'm like, oh, this is really awkward. And so it's not very high for me, unfortunately.
I find lots of aspects of Series 2 annoying and bits of Series 5 and 6 and 7 annoying, but all 4 of those series also feel like they're a zone unto themselves, and like there's proper arcs running through them. There's a proper little world. Like Series 2 is its own little world. It's not just the Rose and 10 arc. There's different things that are progressing in it. They all feel like little worlds to me. Whereas this 2024 Season 1 feels so much less of a world. I don't know if that makes sense to you guys. Does it make any sense?
I mean, it doesn't help that it's so short. It's so thin on the ground.
It just feels more of the unconfidence. Like those felt like worlds because the people in charge were confident and had like a specific, definite thing they were going for. Like RTD was doing something very specific with Series 2 with Rose and 10 and Torchwood and everything in that whole world. And so was Moffat with Series 5 and then, slightly less, but still in Series 6 and 7. And so, it is really just that feeling of like, it doesn't feel like RTD really, maybe, the kind of things that some people are saying where they're like, oh, he always intended this as a 2-season thing, and season 2 of Disney Who will make this all very, very good and well and perfect, and we're only at the halfway point, and it's too early to judge. But as it stands, there's the feeling of the just wishy-washiness of it all really just makes everything difficult to watch.
Series 2 is a good point in comparison, because I mean that's my least favourite RTD1 season, one of my least favourite seasons overall, and all the stuff about 10 and Rose, that's they annoy me, in lots of ways. Kind of the self-indulgence, kind of verging on self-parody kind of approach to the characters at that point. But that season, even if you don't particularly rate, say, the Cybermen 2-parter from the middle of the season, that whole mini arc, like still what's happening there as they go to the parallel universe where Rose's dad is still alive, and you have Mickey Mickey deciding to actually go live in that universe because he has his family, a different family over there, and kind of his family at home is gone. And the way that all ends up coming back in the finale, that is engaging with the stuff around Rose's world, the characters around Rose, who were introduced in Series 1, in a way that is substantial. There's a substantial story there. It feels like there is still more going on, even if those episodes kind of don't necessarily come off very well, like in their own right on the whole. And of course, across that season, you still have stuff like, Impossible Planet and Satan Pit or Girl in the Fireplace, if that sort of speed. And then, you've got episodes like Love and Monsters, which, again, very polarizing, really weird bits to it, but that's still quite a big swing. And it doesn't, as much as that episode kind of has like weird elements to it, it doesn't feel half-formed, Love and Monsters. Like, it's got weird choices in it, but it doesn't feel like a first draft. That does feel like it's, like it or not, that is a completed vision. I mean, Fear Her maybe less so. So even with that kind of at the low end of my like season rankings, it still feels like I find it hard to put it below something like Disney season 1, which is doing so much less. You know, it's really awkward to say, but that's kind of how it feels.
What we're talking about now brings us neatly into the second thing I want to talk about, if you're happy to move into getting more granular with the episodes.
Yeah, sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So we're talking about the worlds and the actual, how much story, whatever we really mean by that, is in other seasons. After Empire, I rewatched the whole season with Church, and I kind of did a little table where I had what the kind of main focuses and the arc stuff in each ep was, what was going on for Ruby as a character, what was going on for 15 as a character, and what sort of character conflict there was in the episodes, chiefly between our two leads. So I just want to kind of run through that with you guys and have you critique or agree or disagree and share your thoughts on that. Because like looking over this, I think it kind of solves for me why the season feels less than even like, I don't really like season 2. I have a weird relationship to Matt's seasons. There's a lot of, I kind of like the individual episodes and I don't like, there's reasons why there are seasons I don't love, but this Disney season still feels like not the same thing as them to me. So Church, which we all discussed, the three of us did the podcast on back in the day, and we were pretty positive to it. So the main stuff in Church to me, the mystery of Ruby's mother, and, you know, we had little mini mysteries sliding off that, like 15 not looking at who Ruby's mother was, and, you know, that would link into the finale eventually. And we had the mystery of Mrs. Flood recognizing the TARDIS and whatever that is. So mainly mystery of Ruby's mum and setting up the Mrs. Flood thing. And then apart from that, it was mostly just a character episode for Ruby and 15, and also playing along with Russell's new "we're doing supernatural stuff now" thing. So that's pretty much what the episode was, right? It was mostly introducing Ruby.
Yeah, I would say so. And obviously through the goblins kind of introducing the idea that things are, reality is looser now. You know, there's more freedom, I suppose, for magic and, you know, fairies and things to occur in this universe. But yeah, it is mostly about, I guess, Ruby as like a foundling, and I guess kind of that those themes, those ideas with Carla having all those foster kids and kind of paralleling them with the Doctor a little bit and his relationship to his family.
For Ruby, we have the mystery of the mother is dealt with. That's very in-text thing, or the Davina McCall stuff. The episode centers around that in a big way. So we get I don't know who my biological mother is, and I would like to know. And the other big Ruby thing, besides like the requisite I'm a companion and I can be active and stuff, seems to be my life is all right, but I'm waiting to begin sort of thing that she outlines right at the start of the episode. And then she, you know, she's brave on the ladder and everything. She's brave with 15. She goes to a task at the end and her life begins. So mother mystery, and I'm young and I'm waiting for my life. Oh, my life's here with the Doctor. Yay. That seemed to me to be the Ruby stuff. I'm not being dismissive. Like, that's a good companion setup. What do you guys think?
You know, now you putting it like that, kind of looking at it, I'm looking at your little table right now because you helpfully linked it. I think you know, with Ruby's thing being I'm waiting for my life to begin, and that kind of being more or less it, looking at it now, as though, although that is like a pretty solid, like basic companion premise, it also feels like, well, that's every companion almost, isn't it? Well, not say everyone, but like certainly that's Rose all over again. You could probably say similar things about, well, maybe not Clara. I feel like Clara wouldn't wait for her life to begin. Clara is just like taking control. But also, I just notice now that in terms of how much is actually going on in Ruby's life that we get any insight into, like before, you know, she picks up with the Doctor. Because I just feel like maybe I'm being unfair here, because I feel like maybe Rose didn't have that much either. She has Jackie, she has her father, and I guess then there's Mickey as well. Maybe that's it. Maybe it's because no, I'm not complaining that Ruby doesn't have a boyfriend, but I feel like in terms of Ruby's like home world, for things in that world to, I guess, play off like her Doctor life and her interactions with that, it feels like there's like not that much. Like she's got Carla and she's got the mystery of her mum, and then that's kind of all there is. Do you see what I'm getting at? It just feels like there's not that much room for Ruby stuff to even come in, like in the beginning, because you've got this mystery thing, and then you've got kind of an already settled world with Ruby. It just feels like there's not that much stuff to kind of ping or fireworks.
Yeah, I totally get what you mean, because it feels just light. It's just that there's not much going on, so that when the Doctor becomes part of her world, and it's especially in the first RTD era, it felt very much like two different worlds crashing into each other, you know, the real domestic world and the Doctor world. But because there is Ruby stuff, there's just not much depth to any of it, so that the Doctor crashing into Ruby's world doesn't seem to have much of an effect, and jumping ahead a bit, it continues to not have much of effect across the rest of the series. So it's not really Church's fault, but it is, yeah.
You can argue some of the Moffat companions and other good companions are kind of similar.
Yeah.
Which I think is Series 7B, I think you can argue the companion doesn't seem super interesting yet, and also there's not that much going on yet. I think 7B is probably the most similar season to this Disney season. But in every other series where the companion doesn't have that much of like a home world, like Series 10, or maybe even 5 and 6 in a way, there's more of a story in the actual season itself. Like 5 and 6 have arc stuff coming out the wazoo. Series 10 also has a lot of big stories, which I don't feel like Disney season really has as much. Like, it's okay for Ruby not to have a huge homeworld, but there's also not that much else going on in the season.
Yeah, Moffat liked to do more of like less of a domestic homeworld to crash into and just like companion interiority to crash into, like Amy and her like life and her personality, and
Rory's the homeworld in a way, I guess. Yeah.
Clara and her personality, and yeah. And so that's how Moffat differed from the first RTD era. So the second RTD era is not really doing either. It's kind of being a bit more like a certain other era.
The other character in here, 15, I think he has a decent amount going on here, because I think RTD's still high on his I want to do a foundling type paralleling story. So he's got the thing where he's like, I don't know if envious is the right word, but he's, Ruby, you've got a big family, I've got no one. Then he has that great moment where he looks at little Lulubelle baby and he identifies with her, and he talks to the Sunday family about, I was abandoned, I found out recently. So he has all that stuff going on, which is coming out of the era Missy was alluding to. And that's kind of interesting new characterization stuff for the Doctor going on. And then he also has the thing which circles neatly into the finale of maybe I'm the bad luck when he's talking to Mrs. Flood. So I guess that's the implication of I bring death and darkness and I'm awful and all that Toby Woodhouse type stuff. So 15's kind of got two things going on as well. And I thought, I hate the I'm the bad luck one just because I've been very tired of that sort of Doctor story. But I like the foundling thing. I thought that was a neat new phase for the character.
What I will say is that at the risk of us feeling too Docky Who-brained, like ignoring all previous eras, just whether or not this works as like its own like standalone story, this isn't a bad opening. Like,
no,
there's stuff here to build on, and like, so like I don't think it's like anything to worry about. Yeah, this is fine. It really is like the fact that the things that are set up here are not followed up on, or not followed up on meaningfully enough, retroactively make this bad. But this is fine as an opening.
I think it's better than the Christmas Invasion. I think it's probably around as good, maybe a bit better or worse than Deep Breath. Like, it's perfectly good opening, Church. Yeah.
I will not have a deep breath profaned in my presence. Just a rule clear. Okay, I'm a deep breath supporter.
I'm also a deep breath supporter.
And I was one before it became cool. Okay, I know it's cool now because of recent events, but I've always loved deep breath.
You watched it before everyone else. You watched the old work print.
Actually, I didn't. I actually didn't watch the work prints versions of episodes before they aired. I was like, you know what, I'm gonna be a good boy. I just mostly avoided.
You didn't even read the scripts? I
didn't read the script either. Like, I got kind of intimations of some of the details, like listen and stuff. But no, I was like, I want to watch these properly when they're finished, in full color with full music and everything like that. I was a good boy.
Did you do the thing where you downloaded them all but waited? Because that's what I did.
Probably, that is probably what I did. Yeah, I don't really remember that well.
My fourth column in my table here, what I care about most is character conflict, because I think that's the juice of the stories.
I assumed this was going to be empty.
I think this is what makes, the story sing in general, is that the characters have either has conflict in themselves or they have conflict with other characters. And RTD's really good at it. He's excellent at this, and most of everything he's written. So this is the thing I would count on him more than anything else to nail. Even Series 2, which we're bemoaning, it has tons of that. It is Rose at conflict with who am I becoming in relation to my family? And then, doubts with what she's doing with 10. 10 obviously has it with himself. Am I getting too humany-woomany? They have it with each other. They have it with, they externalize their issues out onto other characters. I don't really like Series 2, but they're two perfectly solid characters, and they have solid conflicts with themselves and with others.
And then before we start talking about this, I think a good point of comparison would be Rose, the first episode of Series 1, right? Because we're doing like Church on Ruby Road. This is the first story. So there's conflict in that story in Rose as well. Like, in terms of just like Rose kind of being conflicted over like following the Doctor around, kind of the Doctor kind of being maybe slightly reluctant but slightly resistant, but also kind of them sort of coming together. The Doctor kind of seems to push Rose away at some points. And then ultimately Rose has to kind of find the courage in herself to like do this crazy heroic swing. And she's kind of externalizing all kind of her issues about kind of feeling inferior, not having any achievements. But at least, she has that moment where, well, at least I was a great gymnast, right? And that kind of motivates her to save the day at the climax of the episode. So, and of course you have the ending where she like runs away from Mickey. There's all of that. So there's a huge amount going on in Rose's first episode, just as a point of comparison with RTD2.
This is also a little side note. I think why Woman Who Fell to Earth is quite bad in lots of ways is for this very reason. It lacks it has tons more of it than a lot of the rest of Series 11 in that era, but it really lacks, like, characters kind of start and then they stay. I mean, the three of us talked for a very long time about that with Yaz and how she starts and then she kind of gets static. But I think that's a big issue with that era is the lack of character conflict or the kind of the character stasis that goes on. I'm not really slamming Church for this. So the character conflict in Church, we've talked a bit about what's going on with Ruby in 15, 15 conflict of am I the bad luck? And then the foundling thing's not really presented as conflict yet, but it's a thing staring at him. Ruby's ready for life to begin, and then it begins with each other. They argue a bit about the Goblin song. 15's kind of entranced by it, and Ruby says, no, it's bad. And then Ruby's a bit annoyed at 15 when they get a bit annoyed when they're fixing up the house and the baby gets left alone for a second as they're trying to magic-proof the house. That's all the conflict they really have with each other that I could see. But it's their first episode, they're getting on.
Yeah, to be fair, I think that was a complaint that kind of cropped up even back when it aired and just kind of early on in the season, that they just become friends so easily, and there's no real process of them getting to like become friends. It's like the moment they meet each other, they're just like practically like in love with each other, just in terms of as friends, I guess maybe. So it just feels like there's not much of that process of kind of getting to know each other necessarily. It's just like an instantly solved and satisfied and completely conflict-free bond established.
Which I think is fine, but it doesn't always make for good storytelling. And I think it would be fine if maybe it was sort of built upon in future episodes. Like, I mean, it's fine if they're like getting along at first, but like the third episode of Series 1, there's a whole big question of like ethics and values between Rose and the Ninth Doctor, and that, they just, conflict is the heart of good drama, and not having any conflict is really, really weak.
This is also why often you have a third character. Like Mickey in Series 2 helps break up the Rose 10 like love fest and introduce conflict into that. Rory helps, and River helps sometimes in like the Matt era. There's other cases of it. Sometimes it helps to jam like a third TARDIS figure in there. You don't have to do it, but it can help when they're two like bestie the leads. But we don't really get that at all in here. And we have 2 episodes where the 2 leads aren't really in them either, which is also an issue. Yeah. Anyway, Space Babies, writing this one out, it kind of made more sense to me why I really hate this episode in lots of ways, but it still feels better to me than most of the rest of the season. And this kind of solved it for me. I know, Gig, you've kind of explained it to me as well, but writing this out, it kind of made sense to me. Space Babies has a lot in it, where like in the middle of the season, I was struggling to write what was even kind of happening in these episodes, but there's actually a lot going on in Space Babies. So the focuses of the episode, it's continuing the Church parallel stuff of babies, Ruby and 15 as foundlings. They're kind of identifying with other abandoned babies left behind by adults. And 15 has like the speech about we're all unique and that's great, kind of affirming, yes, it sucks we're left behind and we all feel like abandoned babies, but we're all special and that's awesome. So all that stuff continues on, so that's feeling nice and smooth as a season. That feels very RTD1 to have the very coherent thematically season stuff like that. We get the memory changing of Ruby's mum and pointing at 15, so that's mystery arc stuff continuing on. And we have the snow arc start of all the snow, the snow appears when we discuss my weird Christmas 2004 stuff. So, but then it's mostly a character rep again, just setting up Ruby and 15 more and kind of going through those old end of the world beats of phones and, what it means to travel. So continuing the baby themes, snow stuff, memory changing, and yeah, kind of the season goes from there. Am I missing any big points besides character stuff?
Not really. I would say the snow kind of moment in this episode is kind of, it does feel like an escalation because it's the first time that the snow scene kind of bleeds through into the present day. And that, I remember when seeing that the first time, I was like, holy shit, this arc is going to be so awesome. I can't wait to see where it's going. Just because of how well that was executed. So, it does feel like a step forward. I mean, there aren't really, it's not really repeated as the season goes forward, that sense of progression. But certainly it feels like it's going on here.
For Ruby, she enjoys traveling, so conflict-free stuff, but, it's nice. She likes the space travel and everything, and she's happy that in the future, Earth made it, and the Earth's continuing on. So it's kind of a flip of End of the World in that way. And she wonders how the Doctor, carries on happily enough when his planet and everything's dead. So, not very End of the World beats, but she's happy to be traveling, and she's all sweet with the companion gig.
I think with Ruby in this episode, it's not necessarily any different or significantly evolved from the previous episode, but there are moments when she's worried that one of the captain not the captain baby, Eric or whatever his name is, gone off and is in danger, and she feels like it's her fault. She kind of freaks out and she legs it out there to kind of go save him. She's kind of proactive in that way. And she's tasked by the Doctor at the end of the episode with going to stop Jocelyn from evacuating the airlock. So she kind of has to be, I guess, in control a bit there, just to sort of lead. So that's kind of again, not a big shift or anything, but it's more demonstrating what she's like, I guess.
To me, it doesn't feel like there's much going. Not obviously there's lots going on, as this wonderful table suggests, but it's mainly just sort of reaffirming or building on the things that were in Church on Ruby Road, rather than introducing much new meaningful stuff apart. You know what I mean? And so at that time, it felt sort of, and I've seen this said a lot. It feels like they're splitting the role of the opening episode, and there's some repeated beats, and there's some they've just sort of split the workload between both of them, which isn't inherently bad. I guess it's kind of bad if you've only got 8 episodes or 9 episodes.
I think an issue that starts to come through with these 2 episodes being the opening is that in terms of Ruby and 15, which is kind of what we're looking at here, and this episode, Space Babies, the way it's constructed and the themes of it, it's ultimately more about the Doctor than Ruby, I would say, because the climax of it is him kind of identifying with the monster, and those themes in his own past, and him kind of putting himself in harm's way to save the monster. That's kind of the big climax of that episode. Ruby is not so much central to it in terms of the themes. And the issue with that, I feel like that would be fine if the previous episode was the equivalent for Ruby. But in Ruby Road, as we noted back then, Ruby kind of disappears. The third act of that episode, Ruby ceases to exist, and the climax of that is once more about the Doctor kind of identifying and his feelings, and him going back in time to restore Ruby's existence. So we've got 2 episodes in a row now where Ruby ultimately kind of fades in importance. We're not getting the level of focus on Ruby's interiority and themes to do with Ruby's progression as a character, that say we'd have had by 1 episode with Bill, or 1 episode with Rose, or anything like that. So again, Ruby's already on the back foot here, 2 episodes in.
15 has more stuff going on in the episode. He's identifying with a monster, which is a nice beat. Last of my species kind of thing. And there's lots of the Gallifrey is gone, man. It was a genocide. I'm the last of the Time Lords. I'm happy to be alive. No job, just fun. I like seeing things through the companion's eyes. It's all very, foundational Doctor Who stuff. It's all very, very Eccleston, Gallifrey stuff again, which felt weird to me because this is where the giggle felt like this big joyous, now we're going to do Doctor Who differently thing, because we've kind of divested everything we were kind of churning through with Series 1 to Series 10 in a way with the character into David Tennant, and now we're going to have a new sort of Doctor, which, like you said, Gig, does kind of happen in Rogue and elsewhere in Season 1, but this character stuff works with, I'm the last of the works fine, because we've seen it work before, but this wasn't what I wanted. Even though he's I'm happy to be alive, no job, just fun. I don't like that being born out of, and there's so much darkness, but from the darkness that brings joy. I thought we were just going to get a joy one now, so it worked, but I didn't really like that 15 stuff.
He does treat it very flippantly and dismissively here when he talks about it, that stuff. So, and that's kind of this distinction with Eccleston, where it was kind of the dark secret, the incredibly painful thing to even talk about. And then later on in RTD1, the gravitas of Tennant finally talking to Martha about Gallifrey and the big theme plays and all of that. It was elevated to huge levels back then, whereas here it's kind of tossed off. And that raises the question of why are you even bothering, actually? If it's not that, if that's kind of the dismissiveness with which you can treat it, well, why actually spend time on it at all if it's not really that important? You know, you're just kind of frittering up, you know, you're cluttering it with the old approach again. It's not that interesting.
What got it for me, especially, was I know that it's for the Disney audience, and like RTD is writing this for like all these new people who aren't watching, but it really, like, after the giggle, it really got me how much like there was all this exposition and setting stuff up and establishing the new status quo, but it was basically just the old status quo again.
With character conflict, there's like the Rubathon lizard dinosaur thing, stuff about her name, don't call me Rubes, 15 making it worse, messing with the spaceship and stuff. Ruby hates the disgusting, I don't even want to talk about it, you know, stuff to do with the ship.
There's very little, is what you're saying. Like, none of these things actually seem to qualify as meaningful conflict between these two characters.
The only one that's kind of more real is when 15's like, Ruby, we can't go back to Ruby Road at the end, and she's kind of like, okay, let's just visit Mum in the present day then. But that's kind of more of a real beat, because we never really get a Father's Day like series one thing of, well, what if I did go back? But that's
Yeah, I would say that beat, because it's a moment where the Doctor's saying something that might hurt Ruby. You know, he's disappointed. He's something that's going to disappoint her, because, you know, he knows she wants to go and find out, and she kind of swallows the hurt, and she's like, "Well, you know, when I say visit my mum, I mean my present day mum." And she kind of puts on a brave face there. You know, I think that's an okay like moment of like character and sort of acting and stuff. So I don't think that's terrible. But like that again, that's kind of the only one that those two like really get in terms of digging into the drama, like the painful things, like the sore kind of vulnerable little feelings that they have inside them. Whereas for most of the episode, they're kind of, you know, they're laughing around, or they're joking around, or they're kind of squeeing or being friends or whatever. This is kind of a real moment between those two. Whereas, like, stuff earlier on, like when she gets those regurgitated end of the world beats, like the Doctor opens the big viewing window and she sees, oh my god, wow, humanity made it. Yeah, it feels kind of sort of half-hearted. I don't know. There's just something doesn't feel enormously profound about it. It just felt a bit like a sort of a less interesting kind of a rehash.
Yeah, I would like to say, and I don't know if I stand by this, I just want to say it, on the subject of how at the end there's a sort of beat that's also kind of not, it doesn't lead to much in the way of character conflict so far, where the Doctor tells Ruby they can't go to Ruby Road and Ruby brushes it off, and Neo said that we don't really get a Father's Day moment. It just reminded me of, do you guys remember when Russell T Davies wrote Midnight, and then he was like, what if I wrote the opposite and wrote Planet of the Dead? Oh,
so you're saying that's what he's done here, so he's written the opposite of Father's Day in Series 1.
I just, maybe doing the opposite of what you did last time isn't good, necessarily.
Well, the Devil's Chord, like we've talked about, I don't love it, but it doesn't really feel like it does feel like The Unquite Dead and Pyramids of Mars in bits, but overall it feels like a new sort of thing for the show. So the new focuses there are the Pantheon villains, Maestro, and then the Ark stuff, we keep getting the Snow and Secret Ruby Song. Mystery of the Oldest One was there the night of Ruby's birth, One Who Waits, so we're still setting up all the Sutek stuff, but mostly we can do supernatural stuff now. But the episode, it's shaped a lot like the last episode, where it's mostly just Ruby and 15 are getting on. For Ruby's character stuff, she likes the 60s, and she doesn't like the future being like sad and bad in like the Pyramids of Mars-esque, ooh, what if everything was ruined? So it's kind of the opposite of last episode. She likes traveling to the future, and she's like, yay, the Earth is fine. And this one, she likes traveling to the past, and she's like, no, the Earth is bad and future. So
yeah, so while it's not much of an event for her character, we also get her playing that song that she wrote for her friend, right? Which is kind of that long musical sequence. So it's focusing on Ruby, but again, like it's in terms of this like this table that we're going through, this progression. It's not like a moment where Ruby like changes particularly, or like our understanding of her like hugely shifts, because we knew she was a musician. It's just a moment where, I mean, it feels like the shape of the show is slightly changing, because we wouldn't normally get like a companion just like playing a song in the middle of an episode. It's a really nice scene, but again, it doesn't actually move, I guess, the story of Ruby and 15 forward or in any particular direction. And also in that kind of ruined future Pyramids of Mars ripoff style scene, again, it does kind of feel like Ruby is a bit of the like a passenger role there. Like she has that moment, she has the kind of companion being silly moment. Well, surely the future will be fine, even if we don't save the day. And then the Doctor just gets to show her, no, it's bad, it's sad, and so she can cry a bit. But she's kind of standing there. It doesn't lead to much between them, because kind of Maestro appears and takes control of the story again, when they're halfway through that. So it doesn't lead to them having much of a sort of face-off again over anything in particular. So it's passive for Ruby, basically.
15 is more of the Time Lords are dead, I'm alone. Well, kind of contrary to that, he says, I live there with my granddaughter Susan. So Susan getting brought back up again is a thing this season it kind of does. So Susan exists back in the day, but all my peeps are dead now. And then we get a kind of newish beat for 15. And I think this is the moment where the crying 15 thing started to kind of come together for people, where he talks about the bi-generation hurt and he's really scared by like these gods like Maestro. And so he kind of has there's not really a breakdown, but he gets pretty upset. So that was kind of new. Bi-generation hurt me. I couldn't go through that again. And these god things are really scary. Toymaker was scary. So it's kind of fragile 15. So that's interesting.
Yeah, kind of another example of something that I think wasn't necessarily maintained later on in the season. Because earlier on in the season, they're kind of putting on distractions to the idea that the Toymaker and Maestro, the Doctor is out of his depth with these things. This is actually way bigger than anything the Doctor is prepared to handle. This is, really scary. This is a new kind of zone that we're in for Doctor Who. But then when we get God stuff later on in the season, it feels like it plays out a bit differently. I don't know. It just doesn't quite feel... Yeah, it just kind of plays out a bit like a normal sort of end of the world, save the world kind of thing. I just feel like we lose that progression overall. I just feel like we're not quite... It doesn't quite live up to the promise, is what I feel like. Maybe I'm being unfair.
I don't think you're being unfair.
For character conflicts, I couldn't find any.
Well, no, yeah. I was just going to say that what we're getting so far is it feels there's much more work being put into establishing and exploring the character of the Doctor so far than there is Ruby.
Yeah.
And we're quite a way into the season now, relatively speaking. That's not great.
15 being scared, I don't think is quite conflict either. Like, it's an interesting character note, but it's not like, I have to be brave, but oh my God, I'm so scared. It's not really played like that, really.
Oh, I don't think it's a conflict either. I just mean that it's a beat of characterization, which is more than Ruby is being given.
100%. And that's all I really have for Chord. Boom! It continues the snow thing. It's my favorite little snow beat, actually, because the next of kin thing it's like a nice little wrinkle into it. And then it's mostly got its own kind of thematic concerns. It's the faith stuff. There are no Custarians. It's kind of piercing through like these narratives people invest into. There's almost you could probably do some interesting comparison with Boom in the finale. I don't want to, but you probably could. It's like, oh, you're investing your significance into these things that aren't real, and I don't know. There's something there. But yeah, so Boom's kind of it does the little requisite arc thing, but it's mostly about its own stuff. Ruby's, we're still really stretching out these first beats. First alien planet. It reminds me of Series 11 and the way I felt Chibnall was weirdly like, instead of doing everything in the first episode, why don't they get the TARDIS in this one, and then we slowly, like, we're moving out, and then we teach them what this is. I felt like he kind of shifted that into multiple episodes, which I just found a bit odd.
It was like episode 4 by the time the companions actually joined the team. Like, officially decided to stay on the TARDIS. It took ages.
And it's bad because it feels like, oh, now there's not enough time for conflict, but that ends up not being the problem.
So Ruby likes the first alien planet. Well, she goes on it, and she nearly dies.
She doesn't even get to comment on that, by the way.
Yeah, she's rushed at the end. She nearly dies defending 15. I think that's an interesting character thing. I think you can argue, I don't really want to, because I think it's wallowing in negativity a bit. I think you can argue this Ruby feels like a very different character in some ways, and you can go places with that. But she's very brave in this one, and combat, and she's, she nearly dies defending the Doc. And so that's pretty big. Like, we've got that she loves travel so far, and we get that she's brave in Church of Climbing the Ladder, but this is like a big, brave companion in this episode. She does a lot to protect 15 and help 15. And there's a very steely Ruby in this one. So that's kind of neat.
Yeah, it feels like an example that I feel like Ruby, this episode should have left more of a mark on Ruby than it ended up doing in later episodes. If you see what I mean? Not just like how... mainly, I mean, for the fact that obviously she basically died there, like almost virtually died, was dead, she got shot. But also, for all the other reasons you just described.
15 has some stuff going on. He has his fedora stuff with hating religion, which was fun. I felt very seen, represented. Oh, well, I meant more, this felt like other Doctors to me, but it's hard. It's like, I love Ruby and 15 in this episode. They also feel slightly like other characters to me. So it feels like backhanded praise how much I love them in this episode in some ways. But he's got his fedora stuff. President's wife, mysterious Doctor stuff. Let's not explain it. And it's just interesting illusions, which is cool. And the dad-to-dad stuff, that's almost a bit on the Susanish stuff that Chord did, like a bit more about, he's had a family at some point and he's connecting with other parents. So that was some interesting 15 stuff there.
Yeah, I would say with the dad stuff, I mean, this is the first time that we're looking at the idea of the 15th Doctor as a parent rather than as an abandoned child, right? So putting him on the other end of that relationship. And I would say that comes back a little bit in the finale because as we talked about, the whole thing of foundling, like leaving a child behind thing, that gets turned around on him with Susan, right? Because ultimately he feels like implicated for leaving Susan behind. And that's kind of how the whole foundling thing gets reversed a bit in the end. So I guess maybe this putting focus on the Doctor as having been a dad, like a parent before, and by extension a grandparent, is maybe prefiguring that slightly.
I just wanted to say, back on the subject of Ruby, I think that this is another example of, for better or worse, the fact that Russell T Davies just lets Moffat do whatever he wants.
Yeah.
And that results in Ruby not really sounding like Ruby does in the rest of the season. It's exactly the same with Girl in the Fireplace. That, like, Rose in Girl in the Fireplace is nothing like Rose in the rest of this series, like, barely. And, like, he sort of, like, through virtue of also being a good writer and knowing what RTD is doing, like, generally bumps into, like, similar themes and ideas, but, like, really just goes off on his own. And there's only, like, the barest connections, which is why, like, even though it's strange, like, I'm not surprised at all that, like, the good Ruby in this episode and the good 15 in this episode don't really map onto the rest of the season as much as I wish they did.
You know what I would actually like? This almost feels stupid because I'll just say it. I would like a season where, like, pretty much every episode was like boom, and that the characters felt slightly different because, like, the writers were all different and had, like, different interpretations of them. I'd like a whole season where, like, eps 1 and 8 were RTD, and then all the rest we had these, they feel slightly off each episode because it's a slightly different writer. Do you know what I mean?
Allow me to change that idea slightly. I don't approve of having episode 8 be RTD. Yeah, it can be someone else too.
Fair enough.
Okay, we don't want the RTD finale. Everything else about that idea, I love.
Let RTD give every other writer as much leeway as he gives Moffat and see what happens.
That does require there to be other writers besides him and Moffat, which is kind of the big problem. Yes.
Oh, get other writers, step 1.
This is a big inversion, but wouldn't it be great if, like, the old Moffat cliche, like, what if RTD came in under someone else and just did a great episode kind of standalone every year? Like, what if he did 73 yards and he wasn't involved, like, otherwise, you know what I mean? Like what if RTD was the Moffat to someone else? Yeah.
That would be perfect.
That would be lovely.
I feel like he would flourish in that role, wouldn't he? You give him a role to do one unique episode every season and he'd knock it out of the park. It's doing this whole season structure where he kind of goes to shit.
I would have, like, Whithouse running the show if it Anyway, if you've got, like, one Moff and RTD doing their thing every year. Anyway, character conflict is actually a fair bit in this one because Moffat can't help himself with banter. They're bantering and they're a bit prickly at each other the whole time. Don't get close to me. Go get help. Leave me alone. What are you not telling me with the whole corpse tube stuff? You're stupid, Ruby. Don't throw the tube. Don't throw. We really milk lots of them disagreeing, obviously out of affection and love for each other, but they're disagreeing a lot. They're in conflict a lot. At the end, Ruby wants to look at the planet more, and 15's like, no, we've got to move on. And Ruby, very Capaldi, any kind of more less human Doctor with a more human-y companion. We get the Ruby thinks the dead dad stuff is a bigger deal than 15 does. Very unquite dead, all those sorts of beats. But yeah, it's a pretty conflicty. The companion, it's why the episode's really interesting to watch. It's because they disagree a bunch. They obviously love each other, but they disagreeing, and that's interesting.
One thing I would say about conflict is that there's nothing. I mean, all of it is resolved within the bounds of this episode, right? There isn't any, like, underlying thing that continues through the season with anything between those two building up or, like, moving towards, like, a tipping point, or that might have consequences later on emotionally. Like, it's all like it's a momentary conflict that is resolved, right? It's just a thing contained to this episode.
And it's actually Unquite Dead is kind of a bigger ideological difference, isn't it? Our friend Davis the other day brought up what did he say about the Unquite Dead thing? The whole thing with what the bodies get used for, you can actually draw out a lot from there in terms of how Rose and Nine disagree. I guess the corpse tube, there's not really a huge ideology argument in the episode. There's just kind of Ruby and 15 disagreeing. I don't know if I'm understating that, but it also feels like, yeah, it doesn't feel like they resent, or it doesn't feel like a bigger argument that isn't contained by the episode. Yeah.
Yeah, that one's more just about the Doctor kind of how the Doctor treats his companions in terms of maybe being slightly patronising of them, and in terms of like looking out for their safety. It's his duty of care thing coming back. Is the whole thing trying to get Ruby to throw the tube from a distance and potentially risk killing him, and him not quite understanding how Ruby would take that. It does feel like a bit like a 12 beat in some ways.
Anyway, the good episode, 73 yards. It plays on the two arc things, the snow and Mrs. Flood, and even kind of the mother mystery, but all in a way to like say all these getting paused or like swept aside because we're just doing like our own kind of thing. So like it notices all the arcs, but it kind of steps them aside to do its own thing. There's no 15 character stuff because he's not in the episode pretty much. Ruby, all sorts of stuff. I feel abandoned by 15, all kind of. We'll come back to that in the conflict bit. I would love to see you again, 15. Maybe this is what you do. She feels abandoned by everyone. But at the end, when she's old Ruby, she dares to hope. So the episode's exploring, and I think you can read it more than the abandonment stuff, like we talked about back in the day. But, at least surface level, a lot of it's about Ruby feels abandoned, but she has hope at the end.
Yeah, she's kind of fighting to understand how to deal with the anomaly, the woman in her life, and how to kind of like adapt to that. Because she spends a lot of time kind of waiting, hoping maybe it'll go away or change, and then it doesn't. Ultimately, she has to kind of decide, I'm going to do something good with this. I'm going to make a difference after. I'm going to fight Mad Jack with the power of the woman. I'm going to decide what this means for my life and put that into action. And she ends up doing some stuff with that.
Just on the topic of there not being too much conflict so far, what's kind of an issue with Ruby's character is that she's just sort of too go with the flowy. 15's like, oh, we can't go see your mum. She's like, okay. And 15 leaves randomly. And she's like, oh, okay, maybe you just do this. That's fine. And so a lot of the potential conflict is diffused by Ruby just agreeing with whatever's happening around her a lot of the time. There's like, obviously, like when like more plotty stuff, like she takes a stand and fights the bad guys. But like when there's potential for like character stuff between her and the Doctor, she's very just compliant. It's just like, yeah, sure, okay.
Yeah, it's entertaining when the companion resists slightly, somewhat. I mean, and it's not that Ruby doesn't. I mean, even in Space Babies, there's a moment where the Doctor's like, oh, you should stay behind. And she's like, oh, no way. Or worse to that effect. So it's like, it's there, but it does feel like you say, she kind of accepts a lot. She doesn't like, I mean, you can imagine if, if Clara insisted on going back in time to do something and the Doctor said no, Clara would plot. We see her plotting, kind of being a bit nefarious in many ways. And not every companion is Clara, obviously. But just the idea of them not always working to the same ends is just something that spices up the show a little bit.
I don't think Rose isn't like... this sounds really mean. I'm not calling Rose dumb. She's not shrewd in the way Clara is. And she doesn't have like the accumulation of knowledge and sci-fi stuff to kind of fight the Doctor in some ways. But the narrative still always has like Rose able to resist the Doctor when she wants to. Like in Parting the Ways, when she's left on Earth, we come up with, the magic-y truck thing, and we still kind of get through that anyway, because it's like RTD's still writing, well, even if there's not really a way for them to resist, they still want to resist, and so then I'll magic up a way for them to resist. I think the reason Series 3 is dodgy is, like, Martha gets mistreated by 10 and kind of takes it, which, like, feels weird to watch. So this conflict-averse stuff, I think at best it's boring and not noticeable, and at worst it's, like, weird. This isn't really a complaint, but Ruby, like, when she feels abandoned by 15, she's like, all right, I'd love to see you again, but okay. And I think you can argue this has to be how the episode does it, because it's exploring her like switching how she feels over abandonment, but it's still just kind of a noticeable, it's okay not to be angry at the Doctor, but it's just kind of adding up these separate instances.
Also, she doesn't know for sure if he did abandon her. She doesn't know what's happened to him. It's just kind of conjecture. And the TARDIS is still sitting there, hasn't moved, so he hasn't flown away in it. And Carla has that funny line where she thinks that maybe he's just in there working on something in his shed, like a dad or something. So it's I think the ambiguity about what has happened to the Doctor there kind of contributes to it not being that much about how Ruby necessarily blaming the Doctor or anything like that. But again, I guess the big thing with this episode in terms of the season overall is because it exists in its own timeline, nothing in it that happens can really carry forward for the characters, like, much at all.
Yeah, but we're glad for that, because we were all very scared in Empire when it felt like the episode might kind of jut into things. Dot and Bubble is kind of the same in that it's very self-contained. Like, all the stuff it's concerned about, well, the Ruby and 15 aren't really in it, effectively. So it's doing its own social media satire stuff and racism twists. There's not really arcs. It's not really an arc episode. It's doing its own thing. There's no Ruby character stuff really in the episode, she's not in it. So 15 obviously he's upset, and he has a big reaction to the fact the Fine Time people won't accept his help, which is played, very interesting. Like we've talked about it. It's really interesting how he plays it. Like he screams, and then it's a very non-verbal how he plays it, and the episode ends there. So I think the episode 100% is interesting character stuff for 15, but the episode mostly isn't about, character conflicts, but the two of them are barely in it. They do have some banter in their like Zoom call bits, so yeah. But Ruby's like kind of comforting him at the end.
I would say, because in terms of like a conflict in 15 and Ruby, the ending of the ending of this episode there feels like one of those moments where even like a little bit would have actually made it slightly interesting. Because what the Doctor's going through there, I mean, Ruby's standing there, and like, obviously, she's a white girl. She hasn't gone through this exact thing. And you can see how she kind of feels. Like she's visibly like disgusted and moved and horrified by what's being done to the Doctor there, but she can't really like voice it. And I just feel like it would have been really, really nice for there to be any like even like a little reflection between 15 and Ruby on what's just happened, on like and even like just like it could be a moment for them to actually not entirely connect, or just for her to maybe try and console him and for him to push her away, or just anything like that. I think it would have given us more 15 and more of like just the show. It would have been more dramatic. And part of my kind of annoyance with kind of how that whole thing played out is that it felt very much like the show kind of retreating into silence and almost sheepishness, like embarrassment about the subject matter, the sensitive topic of like racism that it was having to deal with there. And not kind of risking pushing the boat out and actually writing about the racism, just leaving all to Shooty to kind of do a big kind of reaction, and not really digging in a way that could feel like a textual like engagement with the subject. So I feel like that could have been a moment for a bit of 15 and Ruby like material there, and it wasn't used.
It's another instance where not a lot's happening, which isn't inherently bad, especially since this is the Doctor Light one, but there being so few episodes and there being so little going on in the previous ones, like it's again just these like little things that are adding up. It's like, this is not good that there's so little in this. Yeah,
it's almost like a whole season comprised of what would be like the self-contained one-offs from other seasons. So like it's missing like the central, like the spine of the season that you would get in your regular New Who season. That bit's missing, and what we've got like the assortment of miscellaneous bits.
Yeah.
What it feels like, apart from the finale, is like Big Finish episodes.
Stuff from between actual TV stories. Yes, I see what you mean.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
So, and some of them are good and experimental, but they can't really progress. It's like they're locked into episodes that don't exist. Yeah, that's weird.
Can I just say, this isn't about Don and Bubble, but just, we used to talk in the previous era about how, like, we used to really hammer on it about how it failed at, like, the most basic things. I just want to point out that we are discussing whether or not there's character conflict in these episodes. Like, this is like writing 101 stuff.
Yeah.
But I do feel like there's aesthetic competency now that there wasn't always in years pre. We're at the bottom of the barrel, aren't we? If I'm arguing,
like there are ideas to argue about now, which there weren't before, like very much. I mean, there was kind of maybe sometimes unintentional ideas kind of getting thrown around in Chip Who, but like, I mean, at least the ideas in RTD2, there might be bad ones at times, but like there are ideas. I mean, there are big swings being taken, I guess. But the issue is that I guess the core like story and character stuff is still feeling quite flimsy. It's not the same as like the absolute vacuum that Chip Who sometimes felt like in terms of ideas and creativity and like any sort of like inspiration.
Definitely. Just because it's not Chip Who doesn't mean it's good.
No.
We still have to point out that this is not good. This should be much better.
We're a long way from 2017, I think, is what the show isn't really working the way it did for 10 seasons. Yeah, I would agree with that. Well, Rogue is a throwback because Rogue does work, but Rogue's weird because it's like so much of it feels like a regressive throwback to like the Tennant era. But like Gig said at the top of the discussion, it also feels like 15 is kind of different in this episode. This feels like a post-Giggle 15 to me. So it's like plot-wise, it's very much like a throwback story, but I do kind of feel like the character stuff is newish in it.
Part of it is it's stylistically regressing to an era that was more advanced in characterization than this one. So it feels like both a simultaneous regression and progression. It's regressing to something that was more progressed, if that makes sense.
It's like Tesla in Jodie's era.
Yeah, a little bit. I see what you mean.
Yeah.
So there's no real arc stuff. Like Ruby mentions the snow and the babies and stuff, but there's no real of that stuff. It's mostly about the Doctor romance. Ruby, she handles the birds by herself fine, so that's a kind of Boom-esque, yeah, she knows what she's doing stuff. But it's mostly a Doctor episode.
I would say there was a little moment, like when it looks like Ruby's going to die because she's trapped on the thing, and the children are like demanding the Doctor release them so Ruby can survive, and Ruby's like, no, don't do it, Doctor. I guess that's kind of a generic companion being held hostage beat, but she does get that. Right, that is a thing. That's a thing for her to do, kind of like a point of view that she has.
Yeah. 15 is here for fun. There's like the killer judgment stuff. He has the typical angst over, I promised to keep my companion safe and now they're in danger. And the better stuff to me is when he's talking to Rogue about, we have to live each day because the ones we've lost can't. It's not like new ground for the show, but I like how the episode explores that. It's some new 15 stuff that he hasn't explored with Ruby as much. The whole you losing everyone's,
He has that whole thing. When he thinks that they've killed Ruby, there's that moment where he's like, oh, I'm going to make them suffer. Oh, yeah, they can suffer for X amount of time. Yeah, I mean, and that's that kind of feels like, because earlier on, he's like, we will not kill them. I will only keep them in solitary confinement. That whole thing. So, but then when they've hurt him personally, then it's like, then the Avenger comes out, Judge, Jury, and Executioner comes out. So again, that kind of feels like rehashing all the Doctor stuff. But it is a characterization beat for him.
I think it is hard to not rehash a character beat because the show's been on for so long, but
yeah.
So I will say that it did feel like a fresh take on a typical character beat. It felt distinct from what it was rehashing. So I did like that.
I would say something also to note about for the Doctor and I guess his overall journey and how this episode relates to it. The episode ends on the note of him keeping that memento, like that ring, whatever it was, from Rogue. And, and it's kind of said outright, like in future episodes, he's still going to be thinking about this guy and wondering, can I go rescue him? Will I find him one day? So even though it doesn't come back, it doesn't get raised again in the next two episodes. It's something that is implied to be permanent. It leaves a lasting impression, even if that is not explicitly discussed, right? Something that you will still be thinking about in future episodes. Like this is a part of his journey, a part of his story. It's not all resolved and tidied away back in the box by the end of the 45-minute episode.
Conflict between the two leads. At the end, Ruby's like, you can be sad, Doc. You don't have to smile through the pain. So that's them comforting each other, but that is like a, Doc, stop doing that. So that's kind of a conflict.
Yeah, I would say that's one of those beats between them that they don't seem to get that often, I guess. Like a real moment between them where they're not just kind of being kind of easygoing like mates, but actually having a heart-to-heart. That's the word I'd look for. It feels like they don't get much in a way of heart-to-heart moments, which is strange.
Yeah. So Legends arc City, like the two Susans, the mother pointing stuff, the whole mother mystery in general, the Mrs. Flood stuff. It's, all that. It's all your arc. It doesn't really go anywhere with them, but it brings up all the arc stuff.
Yeah, the issue with that, of course, is that the arc in this season is the most hollow and insubstantial thing in existence.
Yeah.
The arc doesn't revolve around characters having feelings or doing anything or having any relationship. It's just a load of clues flying around so the Doctor and Ruby can go, what does this mean? What does this mean? What does this mean? So so having a whole episode revolving around this stuff is it leads to quite a thin episode.
Yeah, Ruby, it doesn't really go anywhere, but Ruby has that beat with her mum, which is like, you're not helping, go away. I'm the adult and I can take care of myself. You got to go away, mum. So that's kind of a thing. Apart from that, it's mostly, the search my mum is not going anywhere. That's sad. But we're exploring my stuff, which is good, but it's not going anywhere, which is sad.
I would say we hear what Ruby would want to say to her mum, kind of like when they're in the time window and she wants to talk to her mum. She's like, I want to tell her that I made it and that, I grew up and I'm safe and all of that stuff. That's kind of the emotional kind of attempted tearjerker beat of the episode, I guess. And we hear kind of stuff from Carla as well about that. Yeah, but of course, because she can't actually talk to her mum there, it's not really going in any particular direction. And of course, we get lots of her. Why can't I see her? Why can't I see her?
15 gets, I'm the bad luck, maybe. That's kind of continued because he didn't go to Susan because, Kate, what if I go back and I ruin my granddaughter? So I don't like that, but that is character stuff. he gets really angry with the time window stuff not really working. And like Sutek mocking him, did you think I was family doctor is like sad? So family 15 stuff.
In terms of this finale, like the stuff with Susan feels like, I guess it's the most substantial thing, because that's ultimately where it leads to, with him trying to advise Ruby not to talk to her mum at the end of the finale. And then we see how that's born of his own aversion to recontacting Susan. So I guess the Susan mention here is kind of, it's more important than it seems, I guess. Like his motivations, like what if I ruin her?
As the finale, this is the point where the cracks in every previous episode really start to like, this is where we see that it's all gone wrong, because that Susan stuff is really like the meat of the episode. That's where the most characterful bit is, and it's not much. And because like it's like this being a finale, this is where the character journeys and their arcs and their emotional stuff would come to a head. But because there's been so little of it, there's nothing to come to a head to. Which is why Ruby doesn't get anything. She just has to stand around and like wonder about her mom. But the Doctor gets a little bit with his worrying about Susan. But yeah, the slightness of all the previous episodes is really on display here, where we have nothing to do but sit around and wait for Sutek.
Yeah. The only thing that comes to a climax in this story is ultimately, the clues leading up to the Sutek reveal. And I would say this episode's kind of where I finally just broke with the entire vision of RTD2, because I realized, oh my god, this is what it was all leading to. The worst, stupidest idea of all time. Fucking Sutek. Bringing Sutek back as a gigantic, big CGI effect so we can end the whole world. Just, like, this incredibly hollow, kind of, uninspired sort of, I don't know what the word is. When you're kind of, like, doing something but you're not honoring the spirit of it. Like, and this is what it feels like for Pyramids of Mars, like this hollow kind of like a empty sort of hyping up of a classic Who story just for its own goddamn sake. So the whole season building up to that, I was like, oh my fucking god, it's really over right now. This is what we have instead of a character journey, instead of an actual drama. This is ridiculous, empty. Oh my god, Sutek is now Thanos. Like, just kill me now. That's the moment I realized all of RTD's quotes and teasers from across the year saying, oh, we've got the most devastating finale. We've got this amazing story. It's going to be so brilliant. You're going to be so scared out of your mind at this cliffhanger. It's going to be so crazy. And I realized he was just lying about all of it. And I was like, oh, right, okay. It's actually over. So yes, this was the moment.
Yeah, it is really bad. It's just, you can tell like how much like Sutek is the main draw. It's the key. It's like the last 15 minutes are only about, and yeah, it's just that really real feeling of like, oh my god, a real insight into RTD's mind, where it's like, oh, who cares about Ruby? Who cares about her mum? Who cares about the time windows? We are here for Sutek. The purpose is Sutek.
Susan Triad Technology. God. I'm still so fucking traumatized by that. Like, it's just like painfully, willfully. Oh, I don't want. I'm not going to talk about that. This is 15 Ruby hours.
It's the kind of weird fan-brained thing that you don't want the actual showrunner to do. It's like, okay, if you see a fan fiction where someone's like, oh my gosh, and then Sutek shows up, and it's all been Sutek this whole time, you'd be like, okay, whatever. But like the actual TV show going like, oh my gosh, it's Sutek. It's Sutek. Sutek is here. Who cares about the rest of it? It's Sutek. You're like, okay, I don't want this.
I didn't really see any character conflict.
No, that's not a surprise.
I mean, you got like Mel, I guess, who's like, Doctor, get off your ass and get back to work. I mean, that's kind of it, I suppose.
Yeah. Mel is kind of the third person, I guess, in the finale, like we mentioned earlier. Anyway, Empire. So, I mean, it doesn't resolve the Susan stuff, and it doesn't resolve the Flood stuff, but it resolves the mother mystery stuff. We meet Ruby's mum. It's kind of baffling, the whole Sutek can't see Ruby's mum. And the mystery of the mum is because Sutek cared about the mum too. But let's not relitigate that. It solves the mum mystery, and then it puts off the Susan and Flood mysteries for the future. So,
I mean, in terms of like, because we've been tracking like the development of the arc stuff, and basically there's been none until this, like the finale right now. Like it hasn't really gone anywhere.
Yeah,
there's been like snow teasers, and then boom, it's all happened at the end. So it kind of, in terms of the arc, there is nothing to talk about there.
Ruby character stuff. Her memories feeding the TARDIS feels to me like Moffat would have made that a big thing in like a character way, but here it's more just sort of remember harder, and she does. So, all right.
Yeah, with Amy, kind of, I guess like part of the point with Amy is that in her very first story, when she meets the Doctor as a child, and then for the rest of like her adolescence and life, everyone is telling her, "You imagine this, right? Just let go, move on, forget it." but she insists on dwelling on it and remembering it and kind of being nostalgic about it, and that kind of like has defined her character so much. So her whole arc in series 5 revolves around like memory and the willingness to remember.
Yeah, so it doesn't really link in thematically with Ruby. Yeah, fair enough.
And in the finale, it's because she can still remember those times with the Doctor that they come back to life, and Rory is restored and her parents are restored and the Doctor is restored. So that's kind of the whole point there. And with this some memory TARDIS stuff, it isn't really anything like thematic like that going on. It's just like, hey, remember like Colin Baker's coat? Remember that? And that's what it's about.
15 gets a fair bit of 15 gets a lot of character stuff. I just don't like it mostly. I love some of it, but bits I hate. It's his fault for the dust of death spreading. In the episode's words, the universe has come to a halt and it's my fault because I traveled to all those worlds. I thought it was fun. This is like inexplicable nonsense to me, but it's trying to make a character point. Doctor, you traveled places.
I feel like it's exactly the same as that. Not exactly, but it's from the same well as that like absolute bullshit in series 4. Like, oh, Doctor, you made your Children of Time people who want to stop the Daleks. You're just as bad as me, Davros, for making the Daleks.
Yeah, I suppose the issue for RTD here is that he can't just write like, oh, this is all my fault because I sent Sutek into the time vortex and I flew the TARDIS right past Sutek in the time vortex so he could grab onto my TARDIS, and I didn't realise he was there for like, several thousand years. Because if you, I mean, that's the only way you can maybe conceivably frame it as the Doctor's fault for, resolving Pyramids of Mars that way. Only problem is he didn't resolve Pyramids of Mars that way because it only happened in RTD's imagination, so he can't really write it like that.
There's other 15 nonsense. I'm like the I am become death monster stuff. I must become a monster. You win, Sutek, because I pride myself that I am better than you. You're death, so I'm life. But that's how you win, Sutek, because you've turned me into the one that brings death. It's character stuff. It's very odd, but it's character stuff, sure.
I mean, I wonder almost, because I just feel like, I mean, it's just, are there going to be future episodes where the Doctor is haunted by the fact he, snapped the rope and dropped Sutek into the time vortex to go splat? I don't know. It just feels like there's something superficial about all of this shit.
That's the word, superficial.
Which, I mean, I complained about it at length already, but it's just so, it's bad. It's bad. It's very, very, very silly.
My bigger problem with it than it being stupid is also that only Church really can. It's like they all feel like Big Finish between Church and this. Because Church has him maybe on the bad luck. And then I feel like that's dropped really until Legend and Empire. I don't like it, but it doesn't really feel threaded through. And I used to feel like RT was really good, especially in Series 1, but in the other ones as well, of like his thematic concerns would really thread through pretty tightly through his episodes and the episodes he'd fix up as showrunner. And I feel like this season doesn't really do that so much. And that's one of my favorite things about how he did the show. So, yeah.
Yeah, the idea of the Doctor feeling like guilty about killing like the big bad guy of the season, I mean, that's not something that has been like built up or particularly had attention paid to it during the season. I mean, in Church on Ruby Road, he literally drives a spike through the Goblin ship, and even if he didn't intend to aim it precisely to go through the Goblin King's corpulent body, surely he would have known that some goblins were going to fucking die if he did that. He did not display any hesitation about doing that. So we have not engaged with this idea that the Doctor is like super like worried about potentially being a killer. I mean, I guess in Rogue he's like kind of reluctant to harm the Choldor in like a fatal way, but still, I mean, that's kind of feels like a self-righteous thing on his part. So it's just he has not actually been all that averse to the violent behavior, because in his first episode with Ruby Road, he literally does something violent that happens. So it's just so ridiculous to kind of try and pull this whole thing. We're like, oh, now I'm the bringer of death. You win, Sutek. You've made me like you. So it just feels like RTD not really trying there. Just doing what he knows is a very shallow, like, oh, the villain has corrupted me. Like as if Sutek gives a shit. Very strange.
I think this answers at the top what I was wondering. Why does like Series 2 feel like a world to me and Season 1 here doesn't? And I think this is why. It's because it doesn't really... I don't need every season to be like Series 1 or Series 8 where it's like, whoa, every single episode is really about the same thing or about the same things. I don't need that, but like, I feel like all the rest of Series 1 and Series 10 were pretty unified with the stuff they're exploring. Series 6 feels weird because you have these episodes that feel like reordered, and it kind of feels like a break from Series 1 to Series 5 when you're like going, why the hell are we randomly doing a pirate adventure when the characters should be really concerned about childhood or whatever? And I think that's where like it ruptures, and then Series 7 isn't really about much. And then 8, 9, 10 are very linked again. But here, like the adoption foundling stuff carries through a few of them,
But the season kind of sags in the middle because of the like lead light episodes, and then Rogue is doing its own thing. So it feels like we kind of front load at least that option, and then we kind of lose it. And then the finale deals with it in a really weird way in Legend, and then Empire's about it properly. But all the other stuff Empire's trying to say about I'm death and morality to do with death and traveling's bad, that's in none of like the rest of the season. And like you're saying, I said it was in Church, but you're right, Church contradicts it. So it's like a finale to a season that didn't happen.
I remember saying this a lot during the Chibnall era, which is that things happened, but they didn't feel like they were meaningfully built to or led to. They felt like they happened because those are things that happen in Doctor Who. And this feels the same. It feels like this happens because this is what RTD was writing back in 2008. And he's very lazily just like dipped back into that same well. And so it's especially weird that because this was intended as such like a clean break new thing, Disney Who by generation, but like then to just like fall back into those same things from like 15 years ago or whatever, really like even like especially even more so because it like barges in and sort of like gets in the way of like the few new things that it is doing, like the adoption stuff and all of that. It's just this finale's such a mess. Oh my god.
Generally, it's not good if your ending is just wildly, randomly throwing in new thematic concerns that haven't been set up anywhere previously, like spaghetti at the wall. Yeah. And it feels fan-filmy to me, because you mentioned it feels like something that happens just because it's a thing that happens in Doctor Who, and you've remembered that, and we're going to put it in there because we think it would be cool at this point. That is just it feels fan-filmy in that way. Oh, the classic Doctor complains that, my morality has been tainted. That's just how it feels. It's just thrown in there just for the cliche value. Not because it actually extends naturally out of the story. It just feels like a wispy memory of Doctor Who rather than a coherent approach to it.
Yeah, you feel like if 15, because he's so new, fresh outlook on life, new personality, he would have a new take on, there's like ethical, moral concerns with how I'm defeating this villain. It would I don't know what it would be, but surely it would be different than exactly what David Tennant once did. I
mean, even like earlier on in the season with Dot and Bubble, that episode ends with him leaving all those racist kids to go and die, and that there's kind of like that almost feels, I mean, that was kind of interesting in its own way. There was something novel about that, him just turning away at the end of the story and not saving the day, leaving them all to their demise, because there's nothing he can, we say nothing, there's nothing obvious he can immediately do. If he tried really hard, he probably could do something, but he's like, I'm just not going to do it. And that is interesting in its own way. And that feels more interesting than what we get here with, oh my god, I can't believe I'm dropping Sutek into the time vortex. Oh no, I can't believe I'm killing the god of death. Oh, it's so bad. So again, it's like a regression.
Other character stuff for 15, I praised it at length in the Empire one. This is character conflict. It's Ruby wants to see her biological mum. 15's like, bad idea. And then it goes well, and he's like, oh. So that's kind of 15's forced to reflect on, is my advice bad? Should I have seen Susan? Did I screw up not seeing Susan? So that's juicy. That's cool stuff.
Yeah, and that's internal conflict that is probably going to carry on, because by the end of the episode, it feels like he acknowledges that he feels mistaken in leaving Susan behind, and that will probably end up being an arc thing. Like maybe he'll go and find Susan again. Who knows? Whatever. But that's a thing that is actually a concrete like shift in his character. That's part of his actual... If you were mapping out the whole journey of his character from here to when he eventually regenerates, this is going to be a point on it, right? This whole thing with Susan.
His other character beat was like, I talk about family differently, thanks, Rubes. My life's better now because you.
Yeah, weirdly, when Ruby offers for the doctor to come and see her dad, rather than 15 saying, like, I'm not going to do that, I can't do that, he just doesn't say anything, and Ruby's left to assume, oh, you don't do that, do you? You don't visit people's dads. So it's like the opportunity for an actual character beat with 15 is actually smoothly sidestepped in favour of, like, nothing. Just a bit strange.
That's just, something happening in Doctor Who, because that's what happens in Doctor Who. Oh, you don't go and see companions' families, do you? Which you would only know as a thing if you'd watched, like, series 1 through 10. It's, there could have been time for, give 15 something to do. I also just wanted to say, you made me talk about family differently. It's just absolute nonsense. Just an outright lie. He was talking about his family differently, like, at the beginning of the series.
I don't know if this is really conflict. Well, it's kind of the opposite, but it feels kind of juicy. In Ruby's like, she's kind of in conflict with herself. She's like, I'm going to travel with you, but we're going to find my biological dad and there's pizza and everything. And you can tell she's like lying to herself.
Yeah.
There. So that's kind of cool. And then 15's, paraphrasing is like, I know you're going and it's chill. I'm not saying I love you, but you say I love you, and I clearly love you. So, all right, we're diverging. We still love each other. It's not conflict, but it's the change.
Yeah, there's kind of like inner conflict with like both of them, because as you said, you've got Ruby trying to find a way for her to stay on the TARDIS, even though she knows what she actually needs to do is go out and see her family and stuff. And then on 15's side, it's not as interestingly played, but he does the whole, it's okay, Ruby, you go, be with your people, I will leave you behind. And then when she's gone, he turns around and he's crying to himself. So it clearly implying that he's been, he's suppressing his emotions, his true grief about Ruby leaving him and going off and having her life, and kind of him not going to, join her or live with her or do anything like that. It's clearly in there, but he's like suppressing it and only keeping it private to himself. So I guess that's kind of an inner conflict thing, I guess, in him, like wanting one thing, but not feeling able to like, express it or say it or follow it. I guess the issue is that we don't dig into the whole thing of him not actually kind of, accompanying her or dealing with her. Like the actual reasons for him, for them separating here, and him like not really, him just having this kind of ambivalent attitude towards future engagement with her life, because he says, I will see you again, Ruby, someday, I'm not leaving you forever. But it's like, there's nothing actually clarified about that. It's just like, well, I'm sure we'll just vaguely run into each other by chance at some point in the future. I promise that will definitely happen. But there's no plan. There's no like, hey, how about I come back and see you at this point? Or how about we meet again sometime? Or we do things like this now. They don't talk about it. But, and it's just because the scene is kind of trying to be as tragic as possible. You can't talk practical things. So I guess it's kind of, again, it's sort of avoiding the opportunities to actually dig into the motivations at play here.
Yeah.
I think that sums up the series' approach to character as a whole. It just refuses to engage with it.
Well, I don't really have anything left to say on the reflection bit. Do you guys?
I don't think so.
I mean, we've gone through all this 15 stuff for, like, I guess his character arc, what exists of one and kind of what he's been like, how he's changed. But as a Doctor character, how strongly conceived do you think 15 is? Because to me, it feels like what we've got for the most part, especially thinking about kind of some of the inconsistencies between episodes and then some of the points where, like this finale, where we kind of just revert to like kind of rehashed fan film stuff, like cliches about the Doctor, rather than like necessarily a consistent, even kind of internal character. It feels like, to me, 15, they basically just approached it with, you've got a way that he acts, a way that he talks, a way that he, I guess, like, moves, he calls people honey, and babes, stuff like that, and he cries. But in terms of the underlying character, it doesn't feel very clear. It doesn't feel like there's actually a clear, strong idea for who he is as a person, which is why it just seems to fluctuate, and why it can feel so different from one episode to the next, and why, another writer comes in like Moffat and he's completely different. And it just doesn't feel like there's much of a strong guiding hand. Like, where are like the tone meetings here? I mean, it's so funny because I remember like ages ago, Scott Hancock was talking about how, like, we don't just have tone meetings, we've got like fucking epic super tone meetings now. When he was talking about how they run the show about Dwarf. But it feels like less, we've got almost less actually overall steering of like the tone, the characters, the themes than not than ever, because obviously Chibhu existed, but then certainly weaker than it has been in the past. It just feels like 15 as a Doctor feels like thin on the ground.
There's a sort of like vague general sketch of sort of like newness, but underneath it, it's just like default Doctor, I guess. Like if you took away like his quirks, like it'd be hard to like identify what makes this meaningfully different to previous Doctors.
Yeah, again, like Rogue is the one that feels like concretely like this is his own thing. Because even as much as we talk about Boom being different, Boom feels like harking back to classic Mofu.
Yeah.
Whereas like Rogue is like, okay, we're putting a big focus on the Doctor as like this romantic, this queer figure, this really like kind of sexually kind of proactive kind of figure. And that is different. That is his own thing. That feels like something he can have as his own thing. But again, like the rest of the season doesn't really like hook into that like a massive deal. So it's like, I want more like 15 specific stuff in future.
That reminds me of something I like randomly realized. I don't remember when it was, but I was like, I realized that like when Shutigawa was cast, my thoughts and like expectations for the series and hopes were like something along the lines of Rogue. And then by the time the series came around, I'd completely forgotten about that. And then we just got like something else. And it wasn't until Rogue that I was like, oh yeah, this is what I was expecting. I think Church on Ruby Road also does it a tiny bit, but that and Rogue are like basis, mainly Rogue is like basis for a meaningfully interesting and distinct version of this character that probably doesn't exist in many of the other episodes.
Yeah, I think the thing is we expected RTD to kind of handle the character the way Rogue handles him. And just generally on the... Because in terms of our expectations for RTD when he was announced, the mistakes that are made across the course of this season, many of them aren't the mistakes anyone expected RTD to make. That's why it feels so weird. You know, I mean, apart from the finale being shit, you could kind of maybe predict that. But like, I just think,
yeah,
even if you weren't excited for RTD to come back, even if you felt that was a regression, I still feel like what we actually got is weird.
Definitely.
Because it's not quite just the rehashing of RTD1 that might have been like worst case scenario for some people. It does actually feel like this, it does feel uncharacteristic for RTD in many ways. It doesn't feel like it's just strange for the character bit to be the weakness of the RTD2. And I would say, like, in terms of like the season overall, and especially looking at this versus the 60th, because kind of the 60th sort of feels more coherent than this did. Even like the basic emotional premise of the 60th, which I think you could argue is maybe quite of a thin one, which is basically give Ten and Donna a happy ending. And that's the 60th ultimately, isn't it? That's where it arrives at the giggle. And that's kind of how bringing them back together, where it all goes. Even that, just on the basis of that being concerned with their characters, what would a happy ending look like for them? How would they feel about it? How would they react to it? That, as an idea linking those 3 episodes, is more like character driven than what we get in season 1, which is let's really show J.J. Abrams where he went wrong with the Rise of Skywalker. That's the big idea in season 1. Yeah, that's so awkward, and that's so thin, that's so like meta and like superficial. Yeah, like the overall emotional narrative with season 1 isn't anywhere near as strong as just the basic like shallow thing of give Ten and Donna a happy ending is, and that's why season 1 feels like less like, coherent and less just less satisfying than the 60th. I think to me overall, that's if I had to sum it up.
There's just like not much of a foundation to it, which is weird.
So, what did Russell and the rest of the team say in the wake of Empire of Death? What transpired in the months following? Magazines, Comic-Con, spin-off announcement, the Proms. Let's fly through them all. In July 2024, around 18 days after Empire's airing, there was an SFX magazine Russell had an interview in. He clarified the season 2 companion will not be the same character the actress played in Boom. He said he thought about going back to the 51st century and doing that, but decided not to and to just go with a new character. And then for actors in the spin-off, The War Between the Land and the Sea, he said a similar thing, new roles, like with Martha back in the day. Same actors did roles in the universe before, but they're playing new roles now.
I would say interesting thing there, if he was thinking like, should we go back and meet Mundy again from the 51st century? Actually, no, that's not. That kind of indicates that he's writing with Varada in mind.
Yeah.
Right? So the actor was decided first, and then the actual character is kind of conceived of later, for Varada. So that's kind of interesting. It's not necessarily, it's not like he's written a character and now he's looking for someone to cast him as. Like, we've got the actor first. So that's kind of suggesting, like, interesting about suggestion of, I guess, how this all came together. And so will that have implications for, like, what Varada's character is like in the season?
Yeah. Something stemming out of the 60th and continuing into season 1 that RTD addresses here, he talks about it a bit at Comic-Con as well, is the fourth wall breaking stuff and how it's not explained. And he says it might never be, frankly. And he says there is actually a reason for it that was in a very early draft of The Star Beast. And then he talks about how regular viewers don't really react to this sort of thing. It's just kind of normal to have fourth wall leanings. But in Doctor Who, it feels a little more arch. So he talks about that a little bit. And then he kind of, from there, he glides into the gravity-mavity thing, saying that that's not going to change. It doesn't have a point so much. I'm paraphrasing here, but it's a funny thing that he's like to have kept and he's like to have imposed on all like the licensees and everything like that. And then he reflects back on season 6B, how we don't actually see Troughton regenerate into Pertwee. And so then our fans came up, then there came the idea of what if there was a kind of period in between the Troughton Pertwee regeneration that people put more stories into. And so he thinks eventually someone might do a story out of the Mavity Gravity thing, but he's not doing it. It's just a funny thing for him. And he thinks it's very creative what fans will do. But to quote him, it doesn't remotely bother me that the woman in 73 yards doesn't get fully explained. I know exactly what's going on and I haven't seen anyone else guess what's going on, but it's actually very clear what's going on, but that's creative that people will be talking about it for years to come. So that's kind of RTD talking about ambiguity and the fourth wall and stuff like that. Any reactions to that?
I don't get when they talk about explaining the fourth wall break. It's like what the hell are people envisioning there? Like a whole like lore scene where it turns out there's actually a camera following Mrs. Flood around and she's talking into that. Like, what? Like what are you talking about here? It just feels like a strange thing to need explained or like want explaining it itself. Just how do you explain that? I mean, it's talking to us, the audience. I don't know. It just feels like a weird approach to storytelling.
I think Mrs. Flood is the only person who does she. Is there anyone else? Is it just her in this RTD2 era?
And if you wanted to cheat, you could say that Tennant's Weatherman intro and Star Beast counts as breaking the fourth wall.
Oh, yeah. Okay, there's that. Yeah. But I think what most people are coming from is that because it's just Mrs. Flood, it feels like some sort of like magic power she specifically has. And so people are tying it to be like, oh, when the rest of Mrs. Flood is explained, like whoever she is, it'll explain why she's also randomly talking to us. Because that's what it's framed like, as opposed to like the Capaldi stuff, like talking to the camera in the Moffat era. So like I don't give a shit if it's explained or not, but like I can see why people are treating it like a specific thing to be explained rather than like a fun little curiosity thing.
I suppose the only other thing would be when 15 mentions like non-diegetic music in Devil's Chord. I guess that maybe that's not the same thing, but it's kind of like another thing leaning on like meta aspect or self-awareness of like it being a TV show.
And the other thing from this SFX Darren Scott interview I wanted to bring up is Scott asks him, would director's cuts or, different cuts of episodes, is that ever going to happen? And Russell says, one of the writers asked for next year about a director's cut or something, and we can't afford to do that. Very little cuts, lines here and there, no whole scenes cut. And then he backtracks and goes, oh wait, there was one scene, but we deliberately cut at the end of the Devil's Chord because they run onto the rooftop and there was a scene where 15 says, oh, time's going to go crazy now. Music's flooding back in. Everything's going to be strange for 10 minutes to kind of explain why they burst in a song. RTD says, we shot that. It existed. We watched it. It's boring. Why explain it? Just burst in a song. So he talks about how that was a good cut, but how overall there's very little cut and they couldn't afford to, so no director's cuts.
This whole thing about director's cuts of TV episodes does feel like a kind of fan fantasy type thing. I don't think I've ever heard of that actually like happening. I mean, that seems like a movies thing, sort of. I can't really conceive. Like, has that ever happened? Like TV episodes getting a director's cut? Like, does that happen sometimes?
The American Office adaptation has pretty lengthy, but that's standing sets where they're all in the same set all the time. Those have on the Peacock streaming service. There's cuts. There's I think they sometimes have over 10 minutes of like the deleted scenes edited back in. But those are improv heavy sitcoms, which I think is a totally different world.
That's what it'll be. Yeah, a lot of improv.
Yeah.
On like genre drama series, I don't think I've ever heard of it. No. I
just wanted to say on the previous stuff you said, the earlier bits from that, quotes from that, where like the bit where he says, "Oh, I don't think the fourth wall stuff will be explained," and I had a line that was cut from the Star Beast that explained it. Also, maybe some of the Monday casting stuff and how like, oh, will it be Monday or will it be a new character? I think more than at least I can remember, this is a very openly showing how like sort of fast and loose this kind of thing is. You get what I mean? Like how like not like very meticulously planned out it is. It's like, oh, well, we could explain it. I'm not going to explain it. Who cares?
Yeah. I see what you mean. The fact that there was a line in Star Beast explaining it that they cut out, and then there was a line explaining the fourth wall thing in Devil's Chord that they cut out. It's like, what if this was actually like a clear, decisive choice in the first place? You would not have written and shot that stuff in the first place to have to then cut it out and like walk back. Like, why are you doing that? I mean, it just feels insane to me to have a bit in Devil's Chord where you explain why there's going to be a musical number. That's so stupid, right? And yet they actually did it. It just feels so counter to the whole ethos of what they're doing, and yet they shot it and they had to remove it in post, right? So that is odd, and that does. I think you're exactly right. It's not clear, decisive, like consistent choices. It's stuff that is only emerging like after the fact, after they hurriedly realize, oh my god, we fucked up. Let's chop that out. Now it makes sense, stylistically, because it would be very fucking weird to do things to waste time like explaining these things that are clearly like self-evident stylistic choices. It's just that weird fan brain need for there to be like an in-universe, like TARDIS wiki compatible explanation for why there's a musical number in an episode. And that just doesn't actually understand the basic pleasures of having a musical number in your episode in the first place. It's like this weird fanish thing where we just pretend we don't know how TV or like visual storytelling works. Yeah, again, so it's just not necessary.
Yes, thank you for translating my Missy point into something actually that made sense.
Around 34ish days after Empire, there was San Diego Comic-Con. Doctor Who had 3 things on there. Had a big all-H proper panel with RTD and the 2 leads into the Whoniverse. Then it had like a Doctor Who podcast recording thing with those 3 again. And then Alex Kurtzman, who kind of oversees all the Star Trek stuff now, and Russell had like a Intergalactic Friendship Day panel. I'll talk about that one first because there's the least to say. So that was these 2 kind of big TV titans just kind of getting on for an hour and just complimenting each other a lot. And Kurtzman was pretty deferential to Russell, but they were just, general talks about fandom and how they approach canon and stuff like that. And what would you do with the Borg? What would you do with the Daleks? They were both asked about new writers, and Kurtzman stumbled heaps there and ended up talking about how Charlie Brooker was like a young writer that he was interested in, which I thought was pretty funny.
Okay.
Russell had better answers, but still not the best like new writer stuff. He talked up the war between. Someone asked like if future Doctor Who that Russell does is going to like be more political or whatever, and he kind of sidestepped by talking about war between will kind of be like that. The only thing I really want to bring up from this panel is when they're talking about canon and history and stuff like that. Russell's talking about how, yes, he's a super fan, so he can remember like all the stuff classic episodes did. And so he can remember if like a writer approaches him with something and he knows it conflicts with a classic Who, but he says if they have a good idea, then he's always going to go through it. If someone's got an idea that conflicts with the Mythmakers or whatever, he's not going to go, well, the Mythmakers did that, so what are you doing? He'll go with whatever idea is good. It doesn't matter if it conflicts with something. I know his writery brain probably means he'll add a line in to fix it, but basically that he's not like an obstructive canon guy at all.
I would say I do not necessarily trust his memory of classic Who episodes, given recent storytelling decisions.
Yeah.
I just thought it was kind of interesting that was a panel at all. Like, the only thing that came of it was some weird mobile game or something. But that's kind of a big thing that Star Trek and Doctor Who were like big publicly getting on. I like that. I don't think anything's really coming of it, but I just think it's a nice-ish thing because is there really a brand synergy there? They're on totally different platforms. I don't even think they're that similar, but it's kind of friendship. Yay.
Yeah, I don't think I want anything to come of it. It's just a nice thing.
I think there's an interesting tension to it, I think, because even though I think you can kind of see a vague similarity with Star Trek and Doctor Who, if only because in Star Trek you have a ship that will maybe like go to a different thing every episode, or like maybe there'll be a different like, drama on the ship every episode. Whereas sometimes it feels like with Doctor Who, the people making it want it to, and I felt this was brought up in one of our episodes, sometimes they want it to be more like Star Wars, like than Star Trek. Like they want to be this massive galaxy-spanning saga of gods and like titans and just everything, and at the end of the bloody universe, like happening they want it to operate on this massive scale. But also, there's kind of this conscious awareness that actually this is just a guy in a box, right? This is just a BBC show held together with duct tape. So it's just weird. It's like it's reaching to be something beyond Star Trek, but is also kind of constrained to being something less than Star Trek. It's weird. Whereas Star Trek seems more or less happy where it is. So it's this odd kind of relationship, I think.
The panel I liked the best was not the big all H one, this like podcast recording one, which has a segment where the host asks Russell about all the 9 episodes, and he kind of shares an interesting thing with each one. So I'll run through that a bit to see what you guys think. For Church, he talks about, he's asked by the host, how did Ruby start as a companion? And he says, well, you need a good story. Before he came onto Doctor Who, Chibnall did the Doctor's not a Time Lord, they're an adopted Time Lord foundling. And Russell says he liked that, and he thought, well, what if I did a companion that had a similar sort of history? And at the same time, the Davina McCall show was going on, and so, that was swirling around in Russell's brain. And so he was thinking about all these foundling stuff and how Chibnall's kind of moved the show into where you could do that with the Doctor. And so he was thinking, well, great story. If I put that into Doctor Who and I could have, the Doctor and the companion kind of paralleling and doing this kind of foundling thing. And also in his life, lots of his people he knows as they're getting older are fostering and adopting, and he thinks they're really amazing people for doing that. And so he says the next thing he would have written, whether it was Doctor Who or otherwise, would have done something with these sorts of themes, but it all kind of coalesced well with what Chibnall was doing. So that's where that came from.
I do think it's a good instinct to try and make something out of the timeless child thing and focus on adoption and foundling, and the way that like it's like this is all like too like complicated stuff, but like the way that RTD was like, oh, the Doctor can now experience this thing. I could make a companion who was also experiencing it, and then there can be like thematic unity and character stuff going on between them. That's just a neat idea. And I still think it's a neat idea, even if I don't think it turned out well.
Yeah, it's a fantastic idea. I think responding to timeless children by having a companion who parallels it, I think that's a bloody brilliant idea, which is why it's frustrating that she's kind of been jettisoned sort of after 8 episodes. Yeah. Well, 9 episodes. I mean, we know she's in season 2 a bit, but it's like, again, it just feels like her whole journey has kind of gone off on this weird, like, I mean, it just feels like it's come to an anticlimax.
It is annoying. Because it was like he somehow managed to like turn that shit into gold and then like turned it back. Like, no, you were there.
Yeah.
For Space Babies, he says, the whole episode's a conversation between the Doctor and Ruby. The whole thing is, this is the TARDIS. Let's meet dinosaurs, future babies, help the babies, that sort of thing. And the end of it is, do you want to, you can't kill the monster, save the monster. Do you want to come with me? Very foundational episode. In his words, the whole thing is actually just 2 people getting to know each other, and he enjoyed writing that.
See, he describes it as a conversation, but it's a bit of a one-sided conversation, isn't it? Because the whole, in terms of the conversation happening in the episode, is the Doctor explaining things to Ruby about, this is what I'm like, this is what I do, this is my history, my lore, this is Gallifrey, this is that. And it's not actually, I feel like an interesting conversation is one where both participants kind of respond and maybe like prompt each other and kind of, back and forth, and we hear both sides, both perspectives. Yeah, so it doesn't feel like an enormously enriching conversation between them there.
He describes Devil's Chord in a similar way. You're talking about, again, it's mostly a Dr. Ruby conversation sort of episode, but he talks about it's the whole setting out fantasy instead of science fiction kind of he knew that the 3rd episode is going to be hard science fiction, so he wanted to do a big thing of, doing the more supernatural episode for episode 2. Whole episode is a conversation between 15 and Ruby. And this is interesting. He says, it was also, just to bear in mind, I knew we had episodes coming up where Shooty was filming sex ed and we'd have less Doctor in a couple of episodes. So I'm quoting RTD here. It kind of gets missed, I think, the fact that these first 2 episodes, and a lot of episodes are just Shooty and Millie, just you two. We don't cut away to other subplots. No one else has got anything else going on. These little fleeting moments. It's just the 2 of them talking their way through the story and talking their way through what Doctor Who is. So he's setting out the idea for Babies and Chord was very much, I know I've got episodes coming up where they're not going to be in them as much, or at least Shooty isn't. So I really want to front load Doctor and Ruby talking heaps.
See, that's something I found kind of frustrating about those early episodes, because when you just have the Doctor and the companion seemingly existing like in a vacuum, I think it actually kind of reduces their potential a little bit. I think if you just have them kind of wandering around like in almost what feels like a void sometimes, certainly in Devil's Chord, when all like the human characters in that story just feel like cardboard, that are just kind of extras basically, including the Beatles. It just feels like the story can't go like as many places as it could, and I think it reduces what the 2 main characters can even do, to be honest. So it's just I wasn't hugely thrilled with that. I mean, I see his motivation there. I get the point of wanting to focus on like the 15 and Ruby, but again, I guess the real issue is that, as we've just mapped out, like 15 and Ruby don't even get that much in terms of actual like characterization in the first place. So you've given yourself the opportunity to make up for the Doctor Light episodes later in the season, but you haven't actually done it. That's the issue.
For Boom, they just talk about the video wall, and RTD waxes on a bit about how Classic Who was often trying out very early versions of like effects technology that would get bigger later on. So they just kind of talk about Tom Baker episodes for a while. For 73 yards, I think he's talked around this, but this is, I think, the clearest way he's explained this. He's saying, so he's had this idea before, the kind of person, the figure in that kind of distance away from the essential characters on the episodes, like a mystery about that. He says, I spent years in my head trying to get a story where the Doctor and the companion and a woman stood like 73 yards away, were like triangulating around each other, but he always found it really hard to kind of work out, because having 2 leads and the story kept kind of falling away because the woman would move, and he says it probably was impossible with 2 people. So it was just in the back of his head for a while, that story idea. And then because Shooty was busy with sex education and they were talking about the issues that were going to be happening with the season 1 filming dates, that, RTD was getting told, you're going to have to do an episode with just Millie. he was like, well, that idea, that works great. I can just do the 73 yards idea with one person. And then the way to do Dot and Bubble came to his mind as well. So those ideas existed before for Dot and Bubble and 73 yards in very like proto stages, but the shooty sex education stuff is what turned them into the story ideas we got.
On some level, you can kind of tell these existed prior to this season, and these are things that RTD has sort of had swimming around in his head before this season, because especially with Dot and Bubble, before the ending, of course, which is very specific, it's the kind of thing that you could do with like anyone. Like,
because they're the only good ideas? Is that kind of the subtext here?
it wasn't, but it's also true. I was just saying that, like, yeah, it's quite kind of obvious that these are just sort of more generic scripts that were floating around, rather than like, oh, it's a new season, I've got to think of some ideas, which isn't an inherently bad thing. It just is a thing.
Yeah, I think the stuff that's had a long time to percolate is going to tend to be the stuff that has more like personality and kind of character to it. So like RTD's preoccupation with like people fostering and adoption and stuff, or his long-held idea about a woman who's this distance away. That's so much more interesting than actually. You know what? I forget everything I just said, because RTD's idea about Sutek had been percolating for like 50 odd years, and that was the worst thing in existence. So yeah, just ignore everything I just said. I take it all back.
Yes, you're right. I was saying it as a negative, just by the way.
Yeah, fair enough.
For Dot and Bubble, the host like says, race, social media, big themes like what's going on with this episode. And RTD's like saying, yeah, I had to look the racism. I had to, deal with that stuff in the script. And then he says, like, a quote, this is interesting. Everyone was kind of expecting a story about racism to happen in the past, like what happened in 1600, 1800. I thought, like, we're rid of that problem now, so I very much wanted to do, like, he's saying he wanted to do the racism episode as the future episode. He thought that would be the more interesting way to do it.
So, did you say we're rid of that problem now? Is that what he says? Like the...
Yeah, but he's kind of mumbling. I don't want to hold him to, I might have misheard that.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. Yeah, okay. It reminds me a little bit of like, with like, I guess we talked about this on the episode probably, but with Rosa, the whole thing of like the cosmic racist being from like years in the future, and it's like, well, racism will always be around. And it's like, it's such like a despairing kind of like miserable idea. I think Dot and Bubble is not quite as bad, because I guess the point with Dot and Bubble is that this is like this enclave of very racist people on this colony. It's not like just saying, well, the universe is fucking racist and you will always have racists with us. Like, well, it's more about the specific world, these specific people. Where I think with Rosa, it was like, hey, okay, so this guy got let out of Stormcage after like doing like massive white supremacist massacres, and now he's back. Just running with this, whizzing around with a vortex manipulator. It's like, yeah, there's very pessimistic kind of vision of the future there. I think Dot and Bubble is a bit like different.
Okay, just to clarify, he 100% says, I thought, well, like, we're rid of that problem now. But to be clear, he says it in a very sarcastic tone of voice.
Okay.
So that is what he says, but yeah, sarcastically.
So not actually implying that racism has gone away, and we're just gonna.
No. The opposite.
Yeah, at some point in the future, it might come back, but it's gone now. No, obviously, so it would be unfair to accuse him of that.
For Rogue, it doesn't really say anything interesting. It just explains the whole how the Kate Herron stuff came on board stuff again, which is a good story, but it's a story we've already heard. The only other little interesting nugget I got out of the Rogue talk was he reveals that to get all the Classic Who and Sarah Jane and all that on iPlayer took 2 years of dealing with lawyers. So that was a 2-year project, his whole iPlayer thing. So that's interesting.
So I guess that would have started when he joined on like 2021 or thereabouts, and that was all happening simultaneously with him setting up like his first season.
Yeah, my assumption was yeah.
Yeah, I guess that is an aspect of the RTD2 era project that we don't really talk about as much because we're focused on the actual show. But it is interesting that actually managing this whole franchise thing is kind of happening too. Like this question of trying to make the old show more accessible, because it's in such a different sphere from making the current show. But it's part of, I guess, his role, or like his self-appointed job. So yeah, it's quite a fascinating aspect.
I think it's 2 reasons. One is there's nothing to complain about. Like it's just a good thing. They've done it. And
well, the subtitles, I complain about those on iPlayer because the fucked up subtitles.
Yeah. And also, like Missy and myself and lots of us others, like we can't. I mean, we could VPN and access, but it's a whole. I think it's amazing and fantastic, but it's a UK thing.
True.
And there's nothing to complain about. It's a great thing how we manage that. But yeah, the subtitles. What's happened with subtitles now, like in the last few years, I think they're getting machine translated And I think basically subtitlers' jobs are getting lost and like replaced and whatnot. And so the experts aren't fixing them even. They're just getting like shoddy machine translations in. And there must be some rights reason. Like often the home releases have perfectly good subtitles, but then like the streaming versions won't. And then different streaming services sometimes have different subtitles. I don't fully understand what's going on here, but yeah, subtitles are a total mess, except sometimes on like disc these days. It's very annoying.
There's probably like money involved in actually using the work of those subtitlers and money that they don't want to pay, so they'll just get it done much more cheaply.
I'm sure, yeah.
And yeah, it's a shame.
For the finale 2 episodes, not much interesting. The only really interesting thing is a bit of talk about flux. So Russ was asked, does the whole Sutek vortex thing in the end, does that help fix the universe destroyed in flux? And could it bring back Gallifrey? Russell says, I think if you're going to bring back Gallifrey, you do a great big story about it. It's not just like a mentioned in brackets thing at the end of a story. It's a story unto itself if you're going to do that. But that reminds him, I asked Chibnall how much the universe was destroyed in flux. It's 90%, right? Isn't that what's said in the episodes? And then he says, well, 90% of infinity is infinity, so we're just going to go on with, he's just, how Wobbly Onda deals with it is how he goes on with it. So he would never bring back Gallifrey as a minor end note. It would be an actual whole story. And trying to work out the flux percentages was a bit of a thing.
I'm so fascinated, like, what did Chib... If you asked Chib, like, how much of the universe was destroyed, like, what was Chib's actual point of view there? Because it didn't feel like most of the universe was destroyed at the end of Flux, did it? He just moved on, Yeah, it plays out like the Doctor saved the day and fixed everything, but obviously she didn't. So, it just feels like a thing that was never actually addressed.
Yeah, Russell T Davies just, like, made it up, what he did in Wobbly Onda. It's just, like, completely made up.
Yeah. The only other thing in that smaller panel is it's been 15 years. This isn't a complaint, it's the opposite of a complaint, but he gets asked to bring Yanto back. So I love that there are still diehards wanting that.
There isn't even a Torchwood anymore to bring Yanto back into. Like, what do they want? When just show up in Doctor Who?
Where would he go?
He can join UNIT.
Oh God, why'd you have to speak that into the world? I didn't want that.
Sorry, I take it back.
Then the actual big all-H panel. So this is the big room. This is like the ton. That was like a smaller, intimate one, that podcast one. Much smaller. This is the huge Into the Whoniverse panel where there's bigger questions. Well, it's an interesting one, this one. So the minor bits are just things like Jonah Hauer King coming in, which Millie seemed really excited about, properly announcing all the Verada stuff, the Xmas trailer, and there's stuff about Christmas in RTD's mind, Christmas, Doctor Who, families, whether biological or found or whatever mix, it just all links together very neatly in his head. They have a bit of a talk about Ruby not traveling with 15. It's basically the stuff I said when we discussed this in the Empire thing. Just they're going in different directions in life. It's pretty normal. Companions tend to travel when they have like a hole. RTD says kind of similar stuff. So that felt good. Someone asks Judy about, I don't know if you've heard of this gig, Knee High, some sort of physical acting thing, like it.
I have heard of them.
Yeah,
like a physical theatre company. Yeah, they're kind of well known, like in the theatre world for the shows they do. Yeah,
Shooty was in it or something for some time, and so I think it's like a drama teacher asks Shooty, "Are you like using stuff from that?" And Shooty's taken it back, but he's like, "Yeah, that taught me heaps." So that was cool. You usually get such crap questions. I thought like a really specific acting question was cool. Before I actually hear RTD for some of these, the last little one I wanted to say, because RTD and Alex Kurtzman kind of say the same stuff in their Star Trek panel. If RTD wanted, he would like to do any sort of crossover. He always wishes copyright laws were not a thing. He wishes R2-D2 could go into the TARDIS. He wishes the War of the World Martians... Actually, isn't that out of copyright? That's a weird example. Basically, he wishes anything could meld with anything. And he's not joking. He says, quote, "I'm quite serious. I actually wish that science fiction was like a child's imagination and that all these intellectual properties could cross, because they do in your head. When you're 8 years old, you've got Daleks battling whoever in your head. Why not? One day, maybe these sorts of things will happen." But, then they joke about lawyers and everything. But he talked about this on 2 panels. So RTD really believes in this. I wish there was no IP laws. Imagine there's no IP, it's easy, that sort of thing. So that's interesting.
Not so much from a perspective of loving legal enforcement of stuff, but I think from a perspective of what the actual nature of what RTD is asking for and wishing for here. I don't know. I'm not as enthusiastic about it as he is, because I think this whole thing, the reason that I guess part of that whole thing of being a child and imagining all these things slamming together is that it's what you're imagining what you don't have, right? You're taking the things that you're given and you're putting them together. You're creating the fireworks in your head. That's why it's exciting. I think, because it doesn't exist on screen. It's what's happening. It's what you're doing. It's what you're creating by colliding the different things in your imagination. That's why it's so much fun. And I feel like wanting to take that and basically just homogenize everything so everything just slides together, I think is actually taking away the opportunity to imagine. if you see what I mean. It's like taking away from those kids the opportunity to actually have those fireworks be like a personal thing, and just wanting all of the things to slop together. And I think there is a danger, I think, in eroding the boundaries between different ideas and just taking, because if you take away actually the defined like limits or ridges of each of these worlds or properties, then I guess they kind of lose integrity. They lose what makes them almost. So if everything can just cross over with everything, then nothing is itself anymore. If that makes any sense. So I think it's kind of a scary vision of the future.
Yeah.
I also feel like you kind of like, there already are so many, Robin Hood you can use, and King Arthur you can use, and Doctor Who has used before. There's, especially like for British culture, British myth kind of stuff, you already have a Dorian Gray, isn't he? Like this, and War of the Worlds is out of copyright. You could use the tripods, just don't make them look like they do in the films or whatever. So a lot of Frankenstein, even a lot of sci-fi is kind of out of copyright by now. If you really want to do lots of these crossover, and like Doctor Who has riffed on Frankenstein, so
that's a good point. For all that RT talks about, I wish Doctor Who could cross over with everything. It's all biased towards stuff that's like current and recent,
yeah,
and like hyped and very big franchises and stuff. It's not actually that engaged with all the things that already do exist and that are good and that you can use. So you could do all this stuff if you want to. It's just you want to do that stuff with other franchises, and that's almost the appeal of it, isn't it? Because no one's interested. Oh, I wish Doctor Who could cross over with like Jekyll and Hyde or whatever. Like, no one's asking that. So I wish Doctor Who could cross over with other big, flashy McDonald's toys, kind of Happy Meal sort of stuff.
It's very literal as well. Like Return of Doctor Mysterio is super. Like the Christopher Reeve, Richard Donner Superman is obviously like a huge influence on that, but that's not actually having the Doctor meet like Superman. It's doing its own story, or like a new superhero, but it's clearly like some of Moffat's love for those films is channeling through that. So yeah, I don't know. I don't want RTD2 in the TARDIS. Yeah. Anyway, more interesting thing. Shooty is asked, what's the deal with like you? That sounds confrontational. Shooty's asked in a nice way about his new Doctor confrontation. Listen to what he says. It's interesting.
So I wanted to bring a sense of fun. He's a little bit emotional. I don't know if you've noticed. And so I think I wanted him to just like feel everything because he gets to experience everything. But I had a long list of incredible actors to draw from, and it was like, how the hell am I going to match up to the people that have came before me? Tried to steal a little something from all of them and make it my own.
Russell, what do you say to your actors? Like, do you say, look at past companions and doctors for inspiration, or do you say make it your own?
Actually, never. Thank you for doing that research, but when you've got 60 years behind you, that would take an awful long time to say, come on, what took 60 years? But actually, no, you employ Shooty, you employ Millie for them to make it their own, for them to be themselves, for them to push it forward. I love the legacy of the show. I'm an old-time fan, but it's all about moving forward. So it's the other way around. I watch the rushes, I watch you doing what you're doing, I watch you doing what you're doing, and we try to follow that. We have to make scripts, adjust and fit to that. I also watch what you're not doing. So we think, let's do that. Let's do something Shooty doesn't do. So it's a very organic process, but it's alive, it's fun, it's good.
Any thoughts on the emotional, and then RTD saying the past stuff, don't worry too much?
I would say this kind of comes back to, I guess, how I was feeling about 15, the concept 15 overall. Because that is certainly a very clear idea. He feels everything. He feels stuff a lot. He's very emotional. But that, again, is not that much of like a character, I guess. Like, it's kind of like it's a part of a character. It's a way they act, a way they behave. But it's not like that much of an idea. It just reminds me a little bit of like when they were asking Chib, like, what's your vision for Doctor Who? Like, what's your Doctor going to be like? What's your version of Doctor Who going to be like? And he was just like, oh, it's like the Doctor Who you know and love, and just not really giving that much. Just feel like the idea isn't that big. I would say the whole thing of like, oh, are you researching past Doctors? Are you copying them? I mean, I'm kind of mixed feelings about that.
Yeah.
Because on one hand, it's like, well, yeah, obviously, you don't want to just rehash old Doctors. Like, you want new personnel who just have their own ideas. I want the show to be different and change. Be not to say that the show is about change, but changing is what the show does, right? And that's why it's interesting. So, I don't want that. But sometimes you look at something you want, maybe actually you could steal a bit more. Maybe it would be better if you'd stolen a few more things. I was like, for example, I mean, during the season, one thing that kind of came up was how, like, say, Shooty handles the technobabble lines, like the really shitty lines that he sometimes gets. And that's a clear case where I think maybe he actually could have stolen from, like, Tennant or something. Just like, in terms of, like, handling those, or from Smith, really. It was just, like, from, like, just not so much stealing, like, the specific way, but actually the approach, like, the rigorous approach to actually trying to do just something different with each of those lines, or just be really attentive.
I was just going to say that, like, yeah, it would be, he talked about, like, Russell T Davies, he said, like, he specifically hired Ncuti Gatwa and Millie Gibson because of what they bring. And I think that, obviously I've never been in this position, how would I know? But, like, for this to be like, you trust that, like, even if Ncuti Gatwa and Millie Gibson had seen past Doctor Who, they would still bring their own, they wouldn't like, oh, I'll watch a Matt Smith, I'm just going to act like Matt Smith, I'm just going to do exactly a Matt Smith. Like, you trust that the actors you hire would know to do that their own thing. And so I've never been against the idea. This is actually something I don't care about. Like, if they watch, like, old episodes or not, I don't care as long as they do a good job. But I don't think that, like, this is, like, it's an important, like, I don't think that, like, there's a problem with, like, Ncuti not having seen old episodes. Or, like, I don't think his, like, all of his crying has anything to do with it,
Yeah, it just feels like a fan brain thing that always comes up. Has the new actor watched Old Who? Have they watched enough classic Doctor Who? Have they watched enough New Who? It's like, are they enough of a fan to be worthy of the role?
Yeah,
it's very annoying when fans do that. It's not really anywhere near as important as they make it out to be.
Exactly.
The most important thing to happen in the panel was the spin-off finally gets announced. The war between the land and the sea. Russell says Ibrahim and Kate are returning, and then he says the two leads, and he clarifies they're not Tish Jones or Midshipman Frame, new characters. And then he doesn't give much of a description of it, but he says it's kind of a Children of Earth bit of copy. Like he says, when the Doctor's not in town, how do we cope? And so it's a 5-episode spin-off dealing with that. I don't really want to talk about it now because I have more information on it in a later thing, but that's when it was announced. With leaks had flown around for ages, but this panel in July, late July, is when it got properly announced. Related to that, though, is Russell talking about leaks, and I thought this is actually pretty interesting. So have a listen to what he says with leaks.
We try to keep secrets and everything leaks, which is so hard because we film on the streets of Cardiff, and which is great. And fans come and watch us, which is great. Yes. And they're so excited. They then report that online. So what do? Shoot everything indoors? You kind of just have to take a deep shrug. And I sit there thinking, we are all a fervent, brilliant, excited online community. A lot of people aren't in that community. My sisters wouldn't read a single thing online. They sit watching Doctor Who like, oh wow, what a surprise, like that. So the leaks don't get to everyone. So I think we have to quite happily just say, if you like leaks, then you're having a very happy life, because there they are. And I know the leaks are part of the joy. They're actually, we don't do deliberate leaks ever, but it's like, we get off on that. It's wonderful. It's exciting. So much. If I read a leak about The Boys or about Star Wars or Star Trek, I'm there. I'm in. So, yeah.
I think we talked about this before, but I agree. Like, I think he it's odd for a big time producer, I think, to really get this. But what he says towards the end there, I think is actually really finger on the pulse with how fans treat this stuff. What do you guys think?
I think it's a good attitude to have, just like to be like, as someone who creates media, to be like, we're aware that like we're filming out in public. This is like, we can't keep this under wraps. This is like, and then also to take this step further and realize that like, not only is this a part of it, but like it can be a positive part. Like it can like make fans interested. Like people enjoy it. They enjoy going to watch and see. And so like, because it would be really easy to be like grumpy about it. Like even obviously he wouldn't be like at a panel like that, but like it's just very easy to like be grumpy about that. But like to take a positive spin on it is nice. And yeah, I do think that like people like leaks. The people who seek out leaks like leaks, and that's good.
Yeah, I think he doesn't have some view of leaks as being like an attack on him or on the show, because ultimately people engage in this stuff, and we have like spoilers and speculation communities or whatever, because people are excited. They're excited to see what's going to happen. They want to know what's going to happen. They burn with desire to know what's going to happen. They need to know in advance. If the information is there, they're hungry for it. They want to like have some idea of what's coming. That's because that's a sign of their interest in the show. If they didn't care about it, they wouldn't read leaks, right? So it's good to have people care about your stuff.
And as a creator, you would hope that even if your things were to get leaked or some elements were to get leaked, you would still have a meaningful story to be told beyond just things that could get spoiled.
100%. Anyway, this is my favorite bit of all the Comic-Con stuff now. I'm not even going to lead up to it. This is just the best bit of all of it. Have a listen.
Shall we hear from your amazing audience, from the fans out there, guys?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
All right, here we go. Please introduce yourself, and let's hear your first question. Yeah, go for it.
Hi, my name is Curtis. There was an animated short, like 6-episode. I know you're a long fan of the old ones. Called The Stream of Shaukala or something. I was just wondering, do you consider Richard E. Grant an official regeneration of the Doctor? And if not, kind of why not? And what your thoughts on that?
I think that's called Scream of the Schalke. That was written by Paul Cornell, who's probably at Comic-Con. Is Paul Cornell here? Are you here? Is he there? Oh my God. There we go. Hooray, my old friend Paul Cornell. The man who wrote it is over there. That's amazing. That was back in 2004 or something. It was an animated spin-off starring Richard E. Grant as the Doctor. And recently when the Doctor saw his past regenerations in Rogue, we put Richard E. Grant's face in there, not the animated version, the real-life version. Richard E. Grant came and had some photos taken for us to do it specially. So what I think is, in answer to that properly, is that I would hate to say what's officially canon and what isn't, and if you want it to be. And I was really delighted to include, Paul is my old friend, and I was really delighted to include Richard E. Grant, because he was kind of excluded when Chris Eccleston became the Doctor. So I thought that was a nice thing to do to a friend, to reach out and sort of canonize that, if there is a canon. So I'm going to say it's whatever you want. If you want to say nonsense, it's animated, get out of this hole, then that's fine. So I think the canon belongs to you. You can invent it. You can invent new stuff. That's how I started as a kid. I just used to invent stories in my head, and now I do it for a living. So it's yours. No official answer, which is the best way to be.
Hey.
So, mad respect to RTD for turning that around into such like a positive thing and like a wholesome, mature, adult, respectful, professional thing and a positive thing. Because damn, what what a weirdly hostile curveball from that audience member. Really, just something about that. Like, damn. Oof. It's just, I would not want to have been in that room. You could feel the atmosphere. Like, the moment he was saying that stuff, like, what the hell is happening right now? But RTD, you not only saved it, but he made it into a really celebratory thing for Paul Cornell, and yeah, well done.
I love how RTD talks like it was other people, like pissing on the Schalke Doctor when he's the one. He was negative to it. We talked about this back in Rogue, to Doctor Who magazine. I'm not having a go at. I think Richard E. Grant's performance is crap in it too, but Russell was the one having a go at it. And, you know, it's because this is a good thing, but it's because of Russell that was all shut down and quote unquote decanonized. I just think it's funny how he frames it as if, oh yeah, what a shame that Cornell's thing there was kind of tucked away. Now we can celebrate it again because he's the one who was doing the tucking, rightfully. I just love that big Disney, like the show is going to be so huge now, and Doctor Who's on buses and it's on trains in America and stuff, and the whole big Disney, the show's going to be bigger than ever. This feels like the most positive, I'm not being sarcastic here, this feels like the most positive, lovely deflation of that to me is the first question at the huge Comic-Con all-age panel is about Scream of the Schalke. That's very Doctor Who. It's beautiful to me.
I like RTD correcting the guy on the pronunciation of Schalke just immediately there. Like something so strange about like calling out RTD on this when you don't even know like the name of the thing you're talking about. Like, where does that come from? What's the point?
It's very strange.
It's such a I don't want to read into it because I don't know this guy at all. I don't know what he means or anything. It might not be this, but it's such a Doctor Who-y wiki diver thing to me. Like this idea of asking these in-depth questions. It's like this isn't disparaging. It's very like a Tumblr or some Reddit communities and stuff or Discord servers where these people haven't even read these stories, but they're like aware of them. And and they're like asking questions. What do you think of Book of the War, Russell or something? What do you think of Scream of the Schalke, where it's like they are aware of them without knowing them? And I just think it's quite funny and strange.
Like it's more like the principle that he seems concerned with, isn't it? Like I haven't watched Scream of the Schalke, but I need to know whether or not you consider this canon or not because it's very important to like just the integrity of Doctor Who overall.
Yeah. I should looking back on what Russell said with Schalke back in the day, he's not actually having much of a go at Schalke itself. He has a go at Richard E. Grant, but I should be clear, he doesn't really bash the episodes themselves. So I'm not feeling any like twisty, I was mean to Cornell. That's not the vibe. But he was rightfully dismissive of Richard E. Grant's performance, which he should be. I have watched Schalke, and his performance is quite bad in it. All his Doctor Who performances are quite bad, which is weird because he's great in other things.
Maybe he just doesn't like Doctor Who, so maybe we shouldn't have canonized him.
Maybe. Why do we keep inviting him back?
Get him back out of Rogue.
There's another shooty question about his take on the Doctor here, which the answer's interesting. Let's hear that one.
My question is actually for you, Shooty. You mentioned that one of your contributions to the character of the Doctor is tears. What does it mean to you, though, genuinely, to be the Doctor who's willing to cry?
What does it mean to me? I guess it's just the Doctor, like, has had so much loss and joy and every experience, like, lived to the fullest extent. I just can't get over this, like, fact of he has two hearts. Yeah. He just feels things very, very deeply. You know, when your best friend rolls down a cliff and is dead, you're gonna shed a couple of tears, I think. But yeah, I don't know. That wasn't something specifically that we wanted to bring to the role. It was just something that would happen naturally, like with direction, from the writing, from my own interpretation of it. It was like an amalgamation of things, and so I don't know. I guess it's nice to have a hero that feels, and a man that's not afraid to, like, be in touch with his emotions.
Yeah. That's the beautiful thing.
That was a bit of an awkward question for him. You kind of tell he had to think about it a lot. Like, what does this mean to you? Like, it's kind of a weird, kind of awkward kind of way to... It's an awkward thing to answer because it's so abstract.
Yeah.
But, like, you know, he did a pretty good job, I think. Yeah, it's interesting to hear that it wasn't so much a conscious choice from the outset as in I'm going to cry a lot, as so much as something that just arose organically, and I guess that's why it kept happening, like, seemingly every episode. Which is, well, I mean, you know, I'd be really emotional at this bit, so this is where I cry. And it's just kind of calling it a trick seems unfair, but it's like a technique that would come into use a lot, so it just ended up becoming a thing. I guess, you know, I never really had, like, an issue with, like, the Doctor sort of, it didn't annoy me so much, like, in itself, but I guess it was just like it felt repetitious in terms of how the Doctor's character is playing out in each episode. That's kind of the one noteness kind of what bugged me. But I think the basic idea of the Doctor being able to actually cry and be incredibly emotive. I mean, in Ruby Road, when it felt like his eyes were leaking, you know, hearing about the kids that got erased from time. You know, I thought that was great. And I thought that really contributed something interesting and novel and kind of alien feeling and fascinating to the Doctor. And maybe it became a bit more, like, you know, prosaic as the season went on, but I think it's a cool idea. And I think, as he says there at the end there, I think it was part of the feeling of potential with the whole 15 Doctor and the Bigen and stuff. Him being able to dance, him being able to, you know, be flirtatious, him being able to, you know, be romantic and all that. And kind of being able to feel emotions in a very expressive, vulnerable way felt like part of that, right? Because so much of what we think of as the Doctor up to now, has kind of been set in these, I guess, stereotypically masculine sort of frameworks. I mean, even though he's not your typical macho guy, he nonetheless, whenever he's framed as like the brooding professor with the kind of the quirky student or whatever, you're still kind of playing into those ideas. You know, he's the Rick to Clara's Morty or whatever. You know, he's the gruff older man, and he is like also sometimes maybe he's the explorer or he's the whatever. He's all those things. He's like the professional, and he is expected to not be the one having a breakdown or the one, I guess, sort of showing what is inside him, his gooey inner bits to the world. He puts on a brave face. He's the one saving the day, beating the bad guys. So it is refreshing, I think, it's still, even if it is happening every single episode, it's still refreshing, I think, to actually have what is inside, like, on the outside, and have him breaking the convention. Sorry, I did waffle a bit there, but that's kind of the basic point.
No, yeah, I agree totally. And I think I especially agree with the fact that, like, it's a good instinct. It's a good, like, idea like it's nice to have like Gatwa said, it's nice to have a hero that feels a male hero who's more comfortable in his sexuality. And like the real problem is there's not much else. It's like his like, which is why we get him crying every episode. There's not a lot else going on around that. And so that makes every time it happens feel very repetitious, because we're like, oh, this is happening again, but because it's the only like real big thing that we've got. Because okay, so I was just about to say an example of another Doctor not doing this, and then I was about to say Tennant, and then I was about to say gnashing teeth, so never mind. But like, there's more than one way to like approach see, there's more like characters have multiple facets, and I think 15 is very, like we've been saying for a lot, like he's very relatively simple character, and so the small bits that we do get come under extra scrutiny because of that, because that's all we've got to go on. So we point at Shutigawa crying every episode, even though like that's not inherently a problem. It's just that it being the only thing that we have to go on is a problem. But yeah, I do think it's good. And it's also like, I not too surprised to hear that it wasn't like a conscious decision, because it did feel like one of those things that I'm sure has been mentioned on this show before, but like in other places where it's like Shutikawa is good at crying and he has beautiful expressive eyes, and so obviously that's an aspect of his performance that you would utilize and focus on. But yeah,
the only other interesting stuff really is Russell saying the same stuff about the fourth wall that he pretty much said to SFX in July. So he's on that note a lot. Swimming forward to mid-August, there's two interesting things in that Doctor Who well, there's more, but there's two I want to say. One, there's not much to say to, I just think it's interesting. Russell's talking about pyramids and the finale. He says, once he put Ruby's legend on VHS and the whole time window projection looks like a VHS, he became very interested in that. He realized as he was writing the finale that he owned these Doctor Who stories, classic Who stories on VHS. So a lot of people experienced Pyramids of Mars on VHS. So it felt right to like have VHS clips of Pyramids of Mars in the finale, like all VHS stuff. I think the idea of getting really VHS-y with a Doctor Who episode, a new Who-ish episode, is awesome. And I love the idea of aesthetically doing VHS stuff. That's one of the things of Legend I said, I just wish they did more with this, because that's a cool idea. It's just like a shallow aesthetic thing in the episode, though. I wish they went further into that.
Yeah, it is a good idea. It's a good like basis.
Yeah, the whole idea of like kind of old glitchy or sort of physical media sort of blurring with the real world. I remember Time of Angels with the angel on the videotape.
Yeah, I was just about to say it.
Kind of flickering, and it starts coming to when it comes to the room with Amy. That's an awesome sequence. You know, stuff like that would be fantastic. You know, unfortunately in Empire of Death we get these pyramids clips that are just there to, I guess, exposit about Sutek, so Ruby can watch them on a little screen and be like, "Hey, it's you." Yeah, so not a huge contribution to the story.
And also, this is barely related, but like, why wasn't the VHS tape mentioned in Ruby Road with Davina McCall?
Yeah,
I mean, I know the answer is because he was making it up as he went along.
He hadn't come up with that yet.
More relevant thing, Bonnie Langford in that magazine says, "We are leaning towards the fact that something horrible happened to Mel's family. She tells Carla, 'I've lost my family to the most terrible things.' We don't really know what. Is it before she met the Doctor or their first adventure together? But something dark happened, something awful. And obviously Mel was deeply affected, but the Doctor helped her." So I actually think I wish this show was doing more with this, because I love the idea of giving a classic Who character like new backstory and characterization. I think that's really cool, especially because a lot of them are quite thin characters. And I love the idea of like not just in their future, but in their past as well, kind of adding stuff. I like that. And I like the idea of, like he said in that podcast panel thing, of melding Ruby and 15's characters to do parallels and stuff. I love the idea of kind of doing this with an extant character too. I just wish we were doing more there, because the 60th touches it, Giggle touches it, and you know, we're touching it a little bit in the finale. Do more with that. That's great. I hope more is done there. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I like it in theory, and I also feel that like there needs to be more done, because at the moment I'm not super big on it, because it does feel transparently like, look everyone, it's thematic, without wanting to put any like actual legwork into it. It's just like, oh, Mal's had bad stuff happen in her past too. Mal's an orphan too. See, there's orphans everywhere. But like you could dive into that, and like if you wanted to, and like actually make that part of the story, and like Mal feels like very nicely detailed wallpaper at the moment.
Yeah, they haven't committed to what the hell they want to actually do with Mel. I think that's the issue. I think almost like there's a reluctance to, maybe because maybe that's it, like the whole thing of actually going back to a classic Who companion. If you actually do that and give them new backstory, you might end up contradicting something, or you're falling on your ass or something, or people might not like it. So that's why you have to actually, if you're going to do it, you have to actually commit and make a choice and risk upsetting people.
Around 65 days after Empire of Death, something happened. And furthermore, we've lost Gig and Missy for now. They've been scraped out of the timeline like Maestro scrapes out. I'm trying to segue this. Dilb is with us to talk about the Doctor for 2024 because he went there. So that's where I'm going. How are you, Dilb?
Good, thanks.
So I didn't get to go because I was oceans away. Gig didn't go. Missy was also oceans away. But the proms, what are they? I know the last Doctor Who one was 11 years ago, but like for non-Brits, what is this?
It's just like season of like orchestral pieces, basically, or orchestral concerts. Like it's not all Doctor Who. There's like, I think there's one for like Holst, like the other week when I went there.
Oh yeah.
But the BBC has done them for like decades, like about 100 years maybe. And then Doctor Who started doing them, I think like 2008.
I remember because on the old home releases, like the discs, every now and again there would be one. Like I think 2008, 2010, I remember ones, and like sometimes the Doctor would have a little skit, or they'd either be there in person and do a skit, or there'd be like a video clip of something pre-recorded, and there'd be monsters in the audience, and really celebrating all the orchestral stuff. They always seemed really cool to me, like very targeted for kids with like there's people in the monster suits walking around, but it's also like 2 hours of orchestral music, so that's a pretty cool thing.
Yeah, it's totally like for me, like I'd never even been to like a concert like this. So I think I've heard like criticism, like it's not real like classical music or whatever, but I don't know, it's still a gateway. Like any kind of orchestral concert I think is like a good thing to get into, even if it's not like the actual classical composers.
I feel like a kid in the audience, I've seen orchestras before, and when you feel the big like swell, it's like seeing a rock concert when you feel like the bass and the kick drum in your chest. It's a really like tactile, visceral thrill. I can totally see a kid. It's one thing to hear it on a disc or whatever, and it's another thing to actually physically kind of feel the music live. I totally think could awaken a love of. Well, although we say that, there's lots of people who we go, well, if they're reading YA, they're going to move on to someone else. Maybe if you listen to Murray Gold, you're just going to move on to like other Murray Gold-esque composers. You're just going to go Lorne Bulf. But
video game music, go to Final Fantasy and Sonic the Hedgehog concerts.
Still, it's not a bad thing.
It's like music. It's good.
Yeah. In this proms itself, who is it that's Shooty as 15 as this whole speech about all music is good, even if it's bad. So I listened to the radio broadcast. So there were lots of bits where I was unclear. Is this a pre-recorded thing or is so-and-so actually there? But it was really enjoyable, the actual music. Like bits felt different. And I love the medleys, like Space Babies and Rogue. There was lots of really cool arrangements of music. I found it a really enjoyable listen, but I'm curious. So how would you rate it as a live experience? What was it like actually going there? What was all that like?
It was really fun. Yeah. I'd always wanted to go. Like I was always really sad that I never went to like the 50th anniversary one, especially. Yeah, it was great. Like the Albert Hall, I didn't realise how big the Royal Albert Hall was. It's just so like you're walking around the corridors and it's sort of like in this big circle. It took me ages to even find where I was meant to go for my seat. But then, walked in and suddenly realised like, oh, I'm really high up. And yeah, it's huge and there's so many people there. And yeah, the atmosphere, I really liked it. It was really exciting.
So the other years it's been run for Doctor Who, 2008, 2010, and like you said, the 50th anniversary year, 2013, those are all big, huge Doctor Who years. That's like Doctor Who Zenith years. Did it feel like with the people there and Catherine Tate hosting everything, did it feel like a big Doctor Who's on top of the world kind of thing? Whether you think that in general, did you feel that like in the actual night there?
Yeah, I was like, as I say, like taken aback by how many people were there. Like hundreds and hundreds of people in my peripheral vision all there to watch a Doctor Who music performance. Like you sort of get swept up in the kind of excitement of it. And it felt like Doctor Who was kind of back in a way, because we haven't had the proms. I think the last prom was like 2013.
Yeah.
So like even before the Peter Capaldi era,
So there's little interviewee things I've heard here and there, which I want to run past someone who's actually been there. But before I do, I want to go through, so it started with 15's, it started with Flavia's themes, didn't it? The Ninth Doctor,
woman wailing New Who, Doctor Who theme. And then that went into 15's theme.
Yeah, I think that was like part of the 15 piece. Yeah.
I found throughout the whole thing in general, the electric guitar seemed much more audible to me. I don't know if it was just louder or if they were doing something different with that. But in lots of different bits of music, I felt the electric guitar more, and I thought that sounded really cool in there.
Yeah.
And then, so Catherine Tate hosting, what was that like?
She was funny, yeah. It's cool. Like, I mean, I was very high up, so she was quite far away. It was like I was a bit starstruck, like, wow, that's Donna Noble. That's, like, just thinking back to, like, all the iconic moments, and, like, that's her. She was there for all of those. But yeah, she was really funny, and she's, like, constantly, like, messing up her lines. I don't know if that was in the radio broadcast.
It was, yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, she was really funny. And
before they do the last song, I'd like it cuts out for a little bit, like the broadcast, and then it's everyone's going, what's going on? And before they go into the Devil's Chord thing. So yeah. Second bit of music. This might have been my favorite one I heard. This is one of the ones where it's like a new arrangement. The Doctor, Donna, and the Toymaker. Music from the 60th Star Beast and the Giggle. I really, really, really enjoyed that. What did you think of that one?
Oh yeah, that was exciting. Yeah, I love the Toymaker stuff. It was cool hearing those creepy vocals in real life.
There was a bit after the unit theme where the guitarist was just doing some wild stuff, and I wasn't even sure if that was riffing on anything in the episode. Maybe it was like a heavier interpretation of it. But yeah, that was a really cool piece of music. I guess Yonder's too mellow. I love the music in Yonder probably the most of the three specials, but that's a very mellow, it's the same reason there's probably not heaps of Sagan in there.
Yeah.
Most of his music's very mellow. Then I love these combinations, medleys, where it's like not two episodes that feel linked, but the musically you kind of get where they're going. Into the Vortex, which was Space Babies and Rogue. That was a fun journey.
Yeah, that's that's one thing that I hadn't had any preconceived expectations for, because I didn't really remember what the music was like in those episodes particularly.
Then, so I need you to explain this, because just through the audio I was pretty lost. We get the Vlinks.
Oh yeah.
Who's just talking stuff around, and then we get Maestro, who's cackling, I'm evil and I'm gonna play really bad music, so you hate it. And then we get I've Got a Dog, the bad Beatles song, and then the Vlinks tells everyone to clap really loud because that'll like end the music. And then so this was pretty incomprehensible for me. Was that all like a pre-recorded thing, or was the Vlinks actually there? Like, what was that?
It's just watching on the TV screen, really.
And don't forget, Maestro is so wrong. There is no bad music.
And then I'm the Doctor, which is, what was it like hearing that in person?
That was great. That was when I really woke up. Just personally, I felt like the atmosphere really went electric at that point. It's just really exciting, seeing the Matt Smith era clips on the big screens and
yeah.
Just, I don't know, it's obviously there's you need to have the newer music as well that people don't really know as much, but it felt really nice to have something that everyone recognised. I think that was the first point where everyone really knew, that was the most iconic song,
Were people more amped for that or for the theme, the Doctor Who theme at the end?
I think probably I Am Doctor.
Yeah.
I think really everyone was really amped up for that. The theme, I guess, that was just sort of at the end. It was I was expecting them to actually start with the theme, but yeah.
I remember they held it to the end for the 60th musical celebration thing, so
okay.
I guess ending with a bang. Then the Life of Sunday, the piano-y version, that must have been nice in person.
Yeah, that was like one of the big pieces of the era that I actually know. Like, because ever since it was played at that 60th celebration thing, I've been listening to it like a lot, even before it was in the episodes.
Violet Dachum, in person, did you weep like you must have the first time you saw 10 die?
Oh yeah, brought me right back to 2010. No, it's just I mean, it's great. Obviously, like the singer is really like fantastic. The person I was next to was not really a 10th Doctor fan. I don't think so. She was just, she didn't really, I think she sort of tutted when he appeared on the screen for that.
Really? Was she like checking her phone in 10th Doctor era music, or how could...
Yeah. She just sort of looked at me and went, because I'd been chatting to her before.
Yeah.
And she asked me my favourite Doctor, and I think for an easy life, sometimes I just say Matt Smith. Usually I'd say Peter Capaldi, but most people are going to go, oh, I just not watching after Matt Smith, whatever, so I just, Matt Smith, easier. But yeah, she, I don't know, she's actually liked Mr. 14th Doctor, but the 10th Doctor, not so much.
Yeah. Well, I understand that.
Yeah. I mean, that's the same as me, to be honest.
Yeah. Were you personally most thrilled in the next bit of music, the 12th Doctor's theme?
Yeah, that was really exciting. Because I'd heard before that they were going to cut out like a lot of the popular pieces to make way for the new stuff. And I thought, oh, yeah, that's probably on the chopping block. But no, a good man. Like, they played a good chunk of that.
It's such a cinematic piece of music. Was it like incredible in like the huge swelling bit when it really like roared into it?
Yeah, like really felt it in my chest. And yeah, seeing him on the big screen as well, it just felt gratifying. Like, oh, everyone in this crowd is seeing him, my faith, you know.
What's his line at the end of Deep Breath? You can't see me. It's nice for everyone to see him and hear him.
Yeah, I was a bit annoyed at the clips though, because it's like the big speech they played was like the one from Flatline. That I'm the man who stops the monsters, and that's fine. They cut out the bit where it's like, I name you the Boneless, because I always thought that was a bit cringe. I don't know, I think there were better like lines of dialogue that could have played.
It's one of his chuddier speeches. That's very like second Doctor. We need to fight the monstrous external evil,
and he's got a couple, but yeah, it's very like there are things in the universe that must be before.
Exactly, yeah. The next bit of music, 7-3 yards to find time. Those are my favourite two scores in season 1. Did the music for those episodes awaken for you a bit more, hearing it arranged, or not really?
Yeah, I mean, I'd gone through whatever podcast that was where we went through those episodes.
Oh yeah.
And you were like playing pieces of music. I really began to notice it. Yeah, I love that like motif, especially in 73 yards, the kind of scary what's his name, Roger Ap William thing. That was great. So it was really cool hearing it live. It had the same sort of creepy factor to it.
Then the companion suite, so Rose, Martha, Donna, Amy, Clara, Bill, what was that like?
That was good, yeah, because those are like some of the most iconic bits of music, and it's like one by one, I think there's like a big projection or something, or like their faces like appeared with each one. I think this was probably the first time, or they might have played it at the 60th thing actually, but Bill thing, yeah, they hadn't really, they hadn't had a prom since she debuted. I guess Clara actually.
Oh, she was in the 2013. I remember she was on.
No, Clara was 2013. No. Yeah, they would have played her theme, the 2013 one, yeah. But yeah, Bill, they'd never shown her theme off before. And, you know, we haven't got like an official soundtrack release of Bill stuff either, so it feels like she gets the shaft musically, you know.
It's so frustrating to hear these like new arrangements, and like he's put work into this, and lots of people put work into this. And he said that the Series 10 soundtrack's coming. It's just like a farce at this point. Why did we get the Goblin song and nothing else?
I know.
We don't even have the 60th music.
I thought they'd at least put out like Always a Twist at the end, like as a single. Not that I'd listen to it, but
yeah, not even that.
Yeah, I don't know why, because it really, like, the music is a big part of how the music lives on, you know? Like, just outside of the episodes. That's how you form a connection to the music, I think.
It was a real thrill to hear, like, the clean versions. Like, lots of people do great jobs getting the dialogue out of the music for Series 10 and onwards, but
oh yeah,
to actually hear a lot of this music clean and with the orchestra sounded so good, we need it recorded.
Yeah, because that's it. It's still cool. The Shepherd's Boy, I still call it Breaking the Wall.
Breaking the Wall, yeah.
Because of the YouTube upload. So shout out to whoever did that. Like, it stretches beyond just watching the episodes themselves. Like, I hadn't really rewatched much of Series 1. Like, seeing the clips of the episodes on the big screens at the Proms was basically my first, like, time rewatching it. So, yeah, I hadn't, like, connected to the music. Like, they don't have names, and they're often sort of buried in the mix in the episodes.
Yeah, it holds you back, definitely.
I can tell the really great stuff that Murray's doing, but I guess it's the older stuff from like RTD1 and like the Moffat era. That's just more sort of settled in for me. Like, it's just more iconic, I guess.
It's very frustrating.
But I do think like this new stuff will get there. It's just, I don't know, we need the soundtrack release. I think I'm ready for that.
What we did get soundtracks of was all of 13th's era music. Sagon was really good with that. We got the specials, had their own soundtracks and everything. It was always on time.
Yeah.
So there was that medley of Woman, Spyfall, Demons, and the Power of the Doctor. And then there was the same female singer who did that did Abigail's song, if I understood Tate right after.
I think so, yeah.
How are those two vocal heavy bits of music, the Chib Null one and the Abigail song?
I was sort of dreading like the Chibnall era stuff. So I knew it was going to be like this big 10-minute suite, and I just thought, oh, they could have made room for like, I don't know, Doomsday or All the Strange Creatures or stuff like that. I don't know, I did enjoy it. Like, I think they chose some good stuff. They chose all the stuff that works best in this kind of setting.
The Spyfall stuff is, yeah.
It's Spyfall stuff, I actually quite enjoyed it, surprisingly, but the Demons of the Punjab stuff, really, that's great. Like, the singer they got for that, like, he was fantastic. Because, I mean, I always thought, like, that episode musically was the best of that era. But generally, I had, like, quite a negative view of the Akinola stuff. I mean, in isolation, though, like, he's good. I just didn't think it was right for the episodes, I guess. But, you know, that speaks to, like, wider problems with the era, you know.
Very different setting, the Proms, I guess.
Yeah. I thought it's nice that they didn't sort of just ignore him, and Marie's always, like, really gracious towards him.
Yeah, but this is why also, like, there being no classic Who medley like there used to be for older Proms, I would have, like, you can cut out Rogue and... I mean, Varley, I would take to have like 8 minutes of classic Who, but oh well. I think it was a little shame to lose that.
Yeah, I really thought they would include that. So yeah, I was like, oh, I wanted to hear City of Death, you know.
I could have done some Pyramids music.
Or some Kev McCulloch. Yeah, that would have been...
That would have felt relevant.
Appropriate, like in this bold new era of, you know, classic and new merging, you know. I was just going to say Abigail's song, yeah, good, obviously, great. Beautiful song. It's not one I was like really especially looking forward to hearing, because it's just sort of, I just took it as a given that they were going to play it, I guess.
Very vocal heavy. Like, they choose the Demons of the Punjab, Abigail's song, Ballet Dachim. There's lots of very vocalist heavy songs here. I guess that's part of a live experience.
Yeah, they were great, like singers.
So after Abigail's song, Tate says something confusing about a Stephen Moffat creation. And then why I was so confused was I heard this strong accent talking, and I was thinking, who the hell is this? I thought, is this like something from the Snowmen or something? And then I realized it was Anita Dobson being Mrs. Flood, and she talks in this very arch way for a while and very vague. It's like very long. It's a couple of minutes of meandering. Oh, I'm not just a little old lady, or am I? Tee hee hee.
Yeah, She makes a joke about seeing Queen or something because she's married to Brian May.
Yeah, seeing Queen in 86. And then she says, there's a girl upstairs where I live, blah, blah, blah. She's very pretty. And then they go into Ruby Sunday. I don't get Stephen Moffat didn't write Mrs. Flood. So.
I just remember her mentioning Moffat and I was like, yeah, Moffat. But
So after the Sutek music, there's the theme, which is like the new, very chaotic Murray rendition. I thought it sounded a bit better in this recording than it does in the episodes because it didn't have the breathing.
Yeah, I don't get the breathing.
Then, yeah, the breathing is strange. But the very last bit of music, there's always a twist at the end. What was that like in person? What happened exactly? What went on there?
It was, yeah, like a sort of surprise thing. I mean, I knew it was going to happen. They like acted like it was going to end with the theme tune, and then all of a sudden, the 60s dancers like rush in on the bottom. Yeah, it was quite enjoyable, like in a live setting, I guess.
What was the crowd like?
Amused, I guess. Like the person next to me was quite excited.
Were they?
Yeah, it was, I'm sure.
So was the crowd dancing along or like shifting along or just like stoic?
I think pretty stoic, I guess. I don't know. I think, yeah, no, it was lively, I guess.
Ncuti Gatwa wasn't there, right? His stuff was all pre-recorded videos?
No, yeah, he didn't bother.
Was Millie there?
No, it was just Catherine Tate and Mrs. Flood, which, you know, is fine. I sort of did hold out hope that like there'd be a surprise Doctor appearance, like Tennant or Gatwa, but you know, they're busy people.
Yeah.
I mean, Matt Smith, you know, he showed up for the 50th. I think he showed up for a few of them with his companions.
He should show up again. What else is he doing?
Just turn up. I would have been pleased.
There was some Doctor Who magazine reporting on the proms. I want to run bits of it by you to like see what do you think of this having actually been there.
See what they're peddling.
Yeah, so also some of this is more like Marigold and Sagan talking through their process, and some of this is stuff that actually supposedly happened. So Murray says he's not really the guy. It comes down to the director of the show. He's in charge of the music, and he makes some suggestions about staging. He works out what they're actually going to play, and then they need that pretty early because they start to sequence it. The video editors start doing the clips. The video editors start doing the clips. The lighting designers start working on that. It has to do a tempo map. So like it's what the beats per minute's going to be of all the stuff that's getting played. He says it's important. You can't just like wiki-wacky go back and forth between all sorts of crazy tempos. There has to be a flow to how the show is working. If you're changing tempo, there needs to be some logic to how you're doing that, which might explain some of the strange like episode combinations maybe. That's just my own commentary there, not something he said. But then a lot of it goes to the conductor, Alistair King, who makes the actual score. He knits together the scores from recordings and whatnot, and then it all goes back to the video again. It sounds very, it sounds like a huge process. But when it comes to choosing the music, Sagan and Murray both have some interesting thoughts there. Doctor Who Magazine, I think this is Beth Axford reporting, asks, is he like trying to balance from different eras and stuff like that? Murray says, in a way, it was more like, what new stuff are we putting in? We basically started with the 4 suites to cover the specials and Ncuti's first season, and then having 15 of Ruby's themes separately. Then it was more a case of what are we going to leave out? There's no This Is Gallifrey, there's no Doomsday, there's no Song of Freedom.
Yeah.
We haven't done anything like this for a while. All the things you expect to hear at a Doctor Who concert. Once upon a time, nobody knew what was going to be in a Doctor Who concert. So we're starting again with a new batch of material that maybe people would want to have back. He's asked what was his favourite part of the prom, and he gives the very nice answer, I love Sagan's suite. And from his stuff, he really likes the Sutek finale. So those aren't the ones I would have picked, but that's interesting to hear from Murray.
Yeah. It was quite, like thinking back to the set list, it was very season 1, 60th heavy. So there was I Am the Doctor, A Good Man, The Companion Suite, and Abigail's Song, Orifale.
Then there's not much else. Yeah, it's very season 1 heavy.
There's not what I would have chosen. I don't know. Maybe other people feel differently, but I would have thought like This Is Gallifrey and Doomsday would be sort of like the more popular choices, really.
Yeah. I really like that he said Sagan's suite when he was asked though what his favorite bit was. I think that's a really nice thing to say.
Yeah, he's nice.
I'm not suggesting he's like lying either. Like I like a lot of that music they played in that section. It's just a nice answer.
Yeah, because I always thought there might have been some animosity in the Chibnall era. Like, did Murray want to leave? It's nice to know there's no like, if that is true, yeah, Like Murray does have a respect for him. Yeah.
Between the actual composers, yeah. They've always very gentlemanly. Murray's answer for what the trickiest part was, he talks for a while here, but something he says that stood out to me was, just locating my cues on a computer is much harder than it should be. So I wonder if that speaks to any soundtrack stuff.
He just needs an assistant or something. I don't understand, like, most other shows can, like, do... I mean, nowadays they do, like, weekly soundtrack releases sometimes, like, per episode.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like, I mean, it sounds like an insane workload, but I don't know, I wish he had someone to help him with it.
Yeah. Sagan's asked the same sort of stuff. And he says, the whole point for me is how I condense everything from 13th Doctor's time into something fans will love. It's not a showreel of my work. It's about covering the key moments during this Doctor's time. What would the fans want in there? And so he's saying that's the difficult balance for him, is what would he maybe want in there versus what does he think the fans would actually want in there? How does he go about sorting it all out? I start by listing all the moments that feel significant from each series. I think about the music that was used in all those moments. Then I start piecing it together, being ruthless because I can't have everything. And it's noted that the 13th Doctor suite here is shorter than the one in the 60th celebration. He says, I've taken out a few moments, but I've also focused this one more on 13. 60th was more about entirety of her era. This one's more about her and her journey. So he sounds super driven with how he's done that. I think that makes sense, trying to like pare it down to 13 specific things rather than showcasing the whole era. You're pretty smart way, I think he...
Yeah, I think they convey that came across, in the show.
There's always a twist at the end. Some more of the Doctor Who magazine reporting on the proms say, this is when Beth Axford is watching the rehearsals earlier in the day. She's saying, the song has to be run through a few times because the lyrics are quite twisty. Make do and mend Land's End, vocalist Tobias Turley asks. So I'm glad that even the people singing it are confused by these lyrics the same way we were.
I mean, we were sure they were just like teasers for the upcoming episodes or something, but...
They're inexplicable. I think we need an actual lyricist at times. As great a composer as Murray is, and writer as Russell is, they're not pop song composers.
No, get Neil Tennant back away. Not Neil Tennant. What's his name from the...
Neil Hannon?
Neil Hannon. Yeah, Neil Hannon.
Paul Casey, the movement director, talks up the It's Always a Twist thing heaps because he's talking about how complicated and so difficult to organise that sort of thing is with so many moving parts, moving people. Beth Axford, it's quite sweet. She goes on for a long time with this movement director guy who's like been behind that for New Who for ages about how did you do this, how did you do that, you're a star to me. So it must be very nice as a guy like that to be applauded by someone.
Here's a name I recognise, Paul Casey, like
from Confidential and stuff like that.
Yeah. Like it's nice these behind the scenes people sort of get the dues. I didn't realise he was involved with the proms, but it makes sense, definitely.
Or like the Chalters and everything moving around. That's like coming back to him.
Yeah.
So she's asking him lots of questions like, why don't you use the angels this time? Not accusingly, but like, what's the process? And it's a whole big Doctor Who magazine thing in the October one about it. How do we choose which one for this one and how do they move and all that? There's just so much work behind every bit of something like this. It really is. It's amazing how much work goes into every little facet of it. Beyond just the music.
I've not even talked about like the monsters. I thought, even though you say it might be like sort of for the kids, but really I enjoyed it as well. Yeah, watching the move, like specifically when we're talking about the movement coaching stuff, like when the shoulder came out on the stage, I really thought, oh wow, that is quite sort of unnerving. Like they looked fantastic, like the weird like twitchy stuff they do. I tried to like imagine like I'm actually looking at these like weird alien birds, like pretending that they're actually like monsters. They looked, I was really impressed by them.
When the Cybermen walk around, is there any noise like coming out of the costumes or coming out of speakers or anything, or are they just like silently moving, like the way the actual costume works?
I think they were silent because I remember, like, I was looking in a completely different direction. I didn't notice there was some Cybermen on stage until they were walking off.
Yeah,
I was like, oh, I missed the Cybermen because they had like a few varieties. They had like the Mondasian ones and the Cyber Lords or whatever. Cyber Lords? Cyber Masters?
The Cyber Masters, I think. Yeah, the Chibnall ones. When I was a kid, the Doctor Who Confidential for the alternate universe Cybersmen David Tennant episodes ruined them for me. Because when you see them just walk around and there's no sound, and you really watch the actors in them and they're clearly bending around quite a bit, you go, oh God, that's just like, none of that's metal at all. This is just a soft...
It suddenly looks very cheap, yeah.
Now, like, I'm always so conscious when I hear the ksh, ksh, that this is just
totally, I mean, everything's like this, but it's just, they never quite worked for me as a kid since that confidential episode. It just, I can see the strings too much.
Yeah.
That's why I like the Mondasian, and even the 80s ones who are much more cyborgy, like that is a human under there, and it's not kind of meant to not to be.
Yeah, bring him back. I remember being so disturbed when World Enough in Time aired, and they still had the stomping sound on the Mondasian Cybermen. That's a minor nitpick because I thought the episode was great. But yeah, come on, like go the whole hog and have them be sort of creepier, you know?
Maybe one day we'll get nostalgia for the 80s ones, and I don't know if they'll have stomps or not.
I can just see it's like a show and a note, like, no, we have to have the iconic marching sound that we invented.
Yeah. So the Proms overall, the air has really gone out of the room, I think, after the season airing, with all this back and forth of what's happening with season 3 or what's happening with Disney. But so in the Proms itself, everything felt pretty high and successful.
Yeah. I mean, it's, you're sort of in this bubble, really. I mean, I say like, oh, so many fans, but that could be like half the fans in the country. No, it's not. But I mean, it's
all right. Do you have anything else you want to add?
A Silurian came up to me, and that was cool. I didn't think they'd come up to the cheap seats, but they did.
Was it a man or a woman?
I couldn't tell.
This would have been a great time to unveil the new Sea Devils, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that would have been. Well, it could have gone very wrong, depending on how good the design is. I'm sure that'd be good.
Was there anything else interesting about people walking in, or people around you, or people walking out? Like any other interesting fan? Did you have any Nilso-esque experiences with like fellow fans?
No one was really cringe. I think I recognised some people from like I just saw their faces. I know their faces. They must be like Doctor Who YouTubers or Twitter celebrities. But I didn't speak to any of them. No, yeah, people were polite. A few people. Someone on the end of my row left a Coke bottle, an empty Coke bottle.
Really?
Yeah. So no, if I find out who did that, no, I'm sure they got swept up in the hype of there's always a twist at the end and just completely forgot.
Well, how would the war between Sea Devils treat such a person? Wouldn't they dump it back on their front lawn?
Oh, true. I should have taken it down to Russell and said, hey, this is exactly the kind of thing that you should write about.
Yeah, sick Russell to Toby on him.
It's funny, I was reading that thing Russell wrote in the magazine about being swarmed by people asking for autographs.
Yeah.
Because like Catherine Tate like pointed him out, I think. But I couldn't see him from my seat. I sort of like tried to lean over, but I thought, I don't care. I'm not going to go and bother him. Like there's so many people already trying to bother him. I don't know. I always tend to go through life with a kind of embarrassment about that kind of thing, I guess. But,
so that was a letter to the showrunner in the magazine where he said he's not like... he never charges for an autograph, and he will autograph whatever, and he's happy to do that. And so that's why it was a big stressful event at the Proms, because fans, kept finding him, and then there was like making bottlenecks, and there's like way too many people and everything. It was actually not working well in the venue safety or whatever. But I think him publicly saying, yeah, I'll sign whatever and for free. I'm interested if we get any bizarre and fascinating encounters to come out of that. Is anyone going to push that to the limit? What will you sign, Russell?
Because even then, if I saw him, I wouldn't even speak to him. Like, what would I have to say to Russell T Davies? But yeah, it could embolden people, and especially if they're dressed like the Fourth Doctor. As you mentioned,
yeah,
someone dressed as the Fourth Doctor like barged through the queue, but no one minded because he was dressed like Tom Baker.
Maybe pushing an original VHS of Pyramids Mars and saying, "Can you rewatch it?" Sign it and rewatch it yourself. Or the Toymaker. Well, we can't really give them we could give them the animated new DVD of the Toymaker, but I think people get to live through you. This is why I think the Nilso Virgil thing was nice as well. It's still getting some of it, yeah.
No, that's okay. I hope it wasn't just vague.
Now, Dilber's swanned off, and Ingiga and Missy have returned. We were 65 days-ish past Empire with the Proms. Now we're moving to around 74-ish days post-Empire.
Yes.
There's another good Darren Scott SFX RTD interview with just lots of random interesting things. One of them's about Dot and Bubble, which is kind of a lot. Lots of people have been saying Dot and Bubble was written for Matt Smith, and and RTD kind of cuts through that, and he says no.
It wasn't a treatment, it was a chat. It was just an idea of what if Twitter followed you around all day as a bubble, as pictures. It was that simple. If I had written that in 2010 for Moffat, I would have led it somewhere else. I would have led it to whatever subject was in my head at the time. I'll end direct quotes there. But then he talks about, well, I wrote it now. So it's shooty, and that's what the racism, all came from that. It wasn't like I took a 2010 Matt Smith story into now, which we knew intuitively anyway, but he just lays it out very clearly there.
I don't know if people were envisioning like a Matt Smith episode but it still has the racism ending. That wouldn't work, guys. There's a very big and obvious reason.
Did you ever see Patrick Stewart always wanted to play
Othello? Yeah, you talked about this, I think, didn't you?
Yeah, but obviously...
He did got like a version of it where it was all completely inverted, so he could still be white and not be in blackface.
Yes. Could you have done a Matt...
What if we did Dot and Bubble, but everyone was redheads and they liked Amy, but...
Oh, yeah. You don't even need to do it a racial way, do you? Dot and Bubble, but they're all redhead. That's an amazing idea, Missy.
Ginger. God.
Wow. So they're all ignoring Eleven's advice, and then they leave him at wow. What an idea. I'm going to be thinking about that for a while. Well, speaking of Dot and Bubble, emotional 15, Darren Scott asks RTD, are you writing like for the emotional performances, or does Shooty bring the tears himself? RTD says, sometimes I write it in. Actually, I wrote it less and less because Shooty would rather I didn't. He would much rather he feels his way through it. I don't want to put words in his mouth, but it's very largely his choice, and I love it. I adore it. We look forward to those moments. It's amazing, and it's what he does now. That's who the Doctor is. And then to stop direct quoting, he just talks about how you want to keep your actors happy. You don't want to write too much. You don't want to constrict them, but keep the Doctor actors happy. That sort of thing. And then to direct quote again, the one thing you do with children now, with young people of any age, is to say that you want to express your emotions. One thing we must encourage young people to do is to talk about when we're sad, and equally when they're happy, to post a dance on TikTok to show that as well. Children's mental health is our greatest problem in society in the West. So I love that. Suddenly it's almost my desire and his, Shooty's, talent remarkably combined to produce this. We didn't talk about this. This is a complete coincidence that what I write chimed with how he acts, and I love it. I absolutely love it. If you don't like it, good luck to you, because there's going to be a lot more of it.
See, that's why it's so frustrating to me that at the end of Empire of Death, 15 suddenly isn't expressing his feelings anymore.
Yeah.
He's just like putting on a brave smile for Ruby and then waiting for her to leave the TARDIS and then turning around and having a quiet sob to himself. It's like all of the interesting aspects of actually having the Doctor express his feelings more have been just conveniently jettisoned at the moment they would get in the way of doing what the show needs to do.
It really does feel like a sort of like a problem with the whole era. It's just missed opportunities. There's lots of good ideas in here. Just we need to get to them because that bit at the end, it's a really like basic beat being chosen over something potentially meaningful to just like revert the Doctor back to that.
I also think one more thing about like 15, I guess, because RCD talks about there about he's not writing in these moments for Shooty to kind of cry or whatever, and that's fine. I think the question is like, what actually is he writing for Shooty? What is he giving Shooty to do? Because I think I was thinking about this earlier when we talked about the crying and stuff, and like how it feels repetitious because there's not other things going on. When we think about moments that define a Doctor, and this is just a conjecture on my part. This might not hold up to analysis, but I feel like among the moments that define like one interpretation of the Doctor are going to be moments where they make a decision of some kind, or like they choose to do something like, say, a tenant burning up a son to say goodbye to Rose, right? Something like that. Even just something like a choice that the Doctor makes to do things a certain way. And I just wonder, like, what does 15 have like on that front? I guess you got the ending of Dot and Bubble. He leaves the colonists to go to their deaths. Okay, that's a moment. But I guess the bit of that sequence that people will actually remember is more his emotional reaction, kind of his kind of bitter laugh, is kind of like a frustration there. I feel like 15 has moments of big emotions, but not so much in the way of big character decisions that kind of have consequences down the road, or that kind of, it just feels like where's his moment of like family of blood or like that. I'm not saying he needs to do a family of blood, but a moment where we see what he's actually like, what he's really like, if you see what I mean. Not just how he feels, or not just his vibe, but what his actual like, big motivations, like really important things are. And I just feel we get shit like dropping Sutek into the time vortex instead of that. So it's just like he's lacking that aspect.
That's a good point. I didn't think of that. It's very just sort of reactive to the things around him.
that's it. I guess it's passivity, isn't it? I guess that's why it kind of is coming back to the whole 13 thing, isn't it? With like not being proactive, just kind of passively having things happen, letting things happen.
I love what he says. I mean, I guess it's kind of mitigated because he says this was unplanned, which kind of lessens how much it can be really working and like obviously conscious. But I love how he spins it like emotional openness, good, and this is like an actual kind of salve he's trying to send out. I love that idea. I hope I think him leaning into that, whether that's in season 2 or if season 3 ever happens, I'm excited for that, because I guess what he's saying is he just was writing the Doctor this way and Shooty was doing it that way, and so it just kind of came about, the crying Doctor. And I think there's bits where it didn't really, I think a lot of it didn't work in season 1. But if he's actually tapping into, hey, this is a good moral thing, that might be interesting if he's kind of played to it, like you're saying, less reactively and more consciously. I have zero issue with the Doctor crying a lot. I just think it didn't work a lot in how it was actually done in season 1. So I'd be interested, maybe it'll work later.
How many like kids throughout, I guess, the revival at least, and probably, certainly Classic Who as well, how many kids have watched Doctor Who and like gone on to kind of idolise the Doctor and fantasize about being the Doctor and kind of dressing up as the Doctor and kind of becoming the Doctor? The Doctor has been like a role model for young people who watch it. So I feel like taking that and making the Doctor someone who is not afraid to actually show emotion, who does not need to be this professorial, sartorial, brooding, kind of wrapped up, emotionally closed off figure, but someone who is actually just like in touch with who they are, what they are as a being, like as a person. I feel like that can only be a good thing, right? I would hope.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that is a good idea, and I like RTD approaching that in like a productive kind of manner, like wanting to do something good.
I guess the trick is emotional openness isn't the same thing as like character openness, in the sense of how we've laughed at the end of Empire when he's like reading out the BBC Media Centre copy about himself. Those are similar concepts, but they're separate concepts. And so I want him to be emotionally open without like saying, this is how I feel, where crying. There's distinct ideas, although similar.
I guess it's show don't tell, isn't it, really?
You just want it to be better written.
Yeah. Show don't tell. This interview, like he just clarified a dot and bubble thing. He punctures some other stuff with episodes. He's talks about the 73 yards thing, that he's confused why people keep asking, what does she say? Because obviously it's like there's no words that would like make Kate Stewart go away. It's a fantastical thing. So he does that a bit, but he says, I say I don't explain things, but you're then suddenly given that clue in episode 8 that it's connected to the TARDIS perception filter, and suddenly that starts to make sense, but I'm not going to go into any more detail. What everyone leaves out of the equation is that actually we're in a universe now where fairy circles are real and have power, blah, 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 blah. So he says he doesn't want to go into detail, then he kind of links it to the supernatural universe stuff. But I like him clarifying that, like, what are you doing trying to work out? It doesn't matter the words that the woman says. It's a fantasy episode. Any thoughts on that?
He keeps reminding us that, like, he has in his head, there's an explanation. It involves the TARDIS and there's all this. And I'm just like, why do you need to, why does that matter? Like, I just feel like, I'm not accusing him of misunderstanding, like, why his episode works. He clearly understands. He didn't ruin the mystery. He gets that it's like a non-literal kind of abstract thing. But I don't get, like, why you need to put, like, a clue that's to do with the TARDIS. Like, that's meaningless. And it does feel like stuff like that kind of gets away from why the episode is interesting. Needing like a logical explanation for stuff. The whole episode is about Ruby having to like apply like her own meaning or logic to events that can't be explicated. So it doesn't actually matter in the fucking slightest which bit of the TARDIS perception filter was doing this or that. Like that is undermining the episode the more you talk about it.
This next bit, Darren Scott is a good interviewer. I like these. I feel like, I don't know if it's because of Darren Scott or SFX's magazine, but I feel like Russell just talks more about how the sausage is made than he does to Doctor Who magazine. So I like these SFX interviews better than the other ones he does. So I quite like what he says here. I think this is really interesting. Darren Scott just asks if there's anything he'd do differently about season 1. And his answer is really interesting, and it keys into a lot of stuff we were talking about earlier with the season structure. Russell says, it's hard for me to tell because I'm so steeped in Doctor Who. In an ideal world, what we would not have done is had a Dr. Light episode and then a comparatively Dr. Light episode, but that's because of sex ed. I have to spell this out. People are saying, why do you even shoot the series noting that Shooty isn't available? And Russell starts, I'm not going to direct quite now, I'll just swim around in it. Russell clarifies, he says that's all hindsight, that 6 or 9 months before they start shooting season 1, they're having to base scripts on sex education, not knowing their dates totally, and they're allowed to change the dates on their show. The productions aren't beholden to each other. Do you remember the whole Justice League, Henry Cavill, Mission Impossible thing where like Warner Brothers wanted him to shave his mustache, but Mission Impossible were like, well, we don't have to. It's our movie. It doesn't matter that we're using the same actor. Similar idea here, except Russell's not begrudging at all. Like I think Warner Brothers were. It's their show. They can use Shooty what dates they want. That's totally fine. But Russell has to shape his show around what Shooty's doing for that show, which is like, it's kind of watery. They don't always know what's happening. So Shooty might have originally been available in October, and then it was November, and then it was December, and then it was January, and then Russell had to sort out what they were doing. He says, we had to take action not knowing what the future was. And so Russell says, every analysis you see now of season 1, it's all done with the hindsight of knowing exactly when Shooty filmed Sex Education. Russell didn't have that. No one had that. So they had to barricade the future to make sure they could get season 1 on air. The only other choice, if they didn't go the way they had gone, was to not go on air until 2025. And Russell was vehement that was the wrong choice. He said, there's no way we're going to stay off air that long. We need to get the show back on the airwaves. And Russell admits, maybe that was wrong. Maybe I should have waited and done season 1 a different way, but he doesn't think so. He thinks he really thought through what he did with season 1 at the end, and then it was worth how they did it. And that he says, you should bear in mind with the internet that people have their own opinions, and that's good and that's perfectly fine. It's not just that their opinions are uninformed. They think about this like for 5 minutes. I don't like how season 1 worked because blah, blah, blah. Russell has obviously thought about it more because he's lived this forever and he's been behind the scene. He's more reasons for what he's doing than people can ever come up with. So, that is what it is. And he says to put those 2 episodes, Dot and Yards, against each other, to have a Dr. Light, then a Dr. Light next week, he thinks that's wise because otherwise the season jerks up and down. But now it feels more like there's a form to it. That, it starts off with the conversation episodes, then it dips into the Dr. Light episodes, and then it comes back up. So he says, to quote, I stick by my plan, not a single regret.
I mean, that last bit feels a bit like also a hindsight thing. Like, hey, well, technically now it looks like a whole shape. I mean, that feels like more like a retroactive justification for something that actually you just said you would rather not have had. So, I'm not going to put a huge amount of stock in that bit.
I agree with him, though. I think the season has a shape. And I think if we randomly had Shooty's not here, then Shooty's not here, I think that would feel... I agree with him. Do you not agree with him? Do you think it would have felt better till...
No, I do.
Well, to me, it's like... It's not so much that the season doesn't have a shape. Like, clearly it does have a shape. But I guess it feels like putting the 2 sort of Dr. Lights there, like, back to back, like, right after... I guess it's just because the start of the season, as much as that was like a Dr. Ruby focused thing, it also wasn't. We're just getting back to the initial complaint about not being that much character stuff in the previous episodes to begin with. So to then have the Doctor and Companion like episodes like after that like bunched together, it's like so now we've still got less like Doctor and Companion stuff. So it's like it's just continuing. So I would not have Personally, I find like the vision presented by say Rogue, for example, for like 15 and Ruby, to be like sort of one of the better examples, and if that was like shoved a bit earlier in the season rather than delayed all the way to the end, it might have spiced up the earlier part of the season a little bit. Yeah, it's not a huge deal.
Yeah, I was going to say the opposite. Like, if based on like Space Baby's Devil's Chord stuff, like, would pushing it to 2025 have made that huge of a difference if we'd had Shooty Gower available for all the episodes based on what we were getting before they had to like change plans and do Dr. Light episodes? That's a little worry. I don't think necessary. It was clearly an issue because they didn't have the ability to do so, but it's not the only issue.
Well, another issue is Darren Scott asks, would you have liked more episodes in season 1? And Russell just kind of shuts it down with, that was never going to happen. He says, even from the start, right before we even had Disney on board, more episodes was never an option. Even when we were streamer-less, given the budget we were looking at and the nature of streamers these days, people are glad to have 8 episodes. I think any more episodes would have killed us. And then he talked about it's so hard and it's so much to make, so much Doctor Who. It's very difficult. He'd like to make 52 episodes of Doctor Who a year. That would make him happy personally. It can't ever happen. And then he, pleads, it's 9, it's not 8. You got to count the Christmas specials. And then this is interesting because this isn't what he always said with R2D2. He says, quote, given the nature of funding, the nature of production, I don't think it's ever going to increase. Don't forget we've got the spinoff, and that's 5 massive episodes, but he's basically saying 9 is their limit for the Doctor Who itself. And then he just kind of talks around that he thinks that can work perfectly well. He doesn't think the mysteries they did would be richer, and I'll quote this because this is a tricky thing. You set the story up with certain puzzles, but simply repeat them again. Coming back to the simplicity of it, these puzzles don't particularly change week by week. They get noticed more. Who is Ruby's mother? You ask that for 7 weeks. Who is Susan Twist? You ask that for 7 weeks. I don't think either of those would get richer, and I would stop them getting more complicated if they were spread over 10 or 12 weeks. So I think we're fine. I think people are grading against it who are so used to the show. And then he talks about his sisters wouldn't really know this. The episode counts. So that's interesting.
Well, that's clearly stupid. Obviously, you can develop an interesting story over the course of more than 7 weeks. Yeah, it's going to be bad if it's just asking the same question for 7 weeks. If you write that it's just asking the same question for 7 weeks, like, you don't have to do that.
Yeah, he skirted very close to the actual point there and then just sailed straight past it, which is that the nature of the puzzles he was putting on here was completely shallow and shitty. And no one would want, like, when people say I want more episodes, it's because they want more time with these characters. They want more like meat, substance, material. They want to explore more of this show's world, more of these characters and their journey, and more interactions. Not because they want to ask like more fucking Susan Twist questions. No one cares about that. So yeah, that's just a really odd approach to that question.
He's asked about season 2. I love his answer. We have debates in the office as to whether season 2 is better than season 1. Currently, the office thinks season 2 is better. I think they're level playing. They're both as good as each other.
Well, yeah, that's him selling the show. He's not going to, like, slag off season 1.
I think you say he's selling the show. I feel like he's not doing it as much as he could there. I feel like if I was really committed to promoting my show, I'd say, of course, season 2 is better. Of course, we're getting better all the time. Of course, we're learning from our mistakes and making it better than what we just did before. So it's really, it's not necessarily the most encouraging news that he's kind of ambivalent on whether it's improved or. I mean, I respect the honesty, at least, but I'm not sure about the implications.
I can improve your moods because I have good news.
Elab.
I have to skip forward. We're at like 110 days post Empire now, so we're in October 10 news now. And this is to do... Well, let's talk about the spinoff. We're going to talk about the spinoff now. To start with, this is about, the collection of Classic Who things. This is about the season 25, McCoy 1. And so Doctor Who magazine is asking Pete McTighe, Praxius co-writer, like a Blam writer, collection minisode writer. Why is there no minisode with Ace and the Doctor for season 25? Remembrance of the Daleks is a big deal. You're so good at these little trailer things. Where are they, Pete? Pete says it was going to happen in Minnesota, but then sadly it couldn't because I'm currently working on the unit spin-off, The War Between the Land and the Sea, and have been for a long time. And we just couldn't get my availability to line up with Sylvester and Sophie's. We got very close. We were going to go back to the school. We'd location scouted it. We'd booked everything. It was all ready to go. But at the last minute, it couldn't happen because the three of us couldn't make a date work. So there's now a script on my hard drive for a missing trailer. So that's joy to the world to me that we're denied a 2020's
denied another minisode with a Pete and Ace. Yeah, fair enough.
That is very fortunate, yeah.
Yeah, it's almost enough to make up for him working on the unit spin-off.
This Doctor Who magazine 609, the October 2024 one, gives a few details about the spin-off. So let's talk about the spin-off. Well, one of the producers says there's strong radical material in it. It's set in the Doctor Who universe, but it has a feel, look, and tone all of its own. And then Russell T Davies says he wrote episodes 1 and 5, the finale. Pete McTighe wrote episodes 2 and 3, and episode 4 is a co-write between them. So 2.5 between both Pete and Russell. How do we feel about that?
I truly don't know how to feel about it.
Yeah, it's rough because on one hand, I'm not hugely excited about Pete McTighe doing this whole what is ultimately kind of a bit of Classic Who wank. As much as I'm sure it's going to have all these themes and all these potent, very, very profound kind of themes about the environment or whatever. I feel like there's just the fact it's with the fucking Sea Devils, man. I can't get past that. Why they're the bloody Sea Devils? Possibly one of the crappiest Classic Who monsters, if I'm completely honest. I hate everything they do thematically in Classic Who, with the Silurians and the Sea Devils. I find it often so shallow and it's kind of so embarrassing. Also, just the designs of the Sea Devils, they've never been good, in any iteration. I'm just why is this happening? How are you going to do this Children of Earth style thing with supposed real ideas and important themes and material in it, while also trying to do this whole fucking Sea Devils just indulgence? And I'm just extremely concerned about how this is going to turn out, because if what we get is ultimately something that pretends to not be doing Classic Who wank while actually doing it, I'll just find that completely insufferable. And I just don't know how this is going to play, because as much as we there's a risk you could kind of counterpose the two writers as RTD being the thematic one and Pete McTighe being the classic Who minisode wank guy. But RTD is prone to the nostalgia wank as well, as we've seen, you know, with all the blooming Pyramids of Mars shit and how, like, shallowly that was executed. So, I'm really not. I'm not sure whose contribution I'm dreading more. This is the thing.
Yeah, it's just it's the kind of project where you struggle to see the positives, which isn't what you want. It's the Sea Devils and Pete McTighe and Russell T Davies, and like what? It's just a whole bunch of why are we doing this? Even if it doesn't turn out bad, it's like, well, why did we do this? It's difficult to like explain. Yeah.
Even taking all the other stuff away, just the fact that even if it is supposed to be like a Children of Earth style thing, then you have the fact that it revolves around Unit. It's just like, who are not like Torchwood, you know? It's just like, I've never like been enormously fascinated with how Unit kind of exists in New Who. Like, they don't have the they don't have the meat to them or the thorniness to them that, say, like Jack and his entourage had, you know, in Children of Earth. So I just you know, this whole like, let's have the soldiers with guns storming around fucking fighting the Sea Devils, I'm just really not optimistic. I will say I like that the director of 73 Yards is doing it. I think that will give it like a visual like sort of identity. Like having the director of 73 Yards on it.
Hopefully.
Yeah, I think the visuals will be fine. The Sea Devils will probably look bad because they usually do. But yeah, I like that director. The actual copy for the show. So what it's meant to be about is when a fearsome and ancient species emerges from the ocean, dramatically revealing themselves to humanity, an international crisis is triggered. With the entire population at risk, units step into action as the land and sea wage war. And at Comic-Con, Russell said, there's a race that lives beneath the oceans. They wake up and they see the state of the oceans that we humans have put it in. We have wrecked the place and it is war on an epic scale. And we know war between is like international shooting, like Chibnall-esque in a good way, like the shooting around the world and everything.
You know, what it reminds me of actually, rather than Chibnall, is like those, you know, in Capaldi, who you'd occasionally get like the Turkmenistan like episodes. It reminds me of that actually.
Apart from the director, which I did forget, that is good. My main positive thought towards it is that my expectations are so low
Yeah.
that it surely must like trip over the bar and be okay.
I think that's a good approach to have.
Like I'm expecting nothing, so it's gonna be fine.
I remember it was many years ago now, Gig, where you and I did a podcast with some others on Miracle Day, and I felt a little defensive of it across that, because I think a lot of Miracle Day is bad, but I think the idea is great. Like the problem with Miracle Day is it doesn't live up to its idea, and there's a few episode 5 does, and I guess bits of episode 1 do, and then it's kind of intermittent throughout the rest of the show. But Miracle Day is a very conceptual idea. Children of Earth maybe less. I mean, Children of Earth is much better, but I think it's a bit less of a big sci-fi concept and more of I don't know. This idea of like the sea people come back and they're angry at the ocean. It's very Aquaman. Like it's very I
guess it's less high concept and more about working through the stuff to do with the actual situation of Torchwood and like and Jack's history and like everything actually going on. Like the central premise of Children of Earth isn't really like what if all the children stopped or whatever, but it's more about like I suppose if it's. I guess the actual real point of it that emerges towards the end is what I guess the institutions in Britain are kind of doing to the kids and how like Gwen and everyone has to try and resist them. As all, I guess, the cloak and dagger shit that Torchwood has revolved around kind of gets turned back on them. So that's kind of interesting. It's not so much about like what if everyone stopped dying or stuff like that. You know, it's more of its own nuanced thing.
I think the idea for War Between isn't bad. It's just it can be executed really well. But it's like it's literally the Aquaman movies, and it's lots of other sci-fi going back 60s and beforehand. Like, what if we treated a bit of the environment bad? What if there's like a personified anthropomorphic thing of it that like fights us? I mean, it's almost a War of the Worlds, the idea in a way, isn't it? Like we're getting punished the way that we've punished a thing is what I assume. Like I'm assuming the Sea Devils are going to kill lots of people or something, and it'll be like we hurt the ocean and now they're hurting us. So like, I don't think it's bad. It's just like
the Sea Devils are going to like poison us with microplastics, and then they realize it already happened, so it's redundant.
I feel like Miracle Day is a much better idea. I think that's a cooler idea. Is like, what if everyone stops dying? Because then that really starts ticking off concepts like, well, what happens to the hospitals? What do we do? Like, how does triage work? Like, I just feel like Miracle Day is bad, a lot of it. But I think the idea is immediately, if you say that idea to anyone, that sounds like an interesting show, right? What if everyone stops dying? If you say the idea of the leftovers to anyone, it sounds interesting. I don't think the idea for War Between sounds that interesting. I don't think it sounds bad. But this idea of there's a big war because like the sea monsters get mad at the sea stuff.
I also feel like if you want to do a story about that is supposedly ultimately about our destruction of the environment and how like our humanity kind of treated the Earth, I feel like a unit getting into the war with sea devils is not actually a way that I'm interested in that theme being explored, because I feel like it's just going to end up diverting. I feel like it's just going to end up being like lots of action like gubbins and like, oh my god, the sea devils shot a gigantic fucking sea devil beam at people, and just like, oh, I don't care. Like, it just feels like a way to. I think like making the sea devils the antagonists to any extent is ultimately giving yourself a way out of this theme that you've supposedly like set up for yourself. You're supposedly critiquing humanity. Well, are you really? If you're going to have a unit fucking attack, beating up the sea devils or whatever. It just feels like it's going to end up resolving in not having that great of an interesting of a conclusion. It just feels like it's going to be very safe overall. I mean, I could be completely wrong. I could completely eat crow on this.
Yeah.
But, I'm not expecting to.
This is why I feel like, and maybe this is just me, but I feel like surely there has to be more. Because if it really is just Universe the Sea Devils for 5 episodes, it's going to be the most boring fucking thing in the entire universe. But like, and again, like maybe I'm wrong too. Maybe it'll be really good Universe the Sea Devils for 5 episodes. But like when you were reading out the copy, I was just like, that doesn't feel like it could even sustain a New Who episode, let alone like a 5 episode miniseries spin-off. That's one of my biggest like issues with it, like beyond like the writers or whoever. It's just like, it doesn't feel like that substantial of an idea. So I hope they're like hiding something that there's like a,
Well, I know how to change your mind. In the last 3 episodes of Children of Earth, as like the stakes get higher, there's an American general character. There's this bald general guy from America that's like in proceedings, and he's going to be in the War Between. So there's a Children of Earth character. He's not from Doctor Who first. He's only from Children of Earth. So
holy shit. Really? Seriously?
That's
the old guy from Children of Earth is going to be in the war. You sold me. I'm there day one.
It feels like a Big Finish type. Like you could get his head on the cover. Yeah.
Actually, yeah, I can almost see like it does feel Big Finish coded like a box set. Like, this big epic event series of like, the Sea Devils War.
Unit Domination or whatever it was.
Yeah, with all the characters you love, like that guy from Children of Earth. It feels like it actually could be one of those Torchwood box sets that they'd occasionally do, except without Torchwood. There's fucking Kate in there instead of Torchwood. Great.
I forgot that. Gemma Redgrave did like 10 unit box sets.
Oh yeah, I thought they did actual unit box sets, didn't they? Like Unit Silenced or like...
Yes, they did.
They stopped.
Oh, they stopped, yeah. They did it for a while.
Well, they should do it again and have them fight the Sea Devils.
They did. There's a box set where they do that.
They did?
Yeah.
Well, the actual Sea Devils.
Why the fuck are we making the War Between the Land and the Sea then, if Big Finish has already done it?
In fairness, I am more interested in RTD's take on whatever that is than whatever the Big Finish take presumably was. Because, RTD, he'll, even if it's like shit, he'll try and have some idea in there that's like, oh, what a characteristically RTD idea. I don't know. Maybe I'm just talking bollocks, but,
Wait, okay, I found it. Unit, the new series, box set 4, assembled, has Silurians and Sea Devils lets Kate Stewart and her unit team investigate and confront alien attacks on the planet Earth. Something is stirring an old foe to those in unit with a long memory, and fortunately, to face an old foe, there are old friends. And in that, episode 2 has the Sea Devils. So...
Cool. Maybe it'll be required listening.
So I'm look forward to that being addressed. Yeah, they're going to reference it. Hey, Kate's like, I've seen them before, back in the year like 2014 or whatever. Like, oh yes, when they invaded in this specific instance. Yes, thank God I have experience with these guys.
I'm looking at this cover.
That's John Pertwee's body. That's Osgood's face on John Pertwee's body.
Oh my God, it actually isn't it? That's so weird.
For people only listening to the audio, the Big Finish covers to this unit assembled Sea Devil Kate Stewart thing has Osgood from the Capaldi era, and Matt, I guess. Yeah, her face is photoshopped on Pertwee's body. So that maybe that's an in-text thing, or maybe that's just a weird nostalgic.
Oh yeah, because she wears like the Doctor's clothes. Maybe she just has Pertwee's jacket on and that. Yeah, okay.
And build, I guess. Anyway, the last War Between thing I wanted to say is Russell, in his letter to the showrunner thing, is talking about, he says, look, 8 episodes plus Christmas plus 5 spin-off. We're at work on 14 episodes just like the old days. So I guess if you squint, it's like the Tennant era again. 14 episodes.
I think this is something that the show has been having to wrestle with for such a long time, is that as nice as it was, I believe that Russell T Davies overexerted himself at the beginning, and they could not have made 13 episodes at the time, and like this has just been like a ripple effect of them struggling to deal with that decision for like the last like 20 years. And so now now everyone's angry at him because he can't do it anymore, but the fact is that like they couldn't do it at the time either. Like they barely could.
I mean, it doesn't help that TV in general seems to have contracted in this way. Like, has like the episodes balloon and the production values balloon, and just like the kind of whole economy seems to like shit itself, and like the episodes that have like weirdly different run times, but you get fewer and fewer of them than ever, even as the budgets seem to increase. And it's like, who wants this? Who wants TV to be like this, with like barely any episodes that are all just like really expensive? It's like, fuck this, you know. I want the storytelling to be good first. I don't care like how. But yeah, I mean, there seems to be so many different factors involved.
Yeah,
you can't really necessarily begrudge RTD that much, but it is just frustrating watching the inshittification of television as it just shrinks and shrinks and shrinks, and no one seems able to fight against this in any way.
Oh, and to be clear, I don't begrudge RTD. I'm just saying.
The last two RTD things, Russell says, beyond those 14 episodes, secret project. Oh, you'll see.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, another secret project. Okay. Great.
I would assume it's another TARDIS Tales, but who knows?
Never mind. I thought it was going to be something exciting.
Finally, the McGann spin-off. Maybe it's that.
Oh, no.
That's what I thought it was, like, genuinely. I was like, could he? Would he?
It felt like years, and I would have said this too, it would have been, wow, McGann's hardly aged, and, you know, let's get him right into the spin-off. But there was a couple of years ago, like at some point a few years, and this is like, there's nothing wrong with this. He's still a beautiful man, and he's aged gracefully. This is all fine. But there was a moment a few years after Night of the Doctor where I realized, oh, he has aged. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, you know, by generation.
Well, you know, the whole timeline by generation, yeah, that means we can just have him be old now, can't we? It's alternate 8. Who never? Well, that might have implications.
If we actually got him again, we never will. I'll happily eat crow if we do, but we never will. If we actually got him again miniseries, I'd be very happy as long as it wasn't Time War stuff. But I just feel like we've been having this discussion, not since Night of the Doctor, we've been having this discussion in many ways since 1996. So it's just that's a bit tired, I think, the call for one at this point. Anyway, for future scripts, Russell says 3 of them sitting there, 3 different writers, 1 script already on draft 6. I'll work with them for a few more weeks and then we'll park them until needed, because the decision to commission season 3 won't be made until after season 2 is transmitted. And that's always been the deal from the start. We might even have a day off, although maybe not, with a whole of war between to complete, blah, blah, blah. He talks about all the stuff still going on. But yes, season 3, there's scripts for it, getting written and getting edited and everything, but the commissioning won't happen until after season 2 has aired. So I don't think we're getting yearly Doctor Who after season 2.
That's why I thought in my I didn't actually think this, obviously, but I was like, what if Russell T Davies pulls out a McGann miniseries to make us all feel better about the fact that he can't do yearly Doctor Who anymore?
And that's what War Between's for, isn't it, though? Instead, you get 5 episodes of Sea Devils to make up for no Doctor Who all year. And that's going to play out in practice.
It is just very unfortunate that, like, from, like, not even from a fan perspective, just from a, like, RTD did, like, talk a big game and then not be able to deliver it. It's very awkward.
I'm sure more than anyone he wants to do it. So it's just, yeah, it's unfortunate.
Yeah, that sucks. Maybe we'll get season 1 of Amazon Who in 2027.
Yeah, it's going to be so funny if Disney don't re-up the show. Like, if all this waiting and then they say no after season 2 and we have to do whatever's going to happen then, whether they try and make a really cheap one, you know, without us, or is it going to be in limbo for like another year as they shop it? Yeah, who knows?
Yeah, it's just unavoidably awkward.
It speaks of the sick and kind of unpleasant part of me that I would find it kind of funny. Like, if all of these great Disney ambitions just came to nothing in the end.
If Disney says no.
Yes, very obviously. It would turn, like, everyone thought that, like, the 360th specials with David Tennant were, like, an awkward pregnant pause, but, like, it'll turn the whole Disney era into, like, this, like, awkward intermission thing between, like, something else.
Yeah.
It'd be like the TV movie, I think, in some ways.
I can see that. Yeah,
actually, an attempt to relaunch with kind of American backing, yeah.
Yeah.
It kind of ultimately doesn't end up going anywhere. Yeah, it's just a bit longer rather than just one film. Yeah, it just feels like we haven't actually been in, like, a confirmed, clear future, like, for the show since Moff left, basically. That's it. You know? Rather than, Moff got Chibnall to succeed him, and that's just plunged us into this rolling crisis that we still aren't out of.
The story goes on. The story goes on.
Just a random thing. I guess you asked Missy earlier, where would you rank Disney season 1 among the new Who seasons generally? What was your answer? Personally,
where would I rank it?
Yeah, among the other seasons.
The seasons I think that work really well are 1, 8, 9, 4, and I think 2 and 3 are very coherent. I just don't like them much. 5 and 6, I love episodes in, but I don't really like how they work overall. I know for 5, that's kind of I know how other people feel around 5.
Yeah, I'm gonna fight you up.
7B I like, but it's pretty nothing-y. 7A I don't like that much. This Disney season, it annoys me less than I guess season 2 or bits of series 6 and series 5, but it's just so nothing-y. There's so little going on in it, and it so doesn't feel like a season to itself. I don't want to put it at the bottom, but I kind of probably would. I think 73 Yards is better than anything in series 2, but it doesn't work as a season for me the way that even some of the ropey Matt seasons or the annoying Russell 1 seasons do. So I'd probably put it below the first 10. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess for me, I suppose my upper tier would be 9, 8, 1, and 5, and then below that I've got 6, 3, and 4, and a general gaggle. And then below that, I say 10 and 7. I don't really tend to separate the two halves of 7 in my head because they're just kind of meh. They're both sort of meh with each other. I just lump them together. And then so the big question is Disney 1 or season 2, which one's actually at the bottom? I'm just just don't want to think about it.
I think Doomsday is a pretty good finale. I just don't really care. It doesn't appeal to me that much, but I think it all works pretty well.
Yeah, it's coherent. Yeah.
Oh, compared to Disney finale, it's gold.
Yeah, exactly.
I think it's my favorite Tenet finale.
The Last of the Time Lords is the only Empire. End of Time, Last of the Time Lords, Empire. I think both have severe issues.
Okay, now that that's half of all RTD finales.
Yeah, I like Journey's End. I don't think you two do, but I do.
I mean, Journey's End looks like a masterpiece compared to Empire of Death. So, I feel the time to be very mad about Journey's End is probably past now.
Yeah.
Especially since we've had the whole Donna revisiting thing, and it's it's hard to really be mad at that story anymore. We've got new things to be mad about.
Yeah. Well, maybe the season 2 finale will be better because I feel like that's got to be...
Maybe.
It has to be better. Much to come.
Yeah.
So, Gig, Missy and I talked through July, August, September, October, the months following Empire of Death. Anyway, November 23 is the day of joy for people like us, isn't it?
Well, that's if you remember it's happening. I sometimes just completely blank it out.
I completely blanked it out now. I had no idea what you were talking about.
November 23, Doctor Who Day, because that's when the first episode aired.
Oh yes, the episode that has now been erased from history.
Oh yeah, that's true. So that's around 154 days after Empire. On that day, deleted scenes from season 1, the Shooty season, and the 60th were released. I don't want to discuss them. That's its own thing. But that was the celebration for Doctor Who last year, cut material. That month's magazine didn't have much pertaining to season 1. By November, it's people are kind of moving on. I have a point to hook into that later. But it's people are moving on from the season and people starting to look to Christmas and to season 2 and whatnot. In December, SFX magazine, their holiday special had a lot of Doctor Who stuff, but again, it's mostly Moffat promoting it and promoting the Christmas special. The December Doctor Who magazine had a little thing. I'm getting to somewhere with how I talk about season 2, basically. His little RTD's letter from the showrunner letter thing was his Christmas song, the 5 partridges, whatever. 12 eps counting. He says the Bad Wolf team is working on 14 episodes in total, 9 for Doctor Who, 5 for the war between the land and the sea, Christmas 2024, and then Belinda next year, blah, 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 blah. I like how he's kind of, it's like he didn't get 14 episode seasons happening again like he wanted to. Remember in the early years, I think it was 2022, he was saying, we don't have that many eps to start with as we used to, but I'm going to try and build to there. And he didn't get there. But I like the kind of, it's not really sleight of hand because he's not being tricky with it, but we're kind of doing 14 episodes because the Christmas special, our 8 episode season's a spinoff. Of course, in RTD1, he had
13, 14 episode seasons and the spin-offs. But
also, the existence of the spin-off, that seems to have come out of him wanting to have spin-offs almost for the sake of having spin-offs. I mean, from how he was going on about like building a Star Trek style empire.
Yeah.
Which interesting given the state of the Star Trek empire at the moment. I just want, I'm not sure like what exactly is a displacement of those extra episodes into a spin-off really the counterfactuals are always quite stupid, but like if for example the spin-off didn't exist, what would it still only be them working on like 8 or so episodes of the main show, or would that capacity have gone somewhere else? I mean, it probably doesn't work like that. You probably can't mathematically just subtract. Like maybe having a whole separate show gives them more capacity to do stuff.
But it's I guess the issue is it's ITV show running the spin-off. Back in the good old days, it was like kind of that, but Chris Chibnall and Phil Ford were like kind of running the spin-offs. Pete McTighe, I don't know why he's not, because not that I want him to, but he's show run things before and he's writing some of War Between. What am I talking about? I don't want this.
He's basically writing half of War Between and RCD's writing the other half. Whereas like with Torchwood, you get RCD writes the first episode and then just kind of like, dips for a while.
Yeah. I guess what Gig's saying, the displacing thing, with all we've complained about season 1 not doing that much between the characters or much in general of an ongoing story, I would have loved 4 or 5 more episodes in it. If RTD's running the show anyway, sure.
And yeah, because like, obviously you're right, Gig. We don't know, but it's hard to not feel that way. It's like when we see War Between the Land and the Sea stuff with Russell T Davies and everyone working on it, and then we look back at season 1 and you just think, well, I hope that it's not the case that we got a lesser season 1 for whatever War Between the Land and the Sea is, because it doesn't feel exciting at all.
Also with War Between, I mean, that seems to be a quite serialized 5 episodes or however many ongoing storyline, with characters kind of having an arc across those 4 episodes and the whole, presumably cliffhangers or whatever, quite sort of story driven. And it's like, again, just like you said, Missy, it's like, I wanted that for us. I wanted that sort of focus on, I wanted that drama for the main show. So it's like doubly frustrating to see, if they can actually do that stuff, but it's relegated to a spin-off.
Something not in the spin-off either is, it's just Russell and Pete McTighe. Russell says in that magazine, if you include the Christmas episode, Joy, then we have 6 writers at work on the next run of Doctor Who. Well, 6 writers, subtract the 2 showrunners. You have 4 new writers, I guess, on season 2. One of those writers will be their very first TV script. For another writer, it's their first full-length script after a short film. Russell talks about how he's proud of that, new voices, everything, people want to hear. Lots of 4 newish people, which is, I'm not being sarcastic, like I am happy with that. I want to come back to that point in a second. When he said 6 writers, so let's, RTD and Moffat, to the Radio Times in December as well, there are 2 exchanges they had that I think are kind of germane to some stuff we've said. One is, Moffat says, I was halfway through writing Joy to the World when you told me Ruby wasn't in it. And I was like, are you serious? And Russell says, did I not tell you straight away? Oh my gosh, I remember we had to have very long talks about why didn't the Doctor just go to Unit? And they talk for a while about why he didn't go to the 14th Doctor or to Unit or anything, which is basically Doctor characterization. And that weird time wank thing about he can't travel causal nexus. I don't care about Star Trek-y sci-fi stuff. Anyway, Russell not telling Moffat Ruby wasn't in it, I thought was interesting.
Yeah, because there's like an unsaid thing. It's like, well, why didn't Moffat know? Like, why is like, even though he said it isn't, it does feel like it was a very late thing, and it feels very sloppy production stuff for Moffat not to know while writing the Christmas special if the companion's in it.
I wonder if he means season 2, because it feels like unbelievable. That doesn't feel possible to me, the way that reads.
It reminds me of the you remember when the news articles came out that it was like a shocking thing that Millie Gibson had been dropped from the show, and it was like editorialized a little bit. It does this feels like part of that story that like maybe things did happen, because clearly like Moffat was writing the Christmas special under the assumption she was still there.
Yeah. In context in the magazine, there's no like, they're talking about Christmas specials. They're talking about the Time Hotel stuff. Moffat's saying the Doctor's just lost a companion. which is always a bother. We've got to actually go through that. Otherwise, it just looks like, oh, well, you're gone, you'll do, which is roughly what he does, but we try to disguise that. And then Moffat says, I was halfway through writing when you told me Ruby wasn't in it. That's, I feel like that can't be true, surely.
I mean, sometimes decisions about companions get made late. I seem to recall, and hopefully this isn't another statement I've dreamt up from nowhere, but I seem to recall when Moffat got a certain sex predator to write for Series 7, they started with the assumption that like Victorian Clara had been the episode rather than like current Clara.
Yeah.
And it was only like later drafts of the script they had to actually, oh shit, no, she's actually going to be for modern times, to go back and like redo it. So, sometimes writers have to sort of adapt to last minute changes in companions.
This was also, this Radio Times interview was where, I'm sure you guys saw this, I'm sure some people listening heard this, where they're talking about writing and whatnot, and Moffat says, Stephen King says something, you don't make up a plot, you unearth it a layer at a time. And Russell says, it's always amusing to me when people write critiques of episodes. And I think, how lovely is it that you've thought about that for 2 minutes? I've thought about it for 3 years, solidly. Believe me, all your versions don't work.
To be fair, sometimes we think about it for like 8 hours. So yeah, we're not quite that far behind. But I think when, from the showrunner's perspective, what does and doesn't work isn't just a matter of necessarily what makes the script good or whatever. The people making the show have a whole host of other factors to consider in terms of what they can physically do and like what they can actually pull off production wise. So they have all those other considerations, I think. So there's probably all kinds of reasons that like the better versions of stories that we constantly imagine, they weren't able to be pulled off or weren't like feasible in the time they had or didn't occur to anyone or stuff like that. So, fundamentally like a viewer is always going to have a different perspective. So I think that's just something we should just acknowledge rather than be snide about. And that goes for him too, actually.
If someone is like saying, man, it was a stupid idea for the Doctor not to be in much of season 1, why did RTD write in such a stupid way? Like, I think the viewers not getting like production things makes total sense because the viewers don't work on the show and they think about, if you work in television, you think about television in a completely different way, I'm sure. So yeah, that all makes sense to me like you're saying. But also it's a weirdly like, I don't know, Russell's a complicated man because I think he has a very deep connection to fandom as a big fan himself. And I think he understands fan brain very well. So I think he gets that fans do think about things, sometimes in stupid ways, but they do think about things a lot. Yeah, maybe let's not overthink it.
His experience of fandom is like that guy like going after him about Schalke and not even knowing how to pronounce it. Like at that convention thing.
Yeah, I don't think RTD is the like fan. I think he understands fans too much to be like the fan hating figure. I think you could read that quote in a way, like you could read that in very much all viewers are stupid and I've thought of everything. But he's so in tune, in negative ways as well, but I think he's so in tune with fan brain kind of having it himself that I don't think really he's the villain of that statement. But it is a kind of silly statement.
Like what you just said reminds me of that Doctor Who magazine letter from the showrunner column that he wrote where he kind of imagines a fan watching the first few minutes of the Star Beast and kind of like satirically points out all the various ways that fans would kind of like get themselves into a tizzy over small little details and stuff like that, and then goes into a tangent about like their rage over Murray not giving the soundtrack and stuff like that. And I think some people have read that column extremely hostilely and taken it as like RTD hates us, hates the show, he's miserable making the show, this is terrible, RTD is like completely devoid of joy. And it's like I didn't take it that way at all. Like he was clearly having fun doing that because kind of taking the mick out of fans is kind of funny. Because ultimately, most of the stuff, it annoys me that we don't have the Series 10 soundtrack, but I don't lie awake at night about it. But ultimately, this stuff is not actively very harmful. I think it's the kind of stuff you can joke about a little bit. So, I think some of the perceptions of RTD like that are a bit overblown, in my opinion.
I think part of that is also the reception of the series and its perceived quality. I think we would all be generally people would be a lot kinder towards those things if everyone liked the episodes more, which is just an opinion thing, but yeah.
In another thing he said in December on Radio 4 was he characterized streaming services as a bubble, a South Sea. Well, the South Sea bubble is what he compared it to. So a stock market crash. It's not going to last. He's basically saying. He said there are too many streamers. too much money. Not everyone is watching these things. It can't be financially viable. And that's already started to happen. I feel like it started to burst a year or two ago. Like the days of Amazon ordering up like 1 million genre series that look really expensive is kind of withering away now. So he's right. And he says, I kind of hope it does pop so we can go back to making those 8 p.m. and 9 p.m. dramas about, say, a bunch of British lawyers or a health centre. And he thinks that would help pave new training grounds for writers, directors, TV creators in dramas that, quote, don't cost a fortune but teach people how to make TV. And then for Doctor Who, he says, the BBC made a move to go to a streamer. They thought the show deserved to look as good as Stranger Things or Star Wars. Why should we be the humble show being made in a shoe cupboard? That's the way everything is heading. And then talked a little bit about how getting money from other places is normal for shows like this. And that while Doctor Who has a lot more money now from Disney, he looks at other shows. He's talking about The Day of the Jackal and how it had 500 extras in its first episode. And he says, how do you keep up with this? I just think, how do you keep up with this? And that ultimately, still no decisions being made from Disney about season 3 of the Shooty show or onward, and that the BBC will decide its future. So I think there's a few interesting things there, characterizing the streaming stuff as a bubble that's popping, and also saying the BBC wanted to go to a streamer and they wanted the show to look really good. Even with their Disney money, it doesn't look as good as some other things. And that he thinks the bubble popping might help a kind of equalization in like the British TV industry and people to start more on the bottom making cheaper shows so they can then move up into other shows. I think you see this, a lot of these streaming shows seem to be made by people that have jumped up quickly from doing like shorts or like a one film or something. So I get what he means about even Chibnall started on like a rural hospital type show. It's like these sorts of ways for people to learn. I think this is part of why people say it's hard to get someone running Doctor Who is, I guess, the production know-how and then caring enough about the show. Anyway, what are your thoughts on some of the stuff he's saying there?
Still waiting on that Born and Bred podcast, by the way. Get it eventually. It strikes me, it feels like something is pulling in two directions there. Because I think he talks about, like you say, the streaming industry, this whole streaming world being a bubble that's going to pop, and it would be good if it popped because then we could have cheaper shows again. But then he's also like, why should we be a cheap show? Everything's going the direction of huge, expensive shows. We should be one of those too. And it's like, well, I feel like, can you actually have your cake and eat it too there? Because if this is all going to pop and this isn't sustainable and this is actually like headed for like a downfall and a rebalancing of the scales, like, I mean, is it worth still? Well, I suppose maybe it's a temporary thing, like just being able to chase being a massive high budget show while you still can. But I think it certainly it feels very different from the whole rhetoric about how this is the future. Now everything's going to be like this, and yeah, dude, streamers are the future. Yeah, the future of the show is in streaming. That we were kind of getting when the whole Disney deal was first announced and everything like that. It's very much like now the truth comes out, isn't it?
I think the other quote here, I'm sure we'll swim around, is that in 2024, he said, if Disney collapsed tomorrow and we had to go back to making Doctor Who on a normal BBC budget, you know what? We'd all rally round and make it, and suddenly the stories would become claustrophobic ghost stories. A lot of people would like that very much, so I'm not saying you have to have this happen, but while it's happening elsewhere, I think it's unfair that it doesn't happen to Doctor Who. He's talking about the streaming money there. But so the idea of the show shrinking back out of the streaming money and going back to a regular BBC budget and still happening anyway is a thing he's talked about.
Unfairness is like that theme that's in both of those quotes, both the old one and the more recent one. This idea that it's unfair for Doctor Who to not be like the big expensive show, like Stranger Things or whatever. And I just wonder, actually, like that must come from somewhere. Like, what exactly, if you think about it, what exactly is unfair about it? Like, why? If there are expensive shows and cheap shows, why is it unfair for Doctor Who to be on like one end of the scale over the other? What is inherently right or wrong about that? I mean, is it just that we love Doctor Who and because it's good, we think it should be more expensive? I mean, would you say that about everything? I just wonder. Like a statement that could use more interrogation.
It definitely is that. It's like, we like Doctor Who, so it should be the expensive one. That's all it is. Like, contradiction makes sense to me because it feels like Russell T Davies, he just wants it to succeed, and he's like, what's the word? Like, preparing for like every eventuality. It's like, okay, so like the streaming bubble might pop and that'll be good because then things can go back to being lower budget and smaller in scale. But before that's popped, Doctor Who needs to be big and bold and super expensive like everything else. It's just regardless of what the state of the industry is, he's very interested in making sure that Doctor Who is at the top of whatever the top is.
Yeah, that's a good way of thinking about it, isn't it? It's pragmatic. It's like he's got plan B and plan C, and plan D. Yeah, he's adaptable. Yeah, it's a good way of thinking.
I think it's hard because it's kind of endlessly chasing something you can't catch. Like the show does look more expensive with Disney, but he's right that it still doesn't look as expensive. It doesn't look as expensive as the Disney Star Wars shows or whatever. That's the comparison being drawn there. It doesn't look as expensive as other British shows like that Sky show he mentioned. It's tricky because you're kind of chasing a good enough there. Like it doesn't look as good as The Mandalorian, but it looks better than Doctor Who used to look like. And I think that's a tricky achievement because that's not really you can't, what are you really gaining from that? Is the idea that you'll get some viewers who wouldn't have watched it if it looked cheaper watching it, because you're not going to get the accolades or the interest that Star Wars or whatever can generate with how visually impressive they are. So is the idea just we're kind of raising a level a little bit or maybe more people would be willing to watch it if it looks more expensive? It's kind of, because you can never actually get the amount of money that those shows are getting. So even though we're getting a higher budget, it's still constrained. So do you get what I mean?
One thing is, even if the show did hypothetically look like, Andor or something, it wouldn't have the same effect because in Doctor Who you don't have recurring settings, locations, like very much, like over the course of a series. If you have like a gorgeously rendered shot of like a CGI world or like an alien landscape, you'll see it for like maybe 2 minutes or like 5 minutes or 30 seconds, and then you probably won't see it again. So it will not have that, I guess, long-lasting impact, I suppose. It's not so much about world building as Doctor Who. So, having an incredibly convincingly realised world, I think it's not as important as it maybe is for some of these really expensive shows. So, yeah, everything's going to pass by in a blink.
And I think that also, like on a production level, is why it's so hard. Like this, we all know this, it's so hard for Doctor Who to chase those other things because it's just so much more expensive to make Doctor Who because you have to like start again every episode. So it is kind of just like double impossible because you're never going to get the money, especially for Doctor Who, because Doctor Who needs more money. It also feels very much like a mix of Russell T Davies' fan brain and his television brain in that Doctor Who needs to look like the best thing, which I think is a thing a lot of fans do worry about. It's just like, we don't want bubble wrap monsters. We don't want to look embarrassing. We want to look cool. We want to look good. Everyone, please watch us.
And it goes as far back as Classic Who, doesn't it? Because around when like Star Wars films, like the classic ones, were coming out, there was sort of I think there was insecurity in fandom even back then about sort of how like sci-fi like Doctor Who kind of held up, and kind of just like kind of nervousness around that. So yeah, I mean it's never going to go away, is it? We're going to be even today. It's bloody Star Wars. On the other elsewhere on the Disney streaming service. Yeah, so some things never change.
It's so selective, but one of the most talked about, most acclaimed episodes of the last 20 years be Blink, Vincent and the Doctor. Well, I think Heaven Sent actually does look expensive, but Vincent and the Doctor is not like it doesn't look cheap. There's a lot of locations and stuff, but it's not like...
There's also a very flashy effect shot later on.
Yeah, but it's not like it...
But to counter that, the monster is invisible for most of the episode, so that's the balance is that.
It's not like a Day of the Doctor thing where you can actually see loads of money on screen visibly, and Blink is very much it's all the same sort of thing. It doesn't look cheap because there's different locations and, there's plenty of actors and stuff. It doesn't look small, but it also isn't something you watch for spectacle. And I wonder, am I being like, too blinkered and like the point I'm making here? But like, I think of the most visually impressive episodes of the Revive run are, The Day of the Doctor is like a film. So I think that's kind of its own separate thing where spectacle is part of the point of that. But can you think of any episodes where like the spectacle was part of the attraction to people, or like people were something to do with how much was on screen, whether it's the amount of actors on screen or the visual effects or whatever? Maybe Flux, but I felt like a lot of that was people being impressed that it was made and it looked relatively good under COVID. Like I do think a lot of the VFX look perfectly good on Flux, but I feel like part of it is like the, not backhanded, but like the wow, they pulled that off during that, rather than just if it wasn't for COVID, I don't think people would so much go, whoa, weren't those VFX and Flux really good? But can you guys think of many times where like the money on screen was part of like what was impressive about it?
Maybe like the opening two-parter in Series 6. I mean, because obviously when you try, you have to like be limited and pick times the show was actually popular, and there aren't that many in hindsight. You've got like the height of RTD and maybe the height of Matt Smith, kind of when they broke America around like 2011, and that's it. So like, you know, Series 6 was the whole like America trip, and those like luscious landscape shots of like the desert and stuff like that. That's an example, maybe. Things like the height of the popularity in RTD wasn't really like, I mean, you know, I suppose by their standards it was kind of a budget explosion with like the end of time and like the Doctor falling out of a blooming hovercraft or whatever, and lots of effects like that. But it doesn't actually look that good either way. So you can't really say like a huge budget was necessarily part of the appeal.
There's somewhere it's like, it's not always VFX, which are like the very obvious everyone can get, that was probably expensive. Sometimes it's just a huge amount of sets or a huge amount of actors, like in the same scenes, is hard for the show to pull off, because that is money on screen, even though it's not as tangible for people as like VFX. Yeah, again, it's like those sort of episodes, like the Series 6 opener. There's a few, but it feels more to me like maybe we feel the absence of this more than we feel the presence of this. I felt, before COVID, I felt like the Chibnall era often was just like lacking people walking around. Like, Fugitive of the Jadoon's the one I remember with this, where it's like, where is everyone in like Gloucester? There's not that many people there. But that's like that's a subconscious thing. I don't think many people besides like TV nerds would notice, hey, where are all the extras? But it's
a perfect counterexample to that. Another example of the stuff we're talking about would be End of the World. You know, you don't necessarily think about season 1 as like having, you know, money on screen or thrown at it or whatever, because, you know, it's the potato filter, Vaseline filter kind of season. But in the End of the World, that's the very second episode. They're showing off all this wild variation of like alien designs. You've got a whole spaceship full of these like eclectic characters walking around with all these different costumes. You know, so by their standards, that was like kind of a huge like amount they were putting into it. And that does contribute to like the feel of the show and like the visual style of the show. I think they foregrounded very early on that that's what they could do, and that's what the show felt like. It was full of people and full of life.
The only episode I can think of where I actually went, hey, the VFX looked good, was Into the Dalek, where I thought some of the visual effects looked...
The going into the Dalek?
Yeah, the bluey thing, and then just the action in it in general. It all looked pretty solid. Like, that's not my favorite thing about the episode, but that is a good aspect of it, I guess. Angels Take Manhattan looks expensive.
It does look expensive.
There is a weak point visually in that episode when Amy and Rory are falling off the building. Like, there's an incredibly fake looking like background of like the building, which suddenly looks like the wrong size, and the windows look like tiny flat like JPEGs. It's a bit weird, but yeah, for the most part, that's a good looking episode.
Wedding is one of the few ones where I feel like the lack of money both tangibly hurts the story, and I think is obvious even to probably like laymen to a degree. Like, that series opens so hugely, like we talked about, and then it ends so tight, like literally tight, very tight shots. When they go back to the beach, the Doctor and River, we're like stuck in their faces because like...
And they're not actually there.
You can read into that they're not actually, at the beach again, I presume, because they can't afford it. But that for me is one of the cases where I can think of that it looked like they were lacking resources there, and I think it did hurt the episode, partly because when the series opens so big, there's kind of a promise, especially in such a serialized season, to like wrap around, and then
I've been reading up on that, and like I think like things were like vetoed and had to be cut, and Moffat had to rewrite them, so they had to like they shot stuff for the finale in America, and then it was like all cut and redone, so they had to reshoot it all in England in green screen, which is why it's so tight.
Yeah, Series 6, a mess. Classic.
I know it's been talked about how the Series 4 finale couldn't afford all the cast from everything. For Torchwood, for obvious reasons, if you've seen season 2, not as much as a problem. But for Sarah Jane Adventures, the kids not being in it, I'm pretty sure that was partly a budget reason, that we can get some people from the spin-offs. We can't get literally everyone ever. And the Shadow Proclamation stuff, you've probably heard, it was meant to look much more expansive. Kind of like, you know, the Series 5 finale, we get all the guys in the alien costumes to make the Pandorica thing look really big, and how the Shadow Proclamation was meant to have all the aliens over and they couldn't afford that. But for all that, the Series 4 finale doesn't feel to me, besides maybe the Shadow Proclamation scenes, cheap at all. It does feel like, whoa, we've got 3 shows together
And the VFX for 2008 looked fine. And there's lots of locations and there's lots of people. Big crossover, Marvel-y event. It doesn't feel undercut, even though clearly they couldn't afford everything they wanted. That feels appropriate to what the story is trying to do. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that was the biggest example I could think of, but I still, in my mind, I was like, well, it doesn't look that good, but relatively speaking, yes, it looks expensive and stuff. I think the big shot of the planets looks, of all the planets.
Yeah, you've got all the stuff like you've got like the Dalek fleet in the sky as well, like Davros's whole army of Daleks and shit you see. So big effect shots by the show standard.
I guess, so the point is that the show, I feel like I am doing what RTD was tutting at before, where what would you know? What could you possibly know? But I do feel like there's some sort of logic to a lot of these most praised episodes. They're not necessarily the cheap ones, but they're generally not the ones where the spectacle is part of the point, with a few exceptions like the Series 6 premiere. I feel like what I'm dancing around because it feels insanely stupid and naive, and exactly like Russell was making fun of stupid fans before. It feels insane for me to go like, why don't you concentrate on the writing more and on the money less? But I do feel like there is a kind of, I don't know, am I crazy?
I think that television is a visual medium, and so like from his like production brain, he's like, well, we need to make it nice to look at so that people want to watch it in the first place. Does that make sense? It's like, because like, yeah, it's the writing is like the more important, and people who are invested are going to care more about the writing. But like, well, if you're not invested and you want people to watch Doctor Who, they're going to look at it, and if they look at it and it looks like shit, they're going to go, I think I'm going to watch Andor or The Mandalorian or something that doesn't look like shit. Well, they do look like shit. I don't like them, but you know what I mean.
I guess it's that the show can get pretty good with the spectacle and the visuals, but like I said before, it can never get to where people just praise Andor for, wow, that looks amazing. That looks really, really good. The show's never going to get like the write-ups by like the trades just talking about people really thought this looked expensive and good. But the show can get, and has gotten in the past, the kind of writing equivalent of that, where people go, wow, that was a really good episode of television. Wow, that was a really good script. Wow, people are going to be talking about that for years. The show has gotten that before, including, with Russell. So that's I guess, I feel like that's a place where the show can beat the other shows, whereas I feel like money, you can never get there.
I guess like the worry is that the writing won't be appreciated if people are turned off by it looking cringe, so to speak, or looking like it's stylistically like beyond its means. And and the only way to negotiate that is to kind of sort of rein in your ambitions, which I guess the show has kind of always done. I mean, something like Midnight, it's all in one room, but that's still one of the most like revered scripts in the show in terms of just like what it kind of pulls off and like how ambitious it is. Yeah, I mean, it's just a case of, I don't know. I don't know where this like fundamental, you could call it insecurity, comes from, like the unwillingness to be like the humble show, as he put it. I don't know. I feel like if you go back through the history of Doctor Who, ultimately, it starts out as this multi-camera sort of drama, kind of a drama department sort of thing, and just a show where you can show off like what these actors are doing in your set. And if you pair it all back to the essence of it, it lives or dies by its characters, its scripts, and its performances. And trying to kind of pull it elsewhere is just going to, I don't know, suck you into kind of a fool's errand, or like a dead end.
I think there's definitely a sense of the inherent Doctor Who-y insecurity of it all. But it also feels to me like it's grown into like, why not try and like push, why not try and do our best in every area? It's like, yes, we could be the humble show, but like, why not also try and focus on the visuals? Why not, do everything well? Which is like, obviously that's good. Like, yeah. We should, not just like phone in the visuals and focus solely on the writing. Like, obviously it's good to, take pride in every aspect of it and do well in every aspect of it. And it's just that it does start to feel sometimes like he is prioritizing like the visuals and the expense over the writing. And that's when it starts to feel a bit, why maybe you're focusing on the wrong thing.
Something we thought about Empire of Death was that visually stuff like the whole time vortex sequence looked quite good and convincing. It's just the story that was horrendous. So, that's kind of when it starts to sink in that the priorities are wrong.
Something coming to mind is with Chibnall, I feel like not necessarily the worst, as in I think there were episodes I disliked more, but I feel like there were only two, maybe three, but there's definitely 2 times in that era where I don't think what aired was appropriate in terms of it didn't seem professional to air that. It seemed unfinished, or it didn't seem like something the BBC should transmit. I don't mean like, the writing was crap way. I mean in that it didn't look finished, basically, which Orphan 55, where I think people can miss it, but clearly there was something wrong with the monsters and everything else. And even more so Legend of the Sea Devils, which is a very incoherent, bizarrely edited, bizarrely shot episode. The actual big season made in COVID, so the big season with all the production difficulties, we've, just it's storytelling and story and scripts to high heaven, absolutely. But I don't feel like, apart from a select few scenes, that it really, like, what we're talking about production-wise, spectacle-wise, scale-wise, it didn't usually look embarrassing. There were some scenes like when the people are lining up to passenger in like COVID spacing, and the Yaz and the Doctor flying, and it just looked weirdly like integrated with the background. But generally, it looked okay in terms of somewhat parody with other, equivalent sort of stuff. Not The Mandalorian, but other genre shows of, the kind of middle level. But for all that, it's still a bad series. So I feel like maybe Chibnall, it's a million hats the showrunner role, but it's partially head writer and head producer. I feel like production terms, it's impressive what he pulled off there, but who's going to be rewatching Flux in years to come because it was made quite well? It's not written quite well, and so it's not that interesting to think back on or to engage with, in my opinion anyway.
Whereas conversely, if it had looked like complete shit but had been written in an amazing, coherent and compelling manner, then people would be rewatching it for decades to come. Because that's what people care about. The story is what brings people back.
But the other way around, it doesn't work. Yeah. Well, it's very interesting. The thing I was going to segue to from there is Russell was talking about the streaming bubble. I'm not actually going to Dalton bubble from that. I'm going somewhere else from that. I feel like every single season of the revived show, maybe even no, I'm not getting there. Every single season of the revived show is a fairly discrete unit. I think Moffat, particularly, his seasons, for better or worse, felt very distinct, even in the individual Doctor eras. Series 8 feels very different from Series 9, and Series 7 feels extraordinarily different from Series 5. The Chibnall seasons, I also think, feel ridiculously different, all three of them. Russell, I think his era felt much more coherent to me, his first era, than Moffat and Chibnall's. It felt much more of a piece, the 4 or 5 seasons, if you count the specials differently. But still, every season very much like its own storytelling unit. Of course, Series 4 and the specials link in the past seasons a lot, but do you guys get what I mean and agree that they all feel like very Series 1's ends, and that's a fairly definitive thing. Of course, there's a cliffhanger with what happens next, and the Christmas specials are often these weird interstitial, sometimes they hook into a series really tightly, like Last Christmas. Sometimes it seems almost debatable which series they kind of storytelling-wise belong more to. But would you agree to me, like the first 13 seasons feel pretty discreet and like they work on their own terms and they are their own thing?
Yeah, each one tells the full story, basically. It doesn't feel like you stopped randomly halfway through. I think I see where you're going with this point.
Yeah. There's 2 things I want to bring up. There are 2 Russell things I want to say. The first is something Russell said in April 2024. This was when he was kind of fending off the Millie Gibson rumor. Was there a name for that? Millie Gate? Was there like a name for that controversy? It never got a catchy one like Chaos and Cardiff, did it?
No, I don't think it did. I think Millie Gate is probably the closest you're getting.
Yeah. Well, he's kind of fending off that, but he says something interesting in there. We were ordered for 2 years of a series off Disney, and we're delivering 2 years. And the Ruby Sunday story literally spans those 2 years. We're planning to shoot the season 2 finale in which Ruby has the most magnificent scenes, and then he talks up Millie more. Now that makes a lot of sense in like PR terms. I mean, he's not lying. I 100% believe him, but Millie Gibson is still a big part of the show, whatever is being reported, whatever. But the thing of, we were ordered for 2 years and we're delivering 2 years, Ruby story, companion story spanning those 2 years. That's interesting. And then, I don't know if you guys remember from the video commentary for Empire of Death, when he's talking with Bonnie, Mel, Bonnie's talking up how linked in what he writes is, how, you know, connected, because she's talking about like season connections in the Empire to early stuff or whatever. And Russell says it's very much a 2-year plan. 2 series were commissioned at once. So yeah, it's sometimes hard for viewers to grab that. And I think that's our fault, you know, and neither should you have to get that in your head. And then Bonnie like pushes back on, but the connections are so amazing and everything like that. Russell talks about, you know, patience and things like that. Both those quotes are Russell. Disney commissioned 2 series off the bat. And of course, they were the way they were produced is like one in the can as they're working on the next thing. That's why the 60th was done as they were making season 1. And then, you know, season 2, I think it's very overstated when people are like, well, the seasons need to react off the audience feedback to the last thing. I don't care too much about that, but I think we do have a kind of interesting scenario here where the connection between the 2 seasons is being talked up a lot. Season 1 did feel kind of incomplete to me in some ways. And then whatever happened with Millie or not, season 2, we've got a new companion in Belinda, but we also have Ruby's back for a couple of episodes and apparently a big significant bit of the finale. I guess my point is, we mocked that it's too early to judge stuff with the Chibnall era when people were pushing that for years. So I'm not trying to say let's not judge season 1, but I'm trying to say, is there something weird here? Is this like a 16 episode season, or like, you guys get what I'm asking basically. What do you think of this 2 season joint stuff?
The first thing it reminded me of was when in his exit interview when Moffat revealed that it was the BBC's decision to split Series 6, and he decided to take advantage of that new format and be like, oh, well, that means I could have a finale and premiere in the middle. And it feels like Disney commissioned the 2 series at once, and then Russell T Davies was like, oh, this is an opportunity that I can, you know, maybe tell a bigger story across both seasons and do something new for the show. So I don't think it's a weird thing. I think it's weird in the sense that it's new for Doctor Who, which I think is a thing that like a lot of us Doctor Who fans get caught up in, with it, like ignoring the existence of anything other than Doctor Who. So it is a new feeling to be like, oh, this season doesn't wrap up perfectly, and there's still more to come, which I do think I still to this day see a lot of complaint about that for the Matt Smith era and the Silence arc, that how come we didn't wrap everything up in Series 5? But no, I don't think it's a weird thing. In saying that, I also do think it is to Season 1's detriment how incomplete it feels, because it is, unlike Series 6, which was marketed and everything as, you know, definitely, absolutely everyone very clearly understood, like, we're getting the first half at the beginning of the year, and we're getting the second half later on in the year. This is like Season 1 of Disney Who is its own thing. So it feeling like half of a whole is not good for it. It's like, no matter, even if like Season 2 does wrap up everything and it's all nice and good, Season 1 still does on its own feel incomplete as a unit.
I think the trouble is the incompleteness. Rather than it feeling like there's lots of ongoing story threads or anything like that that still need to be concluded, it's more like there wasn't like a story in the first place. Like there aren't like lots of ongoing. You know, who cares about Mrs. Flood, right? She wasn't actually relevant. There wasn't actually like lots of. It doesn't feel like we're halfway through like a big ongoing storyline that's gonna sort of. It just feels like we've got a very small and kind of trivial storyline about, you know, we invest things with significance, and you know that wrapped up.
Yeah,
like the whole mum mystery thing, the snow blasting in from somewhere, Sutek, you know, the one who waits, that all got wrapped up. So it's not so much that we've like stopped halfway through the story. It's that we seem to have arrived at the end of a sort of underwhelming story, and we have no idea, like, well, what was we seem to have had the point, but the point wasn't very impressive. So we're just wondering, where's it going to go now? Like, what? Yeah, and it's more like, who cares where it's going to go now? Because where it's gone so far hasn't been particularly profound. So yeah, it's like, it's not the kind of incompleteness that I would be completely happy with and be fine with and be waiting to see where it goes. It's the kind where it's like, well, this bit's sort of half formed. Yeah, that's it. It's half formed rather than half complete, if you see what I mean. Rather than like you've read half of a book, it's like you've read a book with like half the pages ripped out. That's how it feels to me.
Yeah, it's that's a very good point. It was not done well. I can feel a lot of the reaction isn't an excited, I can't wait to see the rest of the story. It's oh, that was bad. I hope there's more. I hope that it actually comes to something, because it's not come to something yet, which isn't what you want.
It's
the companion is the show. The companion is the story. And pretty much every other season is the story of the companion. Sometimes they return. Donna in the 60th. Rose, they're two very different seasons with two very different dynamics. But Rose is the story of series 1. The Ninth Doctor's trauma or whatever, that's a story, but it's more her story. That's how the show works. Mostly, when it does the other way around and it is the Doctor's story, that's like an interesting exception. I guess for me, the issue with the season 1, season 2 thing is all this talk up of Ruby's story will conclude in the next season, or well, at least it'll have a big climax or whatever in the next season, and she'll be in some of the next season, but not all of it. Maybe this will be executed brilliantly, but it feels awkward to me because, so our new companion, like how much is the season their story and how strong is their story going to be across their episodes, and how much is Ruby's? It just seems like a odd proposition to me. Maybe it'll work really well, but I feel like where some seasons have fallen down is where it doesn't feel like the companion story is getting told tightly within that unit, or that the companion story is getting told much at all, which is, I think, of Series 7 to a degree. The second half, I mean. And the three of us have talked for considerable length at the issues with that in the Chibnall era and how much companion stories were or were not getting told in the seasons, let alone the era overall. I guess that's for me the issue of it, is like, yes, Rose is in the first 2 seasons, but I feel like Rose has a very complete arc and everything really finishes in Series 1. And then she's a different, more annoying story in Series 2, but that story also wraps itself up and then she comes back and whatever. I mean, we talked about how we liked the Ruby stuff at the end of Empire, which does feel like a conclusion. This just feels odd to me, that this kind of way the companion story is getting told. I'm kind of skeptical this is going to work well, but maybe.
And the fact that, however she comes back in season 2, she's going to be in like the sort of an ex-companion slot. I mean, one of those who's not actually on the TARDIS anymore, but who the Doctor sees like now and then for, story reasons. And she's going to have a few episodes. And it's like, well, whatever story she has there, what's the significance of it going to be to season 1, like her journey in season 1, given how slight that was? Like, is the whole thing with her, the mystery of her mum, going to somehow be relevant in season 2? Like, how? Because the whole point, we just got that exposed as like a sham, basically. A time invented sort of reinvest things with whatever kind of thing. So like the mystery was that there was no mystery. So none of that snow stuff is going to be the point. I just really wonder, is he just going to have to, is he just going to invent some new sort of random wild storyline for stuff to happen to Ruby now she's off the TARDIS, and that's going to end up ultimately not feeling that relevant to what she went through in season 1. I just really want, okay, the thing is, we've already had like a massive story talked up and then deflated in season 1, so I can see the same thing happening for season 2. I'm just not raising my expectations.
This is going to sound very cynical. It feels to me like Russell is very slyly talking this up as being more connected than it actually will end up being. Because when I listen to his comments, it feels like when he says things like, the story of Ruby isn't over, this spans 2 series, it doesn't feel like it's specifically the Ruby mum story that spans 2 seasons. It's just like Ruby exists in both seasons, yeah. And like, so technically her as like the story of like Ruby's life is what's in 2 seasons. So like, rather than it being one big story, because yeah, it's like it's finished. The Ruby mum story is finished, and it just does feel like very. Whenever I see people saying, we read a lot of stuff about Doctor Who, I see a lot of people saying, "Oh, I was really dissatisfied with Ruby's story. That didn't land for me." And then people come in with like, actually, it's not finished yet, actually, so too early to judge. You just wait for the next season, and like he'll make it good again. And I think that it's not. I think that to me feels misplaced, because it feels to me like this isn't continuing Ruby's season 1 story. This is chapter 2 of a new story for Ruby.
Thing is, I feel like we don't need to dance around it at this point, because when he was doing his whole PR stuff for like the season 1 and talking up the Empire of Death and whatever, he was like, this whole orphans storyline is going to build and build to the most devastating finale. He's a bullshitter.
Oh yeah.
Okay, he's an inveterate bullshitter. It's part of his job, but like I think that's the truth. He's capable of just talking
real like bollocks when it comes to like, you know, hyping us up for future episodes of the show. So yeah, we don't need to believe, you know, his sweet little lies necessarily. I think we can just say, you know, it's not overly cynical in my opinion to just like have a healthy dose of skepticism.
In the season 2 trailer at the end of Joy to the World, Belinda says,
"You need to get me home." I think that's what it says. So just look at the subtitles.
You need to get me home. Yeah. I'm not going to do a huge thing based on one line in a short trailer, but I think some of the more tricky companion stories have been those that are in wake of other companion stories.
So Martha?
In big ways. Martha is, you know, like the Rose rebound story, which is, it doesn't work great for the character or the actor sometimes, even though there's interesting storytelling done there. Clara coming off the back of the Ponds Series 7 felt weird in that regard. Dan sometimes felt like a replacement Graham in an odd way. I think it's a very tricky proposition to come in kind of as the companion after a companion. When you get the Christmas special, sometimes give you a clean break, which I guess Joy kind of did when she gave the runaway bride speech to the doctor about you need to find someone. But then what if Rose came back in Series 3, not Series 4? That would be hard. And what if there were 8 episodes in Series 3? That's just my kind of worry.
I was thinking, what if Martha showed up in Series 2?
Yeah.
Like, Rose is still here.
Yeah, that's another way to see it.
Yeah, like, it just feels like poor Belinda.
I'm excited about lots of new writers, but that's just my big worry with season 2.
Especially with, like, we can look and see how great Ruby's story was in season 1, and she was the only companion. It's like, how is she going to fare when we see the quality of Disney Who companion stories, and also she has to share her season with Ruby in some capacity, you know.
It just feels like a structure that is not ideal and that no one would have thought of as ideal and that wouldn't have been planned from the start because it's just so, like, awkward. It's just so fucking awkward to do it like this, however they're doing it. Like, there's just no way this whole Belinda thing with Ruby still being, like, inserted and supposedly really important. I feel like it's not going to work. And, you know, when you add to the fact that, like, they kind of reused a performer, like, they brought back Varada, who's great. You know, I'm looking forward to seeing her. But the fact that they rather than, like, casting, like, a flashy, new, surprising actor or whatever, they got back someone who they already had contact with, someone who they knew was reliable, who they knew, like, could do the show and had just done the show, who they just worked with. Like, it just gives the impression of, fuck, we need someone. It feels like bodged together. That's how it feels. And sometimes the most simple and obvious explanation is the closest to the truth. I mean, you know, we don't know the full truth, but that's how it looks. So it's not super promising. Like, I feel like she's not going to fare that well in my expectations.
I think in an ideal world, hypothetically, I think this could have worked well if, like, this is, you know, obviously assuming this was the intention and not something they had to, you know, hurriedly, but, like, Ruby's involvement in season 2 was sort of underplayed. If it was more of a, like, Rose and, no, she was, like, hyped up, but, like, not to the extent, like,
maybe Martha in series 4, because she kind of shows up during Dawn, doesn't she?
Yeah, more like that, where it's like, this is, like, Ruby in season 2 is considered, like, a bonus, a little extra, rather than, guys, don't panic, Ruby's still in season 2, please trust us. If it was, like, it was an afterthought, and Belinda was the focus, it would feel better, but, because, yeah, this feels awkward and not great.
Yeah, you can't imagine anyone talking about series 4, like, don't worry, the Martha Jones story spans 2 series. You know, so her story eclipses both of these. Yeah, no, it doesn't quite work like that, does it? Like, series 4 is very much like the Donna Noble story.
Because, yeah, it doesn't feel like season 2 is the Belinda story. It feels like Ruby season 2, and also Belinda's here.
Yeah, it's 8 more episodes of Doctor Who.
So that finishes up our look back on season 1. Let us know your thoughts. How did the overall story and character arcs and relationships of season 1 work for you? What's your impression of this season 1, season 2 dyad situation? Thoughts on any of the interview comments covered over the discussion? Let us know. Very interested what people made of this season overall. And thank you for listening.